Oh, yeah. I am ready to rock and roll. How about yourself, rookie? Are you
How
there?
can you not be pumped after AC/DC? I love that song. That's literally the ringtone I have for you. It used to be Back in Black for you, but fuck that. That song is annoying as shit now to me. It's a good song still. But Hell's Bells is like my favorite of theirs right now.
I'm going to have to do like a video cut with that. But the reason I played that, there's a multitude, there's a layering, there's a litany of reasons. We have entered the end of thus far the trilogy of misery. We've literally exited hell with ISOM last week, and now we enter a new dimension of hell, so to speak, with the ALPHACORE. And so there's that layer. Also, there's the fact that almost every AC/DC song gets blocked if you use it because of copyright. That one is free for some reason to use. I'm not gonna get monetized now unless you super duper chat me, but I'm able to play that. That's been the biggest problem with this channel is it's hard to find good covers that aren't like live of AC/DC to incorporate into this channel. Hence I got like High and Fire for my intro recently. But yeah, I just figured let's enjoy the misery of ALPHACORE, capping off this Rippaverse trilogy before we experience what do you call it? The mammoth known as Yaira. Been having fun with that line. Let me check. Am I seeing one pop in the chat? I got 29 people. No one's talking. What's going on?
No, it's just like some weird YouTube glitch going on or something, or StreamYard glitch. I'm gonna check how it is on the
I'm looking
the other
at the
thing.
YouTube.
But hello,
hello,
regardless. Everybody's quiet today. That's all right.
Maybe we just got a bunch of ripatards out there watching at the moment. Trying.
Well, I'd encourage them to still talk.
Yeah, please talk. It's totally fine. Yeah, I am feeling froggy. I did catch some snippets. I saw some clips from I'm assuming it's Clip Sama, the Mostly Peaceful Iceberg. It's a great two-parter clip of EVS in the stream that we're going to see towards the end. That you have no mouth, but you must re. Well, thank you, Dungeon Master Blaster.
Yes, that's the idea.
It's a great clip we'll see. You'll probably be gone by then, but this great clip we're going to see in the stream toward the end where it's talking about Rippa compromising on his values and principles and whatnot. And it's like, I think there's room to work with people that don't agree with you. But given the rules of shit Rippa wants to put around himself, the dialogue and discussion and commentary about the industry, he's really put himself in a hole with this Rippaverse hiring these activist writers. Hey, what is up, Backy? Eric is no better. I don't know. I think Eva's been pretty consistent. He's definitely not sought out wokesters to join his ranks in his company. But yeah, I just figured also using AC/DC wherever I can because it just pumps me up. I just got about 30 minutes ago. I stayed up late last night. What is up, House of R? I really hope EJ does more comics. Trashcast can go on forever. I know, right?
He feels compelled to respond to each thing. And by the way, if I sound funky, I'm on my computer's mic because my cat's on my lap, so I don't have my microphone near me. So you know how that goes.
You sound good. Okay,
good.
I don't know how the chat feels, but I think you sound good. All right, let me get this. I downloaded the stream last night before I went to bed, so I wasn't able to clip it though, to clip off the end. So
that's good. Very good.
Let me see. Window. Would this be it? Let me make sure. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Tim departs some wisdom. The way to live life is to ask the old age question. What would Ray Bay, a.k.a. Honey Badger do?
I think he's talking about oh, again with no face. Oh, you must have seen that stream, my beef stream, because I had to do it in the afternoon instead of nighttime like normal. I'm going to react. You're going to see my face. I got my camera set up here. Just earn your faith. Looky there. I am ready. Also, I'm wearing my Targaryen hat because it's a Trashcast review, so we're going full fucking Dracarys on this. And I let Rookie read the ALPHACORE yesterday. We went on a private StreamYard. I showed him, narrated the whole book for him. And man, what a drudge the second time reading that. Like, it's not that I really missed anything, and you're gonna see there's something really funny about this book that someone pointed out, I saw on Twitter, it's like, oh, well, this part makes sense because blah blah. I go, what smart layering? And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that. And then I looked at it again and I'm like, well, no wonder I didn't realize that, because there's really no indicator of consistency about this feature, and we'll get to it. Yeah, I got ALPHACORE in my thing. I don't know if it's been approved yet, but I want to do like auctions, or not auction, raffles, I guess. So I made a second tier, but I don't know when it's going to populate. This is something for y'all to be aware of. Probably will start next month for like entry point, and then see how it rolls in. But become a member at the $10 tier. It's the second tier I've made. And it'll be like entry to raffles. So whoever joins at $10, things will probably be $40 to $100 value every month. They'll have a raffle at the, I guess, end of the month or something. More people get, the more I can invest to like find cool stuff for raffles. But I got 4 or 5 things that I think for sure are cool to raffle. I actually got like a $200+ statue. It's got a broken earpiece. So it'd have to be, but it's still worth it. You could just throw it on eBay, and you went in for $10 and you got a $200 statue. So that's the idea. If you're interested, let me know, because I'm trying to figure out a way to generate income for my comic while also returning investment interest in y'all. So you got to let me know what you want, to reciprocate, as Eric would say. But yeah, appreciate any support. Right now, you can join at $1 to support the channel. There's no real benefit. You're just showing your support. Not beating around the bush. Rookie, is there anything you want to say about the ALPHACORE in general, or to start this stream off before we kick off this review of EVS?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the idea of them is better than ISOM on just its premise, because there's already something I can think, like they're super cops. That's already telling me a lot more than anything about ISOM over 2 issues, essentially. They are super cops. They fight crime. They fight specifically accept crime, superpowered people. That's already a lot more information than we get in the first 2 ISOM books, pretty much, about ISOM. The art looks a lot better. There's backgrounds, Angus. There's backgrounds in this. There's detail around, like in an image, in a panel. It looks like they're trying to make it look like they're in a setting. Like you can place them somewhere. The panels sort of stick out a little bit better to me. Those are the main things. That's it. It like comes off as like it's trying to. There is something they're trying to tell here, and that there is sort of a direction, but it's just taking forever to. We're kind of drudging along there, essentially, with it. So I think it's better than ISOM 1 and 2. It's still a long way to go in terms of improving quality and pacing and stuff, but it is an improvement to me. And the art is just noticeably way different.
Yeah. So I'm going to address the chat for last time for a while, at least. Again, you got to give me feedback how you want me to conduct these streams in the future, especially reaction stream. One one feedback I got was like, people are here to watch y'all react and commentate on the thing, not intersperse the chat all throughout and get, side detract from the main purpose of the stream. Just hard, especially watching streams. Like, I love going on tangents with people, so you gotta give me feedback if you'd rather me intersperse interaction with the chat throughout the stream. So I'm gonna, once I see like something just very pertinent, I'm gonna kind of be delaying chat interaction until more towards the end.
Yeah, I feel like maybe when we pause and comment on occasion, we look at the chat and address a thing or two, and then continue.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree, House of R. I love these awful books because just as someone trying to create, these books have opened up insight about how not to write in ways I would never imagine. These are truly valuable books creatively, also comically, as in haha comical. These are great because it's like, wow, this is a real testament. Like, people are gonna look back and be like, wow, YouTubers really like went along with this shit, pretending they like this or shilled this book. Like, that's gonna be really something to see. Of like, there's always been deceitful marketing through history, but this is like, wow, it got so bad, everyone went along with this shit, and no one read it. People shilling this crap, defending Eric on Twitter for months now. Hell, the Lord just got busted. He's like, oh, I got my first Rippaverse book. I'm like, wait. You've been on Eric's dick this whole time. And it's been, 7+ months since Dick's review that triggered everyone that started all of this with Need Infinity. And you're on defense for Eric and company. And you just now are reading his shit? Huh.
I thought him say that.
All of us detractors have read it before you, the shill. That's where this is the problem.
This is where the what's your favorite part comes from, essentially. It seems like people will vouch for things they haven't read often.
Yeah, and like I've seen some people say like, oh, I don't care if it's dog shit. I support Eric. And it's like, well, that's what we've been saying.
Well, it's like, that was my opinion before. That was my opinion before I read ISOM. It's like, I was like, I love the idea of the Rippaverse. It's a great idea. And then I read the book and I was like, it needs work.
Yeah, Tim. Thank you for joining. Got Hex Allen Comics. How's it going, buddy?
What's up?
This is a new, maybe not a new account, but a new name. Wooter Van Putin. Or Wooter Van Putin. I fell asleep during EVS stream and dreamt EVS's rant to EJ was directed at me, but done by a coworker. It was the funniest thing. Joe us your tits.
Show us your tits. Show us your tits.
We got Hater Headquarters. I don't know what that is supposed to be. Let me look at the chat over here. It just says 07 over here as well. So if you're making a sign, I don't know what the hell that is, Hater. Oh, actually, before I present, gotta go sub to Hater Headquarters. He's been doing great work on Twitter, trolling, memeing Eric July. But I really like what he did with this. Spoiler, Rookie's kind of a downer little bitch about it.
Yep. That's me.
That's me. Let me see. I have to scroll over here. My subs. You're going to love this. It's worth it. I don't know where I saved it, so I got to go to his channel.
I got you. Tell the Endbringer says, who is the writer of ALPHACORE?
Chuck Dixon. Oh, and while I'm grabbing that, it's funny. Chuck Dixon, you may have seen on Twitter, he shared this, I'm assuming it's a Justice League book or a Bat Family or Superman. It was one of these guys, Superman and Nightwing in the panel. And it's more or less saying all this gay dialogue about, like, are you queer? And he's like, well, like, I mean, I love ladies, but I mean, look how hot I am. I mean, I got to be a little queer. Look, I'm such a snack. Chuck Dixon shared it. And then people quickly found out this is fake. All the words have been faked for this comic. Even Tom Taylor, the writer, kind of trolled him kindly, correcting him. And it's been funny because every reply, Chuck Dixon has this like copy and paste reply of like more or less saying, well, given the state of comics, like it's really bad that you have to question if this is real in the first place. And he literally copy and pastes this like 50, at least like 50 times, replying to people. And so that's why, if you see my Twitter, that's why I have that quote for ISOM, where it's like, the fact that we have to question if this is real or not. And it's a troll on the 3D assets. All right, here we go. This is Hater Headquarters. Eric has tokenized Bane.
Oh, Rippaverse. It's Eric. It's time for the final operation. As you know, being caught for trademark infringement was part of the plan. You may be asking what's next. Isn't it obvious? Crashing this plane with no survivors. Alex, they expect one of us in the wreckage, my friend. Worry not. The fire rises. Hello, Rip.
That is Hater Headquarters, everyone. Some of his ingenious work. It was right for ALPHACORE. Yeah, Chuck Dixon. House of R. No, it's a perfect list of what not to do. It's funny as hell. It's all about the tribe, not the text. Please get to the point. Yeah. All right. Let me present the EVS stream. Thank y'all for being here. Where is that file? Son of a bitch. Too bad Rookie can't see my side of the screen streaming.
No.
Here we go. All right. Time to react, Rookie.
All right. There's no sound.
No sound?
Do you have the tab muted?
No. God damn it. All right. Well, let's just go to try to avoid any ads, make it more expedited. Here we go. That's weird though, because it's playing AC/DC. And you heard it, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Trashcast. There we go.
Guys, I don't want to read this shit, but you guys asked me to, and that's what I'm here to do. Okay, I'm here to review, here to talk about these comics, here to discuss what could be done better, if anything, and to also talk about what's going on in the independent comic book culture. What's going on, chat? How are you? All right, great to see you. Let me move the camera over just a little bit here. Let's pan to the right. What's the 199? Well, listen, I didn't know until just recently. I didn't realize.
Are you starting it from the very beginning?
Hilarious joke happened on the.
I don't know
because
when,
he takes a little bit to get into it. I think.
I don't know when he.
I think it's about. I want to say at least a half an hour to. 40
Oh wow,
minutes
he
in or
covered the Chuck
something.
Dixon thing.
I was gonna say it takes a little bit.
Well, again, see, this is proof I haven't watched this. Some people think I've like watched it before or something. It's like, no, I'm actually reacting.
No. Yep. I usually listen to it when I'm bad at work.
Now that we talked about Chuck Dixon, I think maybe we should do the review because, here it is. Here's ALPHACORE, and I want to thank you guys. I just ask you to send me comics, and you guys kind of do. I appreciate it. And you sent me this cover, which would not have been my choice. Well, I got to be honest with you. I appreciate it, but this cover sucks, dude. Hold on a second. Sorry about that.
What do you think of the cover, Angus?
This cover's not good.
This is the cover I bought. It looked
It's
like the
not
best
good.
one.
Let me see if I can pull back a little bit. Camera settings. Rio.
I think it looks okay, but there's like not an area of focus to me.
If he,
it just
if
isn't
he
very good,
explains
and
it,
that's
then might
he
change my
does.
perception.
you know, I'm not sure who drew it. Is this the main guy that drew this? Switch around. Okay, there we go. We're good. Use the other layout. And don't worry, I got this, guys. I got it. ALPHACORE, number 1. So I got this book. I read it. It took me 2 days to read this as well. This just at the outset to say that this
took him 2 days to read that. how it was funny because like I could feel your like frustration with me reading it to you, Ricky, showing you the panels.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to be like, all right, that's enough for today. Because I remember I was reading right when I bought it. I called you. I was halfway through it, and I read you some of the panels. I only read you like 2 pages, and I'm like, oh my god, this as we need the dialogue. This is horrible.
It was like conversations about. It's just the type of ones where you can shorten every bubble into a sentence, and it would feel more fluent and like just move along better, and it just doesn't. It's like, okay,
this was an improvement. I mean, is not necessarily a compliment because ISOM 1 and 2 were terrible. And a lot of people, are just like, well, at least ALPHACORE is better than ISOM. And yeah, I think, dental surgery is better than ISOM. These books are not good. Okay. And I'm telling you right now, it's like those guys on Friday Night Tights. If it wasn't for the fact that like they need a black token friend,
I think that the titling, it like makes more sense than ISOM as far as something. They have the A separating the alpha and the core. I guess.
Well, that's kind of retarded because then it makes you think it's alpha and A core are the 2 words conjoined.
I don't know. I could see it easily. It's just alpha core. And I don't know.
Shield should be the start of, if you're going to do the shield thing, it should be the start of the word because this makes you think it's like a hyphenated word that's like 2 words conjoined.
The shield, that's too on the nose. So I don't know if it was like on the beginning. I feel like people might.
I've always had a problem with this
Captain
fucking
America. I don't know.
This title.
I don't know. I think that's okay.
Like, no, despite like it being a stupid word, and then it should be like corpse, not with the P, like the Marine Corps. It just looks retarded. Again, it's like you're making me think this is 2 words, and so I'm like, what is the meaning of alpha? What's the abbreviation? It's fucking stupid. And it looks generic as fuck too. Again, this guy could have revamped after issue 1. Could have revamped the logo. I got a simple logo from Ethgator, but that was purposeful. Didn't know exactly what I was getting. So I'm not an artist, but I'm like, hey, I like Ghost Rider 71, like his intro in Marvel Spotlight. Make it Gatory. That was literally my instructions because I have no like understanding of like how to better delineate. Like I want, it's like I want something like that. And then he went way beyond my expectation. He fucking scaled the background to Meth Gator's like title and incorporated a gator head, into it, and so it looks great. But
Tony Getaway here says something interesting. He says the shield has an A and a C, so it's Alpha AC Core on there. Apparently, I assume he means in the like on his chest or something, or in the book.
I don't see it. Also, the back of the book, if you see right there, it's got ALPHACORE across his fucking collarbone, and it's like I don't think that ever is incorporated into the book. So it's just like there's a lot of inconsistency. Anyway, thank you for that. Geek Getaway. Tony the Frogman.
You got Radnar
to make
here
them look like they're less racist. They shit all over ISOM like it was the San Francisco street. Like they're sitting there protecting this. Guys, feel free to actually offer criticism, okay, at some point, so that you can help even your friends to improve at some point. All right, so here we go. This is ALPHACORE. This is better than ISOM.
ALPHACORE.
Better than ISOM. Okay. You happy? This cover's terrible. Here's why it's terrible. I like this figure a lot right here. This is fine, even though I don't like these lines on her chest. There's a lot of stuff here that, like, what are these wrinkles on her chest? This is fine. Nice kind of layout. The problem is this other character who is hidden mostly behind this blast. Her body seems to be mostly hidden, and it is twisted. Is this Joe Bennett that did this cover? Where are they? Is this a bar? What is this? What is this right here? I don't know.
This was kind of the one thing I agree on with him big time. That was what I thought when I first saw it. I was
hearing his voice is fucking just sheer disdain. Like, what is this? What am I looking at?
Well, that's kind of what I thought when I was looking at it. At first, I couldn't make out what the front image was. I was like, "What is this purple stuff?" And then, it's that's a female. Oh, then she's firing a blast. Oh, at her. Okay. Like it took me a second to see what the image was, what that was, and it didn't
I'll
seem
give
to
you
be
a
like
spoiler, people. I bought the same cover because this was the best one, in my opinion. The other one looked like 3D assets, ironically, before I even knew what that was. I always thought a lot of the ISOM covers and art looked weird, but I had no knowledge to piece out the 3D thing. So it was just like, I was like, this is weird. Like the Gooding splash page, like it's already like, why would you make a splash page of that? I mean, if anything, you want to like introduce some falling from the sky running, and then it's like Gooding, and then you maybe have his promo of like a kind of a swipe cut in a movie where it's like, oh, this is what he does, and it's like kind of like a little montage scene of like Negasonic Teenage Warhead, like. But this cover, I'm like looking at it now. I have no idea what's going on because it looks like they're in some sort of factory. Oh, okay. So we're actually like kind of looking like straight down, but actually kind of like this way. Because we're in a factory. It looks like there's a big vat of chemicals. There's a fucking stairwell. I work in a factory. So some of this kind of looks like I'm familiarized with actual practicality of like factory. Because I was trying to figure out what this like clock in, some sort of on the bottom. There is a like clock in thing. If you ever work in a factory, you got to swipe your card or punch in. But then there's like this like fan thing. It's industrial fan. And I'm like, what angle are we at? And so yeah, we're looking down. So again, this shit never happens in the book. Spoiler.
Which
like,
I get is that a common thing that
be...
is that a common thing that comic books do, is have stuff on the cover that isn't going to be in the book, or that tells you?
It might be a misdirect, or it might be like you might have a cover where people are integrated into,
because like that when they had ALPHACORE chasing Islam in Islam 1, that doesn't happen in Islam.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
I'd say it's often exaggerated on the cover, but it's normally something similar in the book.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's like a tease, like if the cliffhanger of Islam 1 was, oh, the ALPHACORE is over his head, and he's about to have to face them. That's like the cliffhanger. It'd be like they put Luke Skywalker on Force Awakens. And it's like, well, they weren't wrong. They weren't lying. He is there. But, it's like, it'd be fine if it's a cliffhanger, but it's actually like, they actually have no interaction besides, they actually help him to the hospital, it seems. So they abandon the pursuit of Yaira, all three of them, to help ice him to the hospital. Two of them fly. Just leave Ingrid Valdez to hail a taxi. And you'll see that. But thank you, Leighton, for joining.
No problem.
I'm going to continue. I'll get or if Katie could put the links for Ricky and Leighton in the chat, I would appreciate it. All right.
It looks like a bar stool kind of, and this looks like a bar, but then drinks here, and then there are windows here. I don't know what this is. I don't know where they are. I don't know what they're fighting for. I just don't get it. Okay. I don't even know if I saw this. Did I see this character in the book? Is this the bad rich lady? I don't know. I can't remember. But anyway, most of her body is blocked here. And then the part that isn't, you've got her body twisted this way. Okay. And then what the hell is her hips are like immediately going. There's her leg there. It just this is broken right here.
Really quick. I saw Simply Green says, he pointed out. So okay, the A, that's supposed to be an AC. All right, those little dashes to the side are supposed to be.
I didn't even notice that at all.
Yeah, I thought this was like stylized, okay, because I was in the army. All right, and so the flag always looks weird when you first get in the army or look at a uniform, because the flag, the stars are to the front, because the idea is like the stars are where the flagpole is. So it's like we're going forward, we're charging into battle. It's like the eagle wings on a Philly Eagles helmet. You're going forward. You're Hermes. So that doesn't look like a C. If that's supposed to be a C, it looks more like it's just like a stylized like perspective, like A. you know, not AC. So horrible fucking design, cheap as fuck.
Well, bad grammar is a consistent thing for Eric.
I am.
I mean,
thank you for
yeah.
pointing that out, because like I would
I
never.
didn't know. I couldn't tell at all. I was like, the A looked different, but I thought it was just a wider A to be like
Stylish.
the middle symbol essentially or something.
Yeah. Thank you for that, but it's still it's poor.
This is broken. Her spine is broken. That's all. And it's a good thing that this is here because it covers her, and you can't really see. I don't want to do this. I quit. I fucking hate this so much.
He quits every week now.
I hate doing this. I don't want to do it. There are people who are like, why are you reviewing these comics? That's like, you should never do that. Well, I'm doing it because, I love the chat. Chat tells me they would like me to do it. They're interested in my point of view. And there are some people who are telling me that these reviews are helpful. It's nice to get criticism, for a book that everybody seems to have bought. A lot of people bought this comic book, thousands and thousands of people. So everybody got it. It must be kind of nice to get some feedback. A lot of people saying, I'm doing my own comic book. I watch your reviews and it's helpful. I mean, for me, this is agony. This was agony. Let me before we get into this too much, okay? I'm gonna preface this.
Great comment. Wilberforce says, looks like Valdez has been blasted into, her legs are twisted wrong and way too. Yeah, it's like actually paying attention. Because it's like your focus is this way. Of course, her, but then it cuts up to Ingrid. And so you don't, because of the blast, you don't really notice her legs, but they're fucking horrible, actually. Wow. This was the best cover, too. But yeah, that right leg, it looks like her, with her body, looks like she's Mr. Fantastic. Jesus Christ.
It doesn't work.
Oh, God. I like this one was like, well, that one's all right. It's got sexy ladies. And then it's like, oh, man. I just glance again, because like they I don't know if you've ever been on the Rippaverse store, but they always look this weird canted perspective. You can't ever like zoom in or really see.
Yeah.
Great sales tactic, Eric. Great way to. It's like it's worse than McDonald's menu lying to you, because like you are getting that. It's just smashed.
I'm going to preface this whole review by saying that I did receive the #1 selling comic book in the mainstream this week. This is Ghost Machine #1. This book, I shouldn't even do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, because it's going to give you some, because when you see this, you're going to see that and you're going to understand. You'll see the contrast. Ghost Machine #1. This is all of the people who worked with Jeff Johns, except for me. All of them working together and starting their own company, Ghost Machine, out of Image. And these guys know how to draw, and Jeff Johns knows how to write, and he's also got Pete Tomasi on here and everybody else. So this is a sampler book where you get 5 pages or so of all of their properties in one comic book here. And it is gorgeous. As you can see, like they have an opener here where they announce their principles, and they're nowhere near as fucking autistic and fucked up as Eric July's principles. We believe in 2 vital principles. Great comics come from great characters. As I said on Twitter, I said the main thing, if people go, is it art or story that's more important? No, it's concept. I see Jeff agrees with me because Jeff is smart. I like Jeff. Concept is most important out of everything. It doesn't matter if you hire Chuck Dixon. It doesn't matter if you hire Joe Bennett. You could hire the greatest artists in the world and the greatest writers in the world to do ALPHACORE. And if the characters suck, it's not going to mean anything. It's just not going to mean anything at all. Second, quality comes from true artistic ownership, committed to these ideals and inspired by so many who came before us. Ghost Machine is introducing new characters. Okay, so these guys everybody that's working on these books owns their own characters. You're invested in it. This is why Comicsgate rules. This is why Comicsgate's amazing. Everybody who works as a Comicsgater owns their own stuff. That's amazing. That's important. You have your own little company. You have ownership over your titles. Mandy owns all her characters. John Malin owns all his characters. Shane Davis. Anybody who wants to do it, ownership. Great characters, ownership. That's what makes great comics, according to Ghost Machine. Not, we promise not to do what is it in here too? Rippaverse ethic. Respect the customer. Respect the customer. There's a whole scandal right now about how Eric July said he had 1,600 of these CGC signed and graded copies of ISOM, and it turns out like some of his detractors have gone to CGC and found out that there are more than 1,600. And the reason why that became an issue is because Eric July said that he had found some more in the deepest recesses of his warehouse. He had found some more of these books that were sold out that he said there were only 1,600 of. How did that happen? How did you sell out of 1,600 books and there are no more, and then happen to find some more? And then also CGC registry says there are 1,687 of them. So there are 87 of these highly prized, expensive versions of your comics that's interesting. That just arrive right at the end when you need a bump with your sales.
CGC is like the quality of the comic, right? Or as
well,
far as like the paper.
It's the
and
graded
stuff.
comic that's slabbed, so it remains pristine. And so almost all of them at best will get a 9.8. There's like almost never a 10.0, which is wacky given that like these are fresh from the printer, and then I guess
comic book grading, like much other areas of grading, is a complete and utter scam.
Yeah,
it's basically. Yeah,
I was gonna say people are putting like damaged shit in the slab and then I guess reselling the good one and shit. There's all sorts of wacky shit going on.
It's also just the fact that like condition is subjective, so you're basically paying a group of people who claim to be experts on condition, but it's like, well, what is that? Like, to me, Ethan Van Sciver, like, he's a comic book expert, right? Like Shane Davis, these are comic book so shouldn't they be able to tell you what the condition of a book is the same as some guy who like has an art degree? Like, it's because what is the degree those people have or thing that they have training wise that allows them to be able to tell you the condition? It just seems sort of sideways.
Yeah, we got a super chat. Got to engage that. Thank you, Preston Sparks.
I'm not a detractor. I'm not a detractor.
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric.
Preston, thank you for the support. He says, I own all the Rippaverse books. I want them to be good, but they weren't. Watching EVS review, even worse. I'd rather have a late book than a bad one. Exactly. That's why this whole going against crowdfunding and trying to, neg on EVS. Like, do you see what you get with Cyberfrog? Like, I don't like Cyberfrog 2, but the art is amazing. And EVS has my good faith enough to keep backing his work. I need to back Rainbow the Brute because that looks amazing, especially those new images of the bear. But thank you for the $5. Here is a little stinger.
Ah, the sweet smell of an all-day sucker.
That is thanks to Rookie adding some Mr. Krabs money-based.
I filled a bunch of Mr. Krabs ones there for.
I put a tweet of mine that I did today. I think you saw it in the private. Yeah, use it as a bumper or something.
Yeah. All right, let's continue. And thank y'all for engaging the chat.
So was it ALPHACORE? Was it this? All right. I mean, what do I know? I don't know. But that, like, if that is the case, if what these creeps are saying about Rippaverse and that being a scam is true, that's not respecting the customer. Canon and continuity. Okay, so there isn't going to be any kind of reboot or anything like that. And a comprehensive timeline, which none of these things are important at all. They're just not important. They sound like they might be important, but when you go back and you look at what Jeff Johns is saying here, Great comics come from great characters. There's no promise of great anything here. You get Larry Shungite. That's what you get. Second, equity comes from true artistic ownership. People who are creating this stuff. Look at these guys here. Look at these heroes.
Whether you read the Ghost Machine,
they all own the stuff that's in here.
No, I almost I saw it this week at the comic shop. So I usually just buy ones, except for like Spawn, unless I'm actually following something like the Justice League Godzilla Kong. It's a really good series. I'm really behind uploading my video for it. What I've read, but yeah, I almost grabbed it because it looked amazing because it's number one. And then I was like, wait, I think this is. I noticed the character to the side. I'm like, wait, I think this is Giger, and I've only read like one issue of Giger, so this would be dumb for me to buy right now, and I'm way out of the loop of the series that's tied to. So did not, but yeah, it looks amazing. It's clearly getting a lot of attention. What about you, Leighton?
As far as what I've been reading lately,
Or you just
if you read Ghost Machine.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, my audio is like being weird.
Okay, I'll say if you've read Ghost Machine.
No, I haven't yet. I did see there was like a trailer thing, I guess, for it that I had saved on YouTube, so I had watched something on it at one point. It looks really cool, and like the cover when it was first showing it on screen here, the first thing I noticed is like the stark difference between those two covers that he just showed. You just immediately see like this absolute confusion of like, why is her body twisted that way? Whereas like all this uselessness on the page. And then you cut to that and it's like frontline character, stark contrasting background. There's not really much to be seen there other than the character, which is sort of perfect. So just, I think it's an example of exactly what he was pointing out. As far as these whole guidelines or whatever people have set for them, I kind of think the whole setting guidelines for the universe thing is sort of gay in the first place. Like, I think you should just kind of make your book.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like that's such a just have the proof be in the pudding. Really, is kind of what I would think.
Precisely.
You already have the 500K followers, so then just do the thing you're going to do, and then people will point that out themselves and go, "Wow, look at that! This is what he does." Instead of saying it yourself, it just seems odd.
Yeah.
Wait till you see the stuff that's in here. Look at this artwork here. Look at this. These are superior. Look at this. The colors, the vibrant characters. One of these books is a guy who was born during the Revolutionary War. He's a Captain America type of character who was born in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War, and he's still alive. And he knows. Look at this. This is Albert Einstein. He knew Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett like killed a fucking Sasquatch or something like that. All these characters. Annie Oakley shot him in the head once. This is pretty exciting stuff for somebody who's a history buff, likes American history, and likes to see all these characters kind of become fictionalized in a superhero story about this guy, Redcoat, a guy who is basically, again, Captain America, but instead of World War II, Revolutionary War. Fucking awesome. Here we go. More of this. Blah, blah, blah. You got, look at this timeline here. Here's the timeline where you can know the universe starts in 1776 and it ends 25 years from now. So there's a point that it starts, and then you can go 25 years from that point. Great. Powers. Everything that you need to know about the characters is here. No questions. There's none of this, I don't know, like I'm playing the long game by keeping you in the dark. It's all here. I want to know more about Redcoat. Oh, good. Here it is. Everything about Redcoat.
You don't need to know every single bit about all the powers, but I do feel like, yeah, you should know at least like a bit. Like I think you mentioned in another stream about Spider-Man, like how much you know about him before you get too far into the series at all. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That way you know what he's up against and what is a danger to him, what is a threat. And it's not just, it's holding your hand. It's like it's establishing the stakes of the stuff, right? That's the point.
Yeah, and it also like ties into this whole story part that you're about to get into. You know, that's the whole point.
Yeah. There we go.
Yes, Sarah Nash. Yeah. Here's The Rook by Jay Fabic, a great man, a Christian. He's been on this show before. A terrific artist. Look at his art. Okay, and I'm showing you this because this is a way to lead into what you're about to see. If you're going to think that I'm hating when I show you ALPHACORE, I want you to see where I'm coming from. I want you to understand where I'm coming from here. This is fantastic. Just awesome. JFabic, man. Look at this whole environment here. Amazing. So there you go. You're into a book called The Rook. Choose your animal. Family Odysseys. This guy, this is Francis Manipool, more of a cartoony artist. These guys are called the Rocket Fellas, the Rocket Fella families.
The Rocket
Fella family. Right away, you get everything that you need to know about them. Here's another story about a kid who's like an angel and the girl is the devil, by Pete Tomasi. And then this Hyde Street. I read this and I got to admit, Jeff wrote this. Jeff, drawn by Ivan Rice. I have no fucking idea what this is. I read this whole thing. I got all the concepts. I like them all. I don't know what this is. Jeff, this made zero sense. And I mean, it looked great, but
I like the art.
It really did look good, but
Yeah,
I think
it's
don't
Jason
know.
Fabok.
Welcome to Hyde Street, he says. Okay. I'd feel more welcomed if I knew.
You don't know Jason Fabok did the Three Jokers. That's like probably his biggest claim to fame thus far. I think he was on some Green Lantern stuff around when EVS was, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm not a big DC guy to begin with, and I'm a comics novice, so I'm learning retroactively. But yeah, Fabok, he's been really consistent from the art I've seen of his history. I think he did Giger or parts of Giger, possibly. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on that.
What was going on. Anyway, this is the calendar that this is launching. This could be called the Jeff Johnsaverse. You didn't need to do one single book where all of these other things that are not. This right here launched 7 or 8 titles, and they're all interconnected. Tells you how they're connected. Tells you everything that you need to know about the characters and what we're bound to discover in the future. Stories. All right, here we go. ALPHACORE, number 1. Very nice. This, I think, is Cliff Richard. This is like some Cliff Richard art here. I'm fairly sure it is. So these would be 3D assets posed, but I mean, it actually looks pretty good. I'm not hating on that. All right. Chuck Dixon, the writer. Joe Bennett, the penciler. Joe Bennett, of course, was picked up by our friend Eric July because Joe Bennett was caught hiding politically right-leaning messages in his comics, which I'm just like, salute, dude. I love that.
Well, he was, I think maybe Leighton knows this as well. He was putting in kind of coded anti-Semitic stuff in his work. He got in trouble for, I think, issue 9 of Immortal Hulk, where it's a jewelry store that has the words backwards because you're inside, so it says jewelry instead of jewelry, and then a Star of David.
Yeah, it wasn't. I remember specifically when I've seen the tweets with like the photos and stuff, screen grabs, and the first thing I said was, that wasn't very subtle. Like, you kind of just you put it right there. Like, anybody with eyes, like, I read backwards, like I can read backwards. Like,
yeah, he had a couple gaffes, and then Al Ewing kind of canceled him because someone, I guess, brought to light his pro Bolsonaro, which is Brazilian Trump, artwork that he did, where him and a couple other people were like knights, crusaders on horses chasing out rat versions of his opponents, which I don't even know if any of his opponents were Jewish, but
I don't think that's a Jewish thing, but Bolsonaro was.
Oh no, that's because it's Bolsonaro, it's pro Bolsonaro, and then the enemies are rats.
Right.
They instantly conflate it with Third Reich art.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So yeah, and I remember.
Yeah, that shit's stupid.
Rippaverse goalposts is like, these people are trying to say anti-Semitism. I'm like, well, yes, that's why I backed them. No, Joe Bennett's awesome. I'm really disappointed. It might be the inker's fault, a lot of it. There's a real inconsistency in this book. You'll see with faces. And I don't think that's an inker problem, even if they are like kind of Jack Kirby. I know there's a famous inker that supposedly ruined a lot of his art with his inking, but yeah, I think some of this is on Bennett's. There's one you'll see. He looks fucking retarded. You'll see if you guys shows it.
And some of it, I think, was it him that it was like, is this anti-Semitic? Like he had like a jewelry store and it said jewelry instead of jewelry, and it had a Star of David. I think that was
Which
Joe.
is hilarious.
How's that
It might be
anti-Semitic?
this other dude, but I think it was.
No, it's not.
The idea is that this was coded on top of him being a right-wing Brazilian for Bolsonaro. That instead of jewelry, he's calling it jewelry because jewelry is a big money maker. It's way overinflated, and it's Jews running it.
It's a stereotype that Jews like gold and silver, but that stereotype actually comes from the diamond trade because De Beers Diamonds and a bunch of diamond companies are mostly owned by Jewish people. I can say this, I'm Jewish, it's a fact. This is just a thing. So it's it is a stereotype, but it's also not untrue. So it's also the money lenders and money lenders thing that they draw from. A lot of that crowd will point to the fact that the Jews were the money lenders, which technically, if you believe in the Bible and all that biblical text, then that is also accurate. So it's like if you want to hear the best Jewish jokes and best stuff, things that would be branded as quote anti-Semitic, go hang out with Jews.
I'm good, thank you.
Right, but they will drop some of the funniest lines.
Well, they know themselves. That's why they make such good jokes about Jews.
I'm no longer practicing, so they can go suck a dick. I know.
Well, that's the first step, Leighton, in my book.
It's funny when they say like it's anti-Semitic, and I'm like, it just says Jewry. Like I get it, but it's not like.
Well, it's literally not even Semitic.
It's just like even if it is, it's like that's like the weakest of like an insult. Like I called you a
can't have any of it, Ricky.
Like I don't know. It's just it seems like a playground little one that's like, oh, you said a little joke.
Why are you supporting Hamas, Ricky?
Well, it's just the problem of like calling that anti-Semitic doesn't make sense in my brain because I go, well, no, at best that's anti-Jewish, which is just the same as being anti-Catholic or being anti-Christian, which is normal.
Yeah. They always forget that the Arabs are also considered Semitic.
Well, this is why the anti-Semitic thing doesn't fit because it's like, wait a minute,
I can't keep up with all these different labels. A whole lot of things. What?
Well, what it is it's a form of political bludgeoning. That's what the excuse of there's been plenty of quotes you can find of Jewish people saying like, this is a way to control people, control their language. So
God, my notifications, this Twitter shit, man. I put out that, I don't know if you've seen the Ben Shapiro tweet that I put up.
I didn't see that, but I watched it because I know people react to it. I'm like, why do you think this is cool? This is a fucking Canadian trying to pretend he's American.
I put up a tweet, and I never expected this to happen. It just says, regardless of whatever political side you follow, we can all come together and agree that this shit is gay. And it just says a screen grab of Ben Shapiro on screen with the name of the video. This thing has been commented on by Jake Shields. It was retweeted by Sam Tripoli, and the thing ended up with like it's like 25,000 views. And my notifications for the last like 2 hours, it's so aggravating. I'm like,
all right.
Anyway, then you've got the Yinkers, and herein lies the problem. You got all these all these Yinkers. That's a lot of Inkers. That's 1, 2. I mean, some of them have several names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Inkers. That's a lot of Inkers. that means the book is going to look different. Like Joe's a penciler, his pencils are pretty loose. So throughout the book, these inkers are going to change the way the book looks, and you're going to see that.
So
you
wait,
probably
you're a
recognize
quarter
it if you read it
inker
yourself.
or are you half inker?
What?
If you didn't get the joke, I'm not going to repeat it. I hope chat got it.
Oh wait, are you doing the whole Dick Masterson joke? Incas with attitude. It was funny because he's talking about like this guy can call everyone the N-word, and I can't say inker in a funny way. It's not fair. It's outrageous.
These two people right here, if I could fire them from a trebuchet, I would. The colorists here are the biggest problem in the book. These colorists.
Just that line.
This book. How am I gonna? Let me see. Can I make myself look the way this book looks? Let me get the camera out here. Right here, second one, camera settings. Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to make myself look the way this book looks. There I am. Apply. Okay. Just turn the saturation up all the way. And this is it. This is what you can expect from this book. This person's skin is not orange. This is a white woman here, but she looks like Starfire from the Teen Titans.
It does kind of.
And here,
I will say that at least the beginning of this comic has things start right in the action, sort of like just right away, which is that's how I think you should start, I guess, with this type of story.
Pretty good opening
like, compared to the first
Splash.
ISOM and stuff. Like it's doing something.
No, I think it's fine how ISOM started. I mean, especially in the heightened racial awareness and whatnot, if I'm starting a black company that's also conservative, already knowing the scrutiny I'd be under from black peers that would disavow me right from the get-go. If you're trying to do like the black creator-owned angle, like Black Sands Entertainment, you're uphill for sure in your battle with the media. And I would not start with what it is black stereotypes. So I would not start with the black guy who is not a professional athlete or aspiring like Cyborg in DC, with him playing sports of any kind, rapping, or being a thug, being a hoodlum.
So basically doing any of the things that Eric July reveres and talks about doing in his own life.
Yeah.
Literally all three of those things.
It's like he literally starts with them like working out, I'm just like, also he's supposed to be a rancher. That's part of the pitch. And that has like no bearing on him besides his employee from the ranch gets abducted into ISOM 2.
Yeah, I thought that's something like he's going to use his ranch knowledge to defeat Darren or something. Like to do something, give him an advantage. And you could show him just doing farm work instead of working out. I mean, achieve the same thing, but show his job or something.
Yeah.
When I turn the saturation up on me, you can see that I was not kidding. I was not exaggerating at all. This is a beautifully drawn scene. Joe Bennett came in here and kicked some ass. This is really great. The drawing is. What the hell is with the colors? I can't look at myself like this. Look at this. This is so fucking weird. I look like a Wizard of Oz character.
So to me, what these colors do,
maybe I'll
like just off the face, is it makes this entire page, which looking at the people in there and like the actual action happening, I like, but the colors make this look muddled, muddy, and just mushed together. It makes everything look really like, again, almost like how ISOM, you had stuff that looked blah and kind of bland. It almost does that exact same thing because your brain just sort of passes over detail.
There's no focal point to look at it. I have no idea what to look at. I have to, and if anything, put my hand on the comic and go, okay, that's a cop. and then he's behind a car. And okay, now move it and try to piece out what the hell's going on in this.
Yeah,
thing.
honestly, these
No, that's
panels.
totally
that-
fine. I think the big splash across the top is like, bam, we're in this shit. Whoa. We got choppers, we got SWAT, we got cops. Everyone's here. Mayday, the bank.
Mm.
But I love this. This again, this is like what, page 2, 3. I love this face right here, where it looks pretty good, this whole shot. But this one, when the
That
guy gets
eyeball.
yoinked up, she goes, "Who?"
That eye looks like a Cro-Magnon, like one of those, like you're seeing a documentary for ancient aliens or something.
Angus.
I'll fix it a little bit, but leave it kind of. That was very clever. I'm getting to be a pretty good YouTuber. I'm very illustrative. Like I was able to show you guys. I was able to give you a visit. Oh, that's nice. I was able to give you visual cues. Is that better? It's a little better. All right.
I don't mean to
about
bump
what I
out of
was
here
describing.
early, but
Hold
it
on.
is.
Monkey Jeebus. I've only read about 10 issues of Immortal Hulk. I really like what I've seen. I love when they show the fucking red She-Hulk harpy with was it Betty Ross? Freaking amazing. I haven't gotten to the explicit, I guess, trans rights element of the book, but that's fine. I don't really. Here's the thing. Trans is like a political bludgeon right now, but so you have like, it might be a corporate mandate, it might be an Al Ewing mandate in a story that he wants to shoehorn in, and Marvel's like, totally awesome, bro. But they are a reality. They are becoming more and more of it, at least a reality nuisance for people with their political victimhood, and also just in voting matters. This is a bludgeon, a trumped up controversy of civil rights. So to actually have someone incorporated, it's not like so far-fetched. It's like Catwoman saying white privilege. That sticks out because we're in this era where we have progressed over years, where now this is like thrown in our face every day. Everything's white privilege, math is racist, etc. Tear down Thomas Jefferson statues, etc. But yeah, it's one of those weird things where it's like, I don't have a problem if the writer wants to include that as a reality of the world now. But yeah, it's almost always going to be like one-sided. They're never going to engage to like, if they do engage, like the statistics, the Minecrafting problem of this demographic, it'll only be in the light of it's society making people do this. Nothing, no question of whether this is the right path to partake in life. So they're definitely going to pull their punches. But I don't know if you know that Joker comic where the side story has pregnant Joker puke up a mud baby. And everyone's like, oh, it's trans or whatever. This is woke. I think it's like a dumb Looney Tunes kind of gag. But to be sympathetic, and this is where you got to do your research, that writer, he got in trouble trying to be an advocate for the trans people. He made a trans X-Men character, but he killed it at some point in the story, made their life, put them at risk like all the other characters, and that one died, and they all jumped his ass on Twitter. And so working for the big two, this guy's probably scared to ever actually give them as little plot armor as every other character, treat them fairly. So even if it was a purposeful kind of trans thing, even though it's kind of humorous, you gotta understand the pressure these guys are under. Like, he's trying to be like nuanced with his representation, and he still gets jumped for it because they don't want equal treatment; they want kid gloves. So it's a mixed bag how to actually analyze those kind of entries. I just wanted to like be clear about that, because people will jump on that with like the initial visual meme and not look in the full context of like why maybe this guy would do this, whether it's corporate or it's like his own fear of his job security. So I'm a bit more sympathetic to that guy specifically.
And I think
That's what I'm
civil
right,
rights are
mentioned
fake
that.
and gay.
What's that?
I said, and I think civil rights are fake and gay.
I have as a mixed guy who grew up colorblind, I have my problems with civil rights as well. I don't have a team because I'm just Team America. So divvying up off of arbitrary demographics like race is not conducive to actual unity and harmony in this country. As much as it is like a manufactured whatever from like up top, I'd rather be on a let's mix everybody up so there's no racism because everyone is the same mixture, like the goobacks on South Park. I'd much rather have that than civil rights as we have it today.
All right. Well,
That
I
is,
do
the
want to.
saturation is turned up way too high.
Oh, you're good. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out because it's like technically late for me because I work nights. So I just
Okay.
had a little bit of time when I got off work.
Well, I
so
appreciate
figured
it.
I'd hang out. All right, no problem.
Yeah, everyone
Take
go
it easy.
subscribe to Outlawed Thoughts. I think Katie shared it earlier, but if she can help me share that again in the chat, go sub to Outlawed Thoughts. He's had a lot of good Rippaverse related commentary, EVS and whatnot. Nick Ricada. He has some good guests on streams as well. I think one of your first ones is a lawyer discussing the ISOM lawsuit. So he's got a wealth of knowledge. You're an accountant?
Auditor.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, take it easy.
Good,
Peace.
informed perspective. And yes, thank you, Leighton.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Hi. This is crazy. Everything is orange and blue. This does not look real, and yet the scene itself is very realistically portrayed. The colorist killed this book. Colorists, there are two of them, and neither of them helped the other one. Colorist fucking destroyed this book, and I'll tell you, if there was an editor, the editor would have fired both of these colorists and hired somebody competent. And there are plenty of good colorists around us, plenty of them. Gotta stay hydrated, my friends. Colorist is not only does the colorist suck at picking skin tones, and look at this. Like, again, this is a Caucasian woman. This is a Caucasian woman here. And her skin is orange. She looks like Starfire. When you see that, there's no possible way. When you look at that, there's no possible way that you think that this is a person, like a human being. You think she's an alien. And you'd be, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that.
Who?
Zoom in a little bit here. Let's take a look.
He does it. Yes.
Here's where we also went wrong. Artists like to do line work. We like to kind of sketch a little bit to sort of define and delineate things like this. Hey, colorists, when we do this, back the fuck off. You don't need to come in here and accentuate and model all of the line work that we're putting down here. You've made her look 100,000 years old. And already the line work is weird. Like I would have told Joe, like, don't do this. But look at this, like deep, dark crevices under the eyes here. Oh my God. Like
she's an old bag. That's why.
I guess so.
Even though
Page
before
27.
she's youthful and
Page
fertile,
27, this old
yeah,
bag.
that's funny that he's pointing that. I didn't think about that. Yeah, he made her look really fucking old in this panel.
Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. So I would tell Joe, like, hey, in the future, I want you to understand he's probably already done ALPHACORE number 2, but just be aware that your colorist all throughout this book is going to model your line work. It's going to put modeling down. It's going to make it look really weird, really weird. Here you have the main character who is Superman, essentially. So the whole thing about this book is that some deeply unpleasant individuals have become fascist super cops. And everyone in this book seems to deeply dislike each other. I was talking to my wife about this, and I said, it's really easy in general to write hatred. It's easy to write snarky kind of like bitterness and like people being cruel to each other.
I will
It's
say
easy
that
to
at
write
least
that.
in this
It's
one
hard
also
to write.
that they're showing him get shot with bullets and it bounce off. So we might not know all his powers and power level, but we do know bullets won't really kill him or hurt him. So that's at least something that it's telling us, which, you know, it's more than we could say about ISM 1 and 2. It's unless, as long as this is consistent, we see he's withstanding bullets. So if he gets shot later and he's like, well, then be like, well, no, then that's inconsistent. But at least they're showing this. This is kind of what we asked for the first two, is at least for the minimal, the smallest bit of something. Like, it's not achieving much. This is like the minimum requirement. is showing us the stuff.
It's funny. I gotta show this. We're looking at this. First off, Michael, I don't get what you're saying. You say keep comics great, but you wanks do not or just make fun of comic people. I don't understand what you're talking about, because I love this medium, even though it's new to me, generally speaking. So if you can clarify, I appreciate it. But I want to show this ALPHACORE trailer, because I don't know what the hell Eric's doing. And I want to re-highlight this trailer so maybe y'all will follow along and understand my confusion. All right, so.
Fluorspar can be an unpredictable city.
Wait, first off, this is like a DC Comics problem. As much as I hate Patrick Willems, he did a very good video years ago about DC Comics are retarded, in the sense that they make all these new cities for their characters, I guess, to avoid like any sort of copyright problems or landmark problems portrayed in their books. They just make everything new. Central City, for example. I can't remember where the hell Green Lantern lives. Metropolis, Gotham City, Themyscira example. Even though Themyscira is one of those like Latveria or whatever, it's a just made up place in a small location. You can whiff it, you know, plausibility. But here, you already have Dallas, Fort Worth. You got Austin, Houston, San Antonio. You got these like big hubs, El Paso in the west. And so when you make a whole new city and it's on some river, I don't know if there's any major river aside from the Rio Grande to have a Cincinnati or Brooklyn style suspension bridge. I mean, it's fine, I guess, if you want to fund it, but it's just like strange. From Oklahoma, like besides Rio Grande, there's not like just major rivers that deserve this kind of structure. So you're making like this like Texas, New York City. Even Dallas doesn't have that much of a skyline. And it's like, I don't think he'll ever incorporate the effect of Fluorspar on the rest of the state, it being a nation now. And then I don't think he's ever actually going to incorporate the outer world problems that come up with making Texas a nation, whether that means I think Oklahoma would probably be the first to join with Texas. We're kind of tied at the hip, just geographically. But if not, it'd be a huge international border. It would totally revolutionize Oklahoma as just a flyover state to a major border internationally. And so you'd get, you'd definitely build up Fort Sill. You'd probably build around like Durant, another big fort area to be weaponized, mobilized, whatever. You'd have a new border system if they didn't actually retake Texas like you have at the Rio Grande. There's just all sorts of things I don't think Eric is aware to actually invest to make it plausible for the world that he has made. He's just said a couple like fucking libertarian fantasies about the free nation of Texas without any depth. So that's already something, just awareness of the series so far is like, this guy does not know what the hell he's doing.
City. Affluency doesn't mitigate its problems.
Affluency. So he told whoever scripted this wrongly how to read that because he doesn't know how to talk. He jibber jabbers, mumble raps. And here it is. I told
The
Rookie
Turtle Fortress.
this is they have a Justice League helicarrier turtle shell. So imaginative.
I thought you were fucking with me when you told me that.
This is why we're deployed. But we've seen better days.
All right, so it's confusing because Yaira being in like her yoga gear from gym class seems like she just maybe ran into trouble, that she maybe just accidentally, had a scene. The cops are involved, then ALPHACORE responds because she's an accept. But then in ISOM 2, they indicate there's a history. If not in ISOM 1, they indicate there's a history with her. It's like, we told her to stay away, now she's back. And the Saskas are selling this in a recent post that she's an anti-hero, which is like, wait, what? I mean, it's fine if like she's clashing with ISOM, like the cover that, again, never happens. It's just one-sided. And he's not in his ISOM form at that point either. It's confusing. Again, because I think he's just ad-libbing as he goes. He's talking about his universe Bible and stuff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Also, she's up in the air whipping Yaira, which is like, okay, fine. Maybe she whips her, then she gets yoinked in the air. But then she's trying to engage her in the air. And it turns out she doesn't fly. So
yeah, that's true.
You're selling this dynamacy, if that's a word, to an audience for a potential animated series. And this is a total missell. You're going to disappoint your audience. Like, well, I was really excited for this fucking whip lady. And then, oh, she can't fly. Why the hell did you sell it this way?
Well, it almost comes off like a Marvel trailer nowadays that like will show you misinformation.
All right there. This is the other big thing. This is some Omni-Man shit. This is some Homelander shit right here. This lighting is ominous. This says villain, especially if you're buying this because you're a Rippa fan and he's anarcho-capitalist. He hates the state in all of its forms. And these are cops. You're thinking about, oh wow, this is like fascism in some respect, that you have superheroes lording over regular humanity. This is like the fear of the X-Men, especially in Marvel Comics, is you don't know where they're coming from. It's just a born attribute. You don't know if they're going to be villains or not. And if they are with the government, this is like the Dark Knight Returns. This is the misgivings that Batman has with Superman, is that you think you're great, but you're just doing whatever the state tells you. You're not really administering justice necessarily. You're a fucking nuclear weapon for America and whatever agenda it has. Same as Captain America in Civil War, where he's like, yeah, we need our anonymity, we need our freedom, because you never know who's in control of the state. It turns out a Fourth Reich was in control of S.H.I.E.L.D. this whole time.
Well, not just that, but then also all these other 17 different shadow organizations are also in S.H.I.E.L.D. essentially as agents.
Yeah, so this is
the Black Widow people, the Skrulls, whatever.
Honestly, this would be cooler. I was going into this thinking ALPHACORE are bad guys that, they're for the state, but it's nefarious in some way, even if it's maybe if it's not even their purpose, but that they are tools of the state being pointed in directions that they're not fully aware of what they're doing. They think they're doing a service, but actually they're fucking tyrants. That's what this cell gives me visually, especially when it's a Superman, and we already have the boys and Omni-Man and Brightburn as Superman satires, and the Watchmen as well. Right there. Look at that face. It changes for no reason, because he probably shot this to 2 or more studios to create. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. Look at that face. All right. It's very masculine and defined, sharp features. This is very villainous looking, or at least angry, but if not villainous. And then I've lightened up.
Pretty
in
chill
that
now.
second.
Memory guy.
Then why are we just now debriefing?
This mission is not complete.
I only know of her. Our lack of data collection is a problem.
Valdez.
Wow, kids! These same
Data
people
collecting.
are gonna be like, "Oh, the prequels suck. It's a tax dispute in Naboo with the Trade Federation." And then this guy, being with the ability, having all these Star Wars channels around him, should be aware at least. He's watched Star Wars. He should be aware at least of the controversy of the prequel, especially Episode 1 with its trade dispute and all that. Even though it also tries to sell itself as like a kid-friendly movie. This has been talked to death by everyone that hates the prequels. And then you got a great example in a smaller window of like, what the fucking kid would want to read this? Again, Rippa, I think, does not understand comics on a fundamental level that regardless of how adult you're making it, at the end of the day, you have to make characters that like their archetypical template is something a kid would want to be. A kid cannot understand, or maybe shouldn't even witness, Punisher stories, especially like Punisher Max, whatever. They're so graphic and violent. But at the end of the day, a kid can see that. He's wearing black. He's got a trench coat. He's got fucking guns unlimited, firing at bad guys. He's got a skull on his chest. That is cool. Maybe kids understand this is kind of dark, but he's still a good guy, arguably. And so a child could see Punisher and be like, I want to be Punisher. He's cool. He's got guns. Pow, 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 pow. You know, it's kind of the same venue of like, I want to be a cowboy. Pow, pow, pow. Take that, Indians. Get off my land. He doesn't get the appeal. He doesn't get the child-centered appeal of comics that's in all of us. That's why no matter what we argue about Spider-Man and his history and the depth of his story, at the end of the day, there's that kid in you. It's like, I would love to have fucking spider webs to swing around New York. That's cool. I want to punch Doc Ock and Green Goblin. He doesn't get this. There's no appeal.
I'm aware of your investigative talents. Braxwell spoke highly of you, and that's why you're on this team.
Wait, is this like her first day?
No, but she is the third wheel. It was Solari, and then he teamed up with Braxwell, and then they say in the comics she just joined as the third wheel.
It just seems like a weird dialogue that he's like, "This is why we have chosen you to be a team member," just like Braxwell. I'm like, I don't know if that's what the conversation led into. They just start saying these things.
All right, so I got this stupid debriefing.
She's not going to say anything until she's all the way in the room.
Local law enforcement handles itself very well.
So he does.
And it's like you wasted like 3 seconds of animation just for her to walk and hand over a file. It's like
honestly, I'm kind of like, yeah, why are we waiting?
That'd be something that's fine to cut from this. That would be in your movie or show. Is like you expedite. You're trying to get every ounce out of this. He probably spent 100,000 or more to make this, I think. And it's only like 2.5 minutes. And so you got to be thinking about like fine tuning this shit. Again, they got to work with what the story is that they got. And yeah, okay, here's more.
Others don't even attempt to act as if they are. Either way, we're involved.
See, this is menacing. Even if he is stopping property damage, you got all these cops there, and then him just like, the way he's standing over in the menace of the music and the vocal narration of Solari. This is all menacing, which could be cool. But then you read this comic, as you'll see with the ES, and it's not a menacing pitch or tone.
No, exactly. Oh, you have a from Katie, by the way.
What's that?
You have a super chat from Katie.
Whoa. Oh, there it is. I sense sexual tension between those two. Do you mean Brian and Braxwell? I totally agree. Hold on. Got to cut for.
Chickens in the chat. Chickens in the chat. All the time. Chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. Chickens all the time. Chickens all the time. Chickens in the chat.
Chickens in the chat. Let's celebrate Katie's.
Chickens in the chat.
Celebrate her super chat. Thank you so much for the support and being a member. Again, you can join the channel for just $1. I think it got approved. You can join us 10. It says merch because I had to just say that to get it approved, but I want to do like raffles every month. So you join the $10 tier. Everything will be auctioning through like a raffle or whatever of members would be like, I don't know, $40 or more. So $10 entry. I pay the shipping. You're in pay the $10 for membership every month, then you're in for monthly raffles. I got like a cool Batman Lego set. I'll show them later, but that's appreciate the support. Let me finish this video and then we'll get to the chat and then get back
to I was gonna say real quick, they should have, the way I would have used the animation if they're going to is to really show the emotions on the faces of people, like their reactions. You can cut to from one to the other. You can do a one shot of them doing something and like really do the things that you can't do in your comic book, essentially. Try to enhance it.
Rookie, you're talking sense and logic about craft.
Yeah, especially since it's like less.
You realize we're here at the Rippaverse.
I know. Sometimes I forget. I know.
Caffeine Wolf's an editor on ALPHACORE. So, what are you talking about, buddy? You need to, like The Last Jedi, you need to lower your expectations.
Of course.
Not everyone will agree with our status.
See, that's a really cool setup of a Magma Man. He's like Magma the Thing. And you're like, oh, man, he's going to take on Superman. We're talking templates here. He's going to take on Superman. How's that going to, will we see like this affect him? Will he have more counters versus Superman? It's kind of invincible. And then you'll see here.
If that can be said for anything.
Wow, a wooden desk to defeat the Magma Man. It'd be one thing if it was like, all right, the magma burnt up most of it, but he's got like a leg or something and go like, But no, he's got a whole desk that's been burned by magma, but somehow still structurally intact.
May I remind you both, we're ALPHACORE, and failure is not what we do.
Yeah! We do not fail.
If you see, I think in ISOM 2, when they're doing their debrief, it's like, let's talk about yesterday's disaster. I love it. I love it so much. All right, let's get back to EBS. I think this goes hand in hand with examining this book. And it's like I feel like I was duped because I really was thinking, first off, ISOM 1 seems like, all right, man, this is an anti-hero or villain, and that's fine. And that makes a lot more sense. But then ISOM 2 is like, no, he is the good guy. He was the good guy this whole time. And then they introduce ALPHACORE, and it's like, well, these got to be the bad guys, maybe, from the state. So it's like confusing for the public. Kind of got a boys thing going on. No, they're good too. And then all the villains have just their name is their villainy. Galvin, as you'll see, like that's his name. He's not Electro Man or anything. The only superhero name or identity is Braxwell, which is confusing because they're all cops. So Brian Solari is his name. He doesn't even shorten it to just Solari, Ingrid Valdez. That's how her hero is known as a cop in this world. But then there's Braxwell. And it's like, wait, he's McLovin? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't know.
tenderness and friendliness. It's hard to write Superman. Superman would have compassion on this guy. You know what I mean? Superman would just kind of like be very friendly and likable in this scenario. He'd recognize that this guy's a desperate human who couldn't hurt him, and therefore he's going to go to jail. But I'm Superman, not worried about it. This guy's screaming. He's shooting bullets, and Joe Bennett has the bullets piercing him. These are supposed to be ricocheting off of his bulletproof skin or whatever it is, but they appear from the angle of the gun to actually be piercing the Superman character here, who is mean to him, who is excessively cruel. A man who has Superman's powers, we would admire him much more if he disarmed him and handed him over to the police, but instead he lets him go. This is like a weird panel here because here's the thing. All right, so I'm holding you, I'm taking off your bomb jacket, and then I'm gonna let you fall, but you're basically the same size in this panel, which doesn't denote that he's dropped you or that you're falling. You have to really look at that carefully to see that he's falling. While I'm throwing the bomb vest, I guess, into space, but it doesn't even look like he threw it very far. He just kind of lobbed it. It's going to land in the street. Meanwhile, this guy, he falls into the pool. Boom. The bomb blows up, I guess, in the sky. Lands in the pool. Superman here picks him up. This is just great. I mean, Joe Bennett is drawing some really, really nice layouts here. As I look at this, I really like it. I like the way he filled up the page here. I love just when you have a page that it's obviously it's rectangular, to use up the most space that you can is to go from corner to corner, and you're going to get the most action, the most movement. You can do it this way too. Joe's doing that here. He's just kind of taking the whole page corner to corner and really giving you as much of this character as he possibly can. I admire his pencils for the most part. All throughout this book, faces, however, become distorted, silly, ugly, hard to look at. I don't think there's a female character in here. I don't think he draws her in an attractive way even once. I really don't understand that. Anyway, good stuff here again, having to draw this guy here with the gun and the helmet and everything and the police. And this is all top-notch pencil work from Joe Bennett, who is being utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I don't have much to comment on this part because there's
some of the most
pencil work,
attractive.
So.
Yeah, I agree.
So in the chat know if they're like, why aren't they saying anything? It's like, well, that's why.
No, I'm just taking in what Evie is saying, honestly. But since you cut, it's perfect time to address the chat more. Every time I see her like this, I can't help but think of Mint Salad. I'm talking about Yaira.
Yeah.
Yaira 1, she will also get her super suit. Yeah. She's an anti-hero. Are there any genuine heroes in this universe as KSS? Yes. Am I supposed to say Kiss when I read your name? Or could you spell out how I'm supposed to address you?
Just
K triple S.
And then
just a bunch of assholes. Exactly. Hello, OJ Simpson. This is Monkey Jeebus. I have a guy you might be looking for. I bet the animation studio people probably didn't know she could fly or not. Keck. Exactly. Because he's holding everything back. Sketchbook. Again, I don't know if Sketchbook, if you saw my newest video, but I dedicated it to you because you kind of reinforced me watching. I already had my eye on it and I mentioned that, but you kind of reinforced me to check it out. And thanks to you and your super chat specifically, it's highlighted in the video. You highlighted a great cut to analyze. So thank you, Sketchbook. Let me see. They all wear the same clothes. Yeah, they never explain is green the color of the flag of Floor or something? Is that why the uniform? Because they got the super cops that aren't superheroes, but they're cops in riot gear all the time in green. If you don't think,
I feel like it's almost the thing with
it's so good.
It could be a thing in Dragon Ball when they go to a different planet for the first time to Piccolo's planet, Namek. They weren't very creative on that planet. They made the sky green and the grass blue. That's what this kind of feels like. Instead of
Doctor Strange.
No, I said in Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball.
When they go to Piccolo's planet for the first time, Planet Namek, they change the sky so the sky is green and the grass is blue. And it's like, yeah, that's okay, I guess, but it's not very creative ultimately, you know.
Monkey Jeebus says it's supposed to be ALPHACORE, but Eric July is only fluent in Ebonics, trying to pretend he has street cred. Well, again, I think the Ebonics is put on because you see Fletch People's Problem. They found that clip that kind of indicates Jasmine is a lost love who also went to, I think, WNBA and became lesbian. So that's interesting. But you watch that video and he's like wearing the same kind of garb he does now. So he's maintained like his stylistic choice of attire, like it or not, and beard. But he sounds like he's been white raised. He sounds, yeah, this is my first, like, you know, independent record that we're dropping. I got my right hand woman, Jasmine. He just sounds like a genuine guy that likes rap rock, but he doesn't sound like he's putting on any Ebonics or any of that shit. So when you watch him, like, oh, some kind of way I'm moving differently. What it is all that, and all the nigga in every fucking video and stuff and stream. It's all put on. It's all, you know, he's playing up the black for the audience because it helps win people over. Like, I'm helping a black man in the conservative movement against the woke Marvel. If he was just like a Thomas Sowell, a Clarence Thomas, a is that Ben guy that was in Trump's cabinet? He was a presidential nominee. You know, I think he's a doctor. Yeah, Ricky wouldn't know, but I'm letting the chat. I'm asking the chat. I can't remember his name, but that guy, you know, he I'm pretty sure he doesn't talk Ebonics or nothing. He's just like, if you heard him on the phone, you'd be like, oh, that's a nice white guy I talked to. Because he's not playing up anything. He's just, you know, he's educated and doesn't talk down and, you know, play himself downward. They ripped those screen tubes out of her. Yeah. All right, let me get back to this video.
Colors. The loudest, noisiest, unrealistic color scheme, color palette that I've ever seen. But then again, I mean, you know, Joe does. Oh, look at this right here. Good God, this is what I'm talking about. Let me zoom in on this.
Wait.
These
colors, I gotta address the.
I'm telling you right now.
I gotta address this. Sean Farrell or Farrell says, imagine doing cosplay for a giant character you don't even know anything about. That's kind of the joke. Is that like, she's pretty much the only person cosplaying this shit character because no one actually gives a fuck about Rippaverse. This is YouTube / political merch.
I think Krista Nova did once, and
yeah, else like some meetup. But there was also like Gina Carano there, so it was a way to like kind of diversify her pandering for live streams or something. So yeah, that wasn't just a genuine. I've seen green-haired anti-liberal. She's cosplayed Yaira, or maybe Yaira and Ingrid. I think she's done one or the other. I think she's done Ingrid for sure. Maybe Yaira too. And I think she has a picture with Rippa. So she's like a genuine fan, but there's no real fandom here. Besides, like, maybe some artists like, oh, let me draw this, but, you know, maybe it'll get in fan art and this will help promote people reaching out to me or get hired on by Rippa. So there's like ulterior motives behind even fan art by most of these people, which is fine. It's a fine way to kind of shop yourself, but you know, it's like, well, you're excited to make this art because Rippa's made millions, and so you think you can get a piece of the pie.
I would put them in a camp. I'd put them behind barbed wire if I could. This is a fucking disaster here. And then people work hard on this. You know, Joe, there we go. Joe works hard on this, and he's already having a little bit of trouble. Like the mouth is too small and everything, and that eye is too small, and it's a little bit
her forehead to her nose.
It's a little bit not quite right. But to add insult to injury, the colorist is following through. This is just kind of a shadow line here, and it ends right there, right? And it's in the wrong place already. But the colorist follows it through with modeling. Look at this. Follows it through. and it just makes it look like her eye is like bulging out of her fucking head. And you got to tell these guys, you got to be like, hey, even though I put those black lines there, I don't want you to follow through. I don't want you to create a crease in her face. I want you to just understand that that could be something other than that. I want you to think, you know, that's I want you to understand like human anatomy and color appropriately, paint appropriately. Look at everybody's orange.
Yeah, Orange Man bad.
What is this?
What
is this? Yeah.
She need an eye wrangler, says Sean Farrell.
All right, we got light coming this way. Nose. Okay, and there's a.
It's not ice on. Can he fly?
Just kill this right here. Dark. Shadow.
He's just doing what he can. And he's like, all right, let me try to fix.
Belong here.
Let me try to fix this puppy.
Shadow right here. Shadow.
I wasn't sure if those lines on the top of his head were supposed to be for his hair or shadow. Because
black.
No, I think it's very clear the intention is.
Well, no, but I get that. I can see that. But at first glance, you could think that's a hairline of some kind with how big his forehead is, too.
Yeah. It's not horrible, but I feel like his eyes aren't lining up as far as direction of pupils or they're pointing. This is the thing you'll notice more as we go through this.
Under the lip here. Go ahead and connect it there. Under black. And at this rate, you're going to have a little bit of a shadow coming off the nose. Like that, a little bit. I don't know what all this extraneous stuff is. I don't know what this is here. I don't know what this is here. I don't know what this is here. But it's just really tough to look at. Makes it real hard to look at. And then I don't know why the light source is going this way here. Maybe there's a reason for it. They're in a room, interior lighting. Okay. I'm sorry for this, guys. Apologize. And I'm sorry to joke, too. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I entirely blame your inker. I entirely blame your colorist. You're a hell of an artist. Like, this is really nice. It really is nice. You do great work. All of the extra information here, like, he's had some cantaloupe, he's got some coffee, he's really having a nice breakfast here.
God damn, I want some cantaloupe. Fuck you, EVS, for pointing that out. I love cantaloupe.
I mean, that's a lot of work and a lot of
It's one thing to have seen like your boy Zach through his history react or point out things in videos. It's another thing to see an artist with such great art like EVS flip the page and just be like instant revulsion to solidify. What we're saying. I mean, again, the art could be shit and the story great, but just I think it goes hand in hand because lack of oversight of like, whoa, like you're a great artist, Joe Bennett. Again, you've done Immortal Hulk and got this whole history behind you, but you need to fix this. This is fucking terrible.
Okay. I don't care. This is art. This is ugly, obviously. This is great right here, but again, it's the colors, man. What is with the pizza? Why is he flying over? This is not what the ground looks like. Have you ever been on an airplane? Unless a fucking nuclear bomb has gone off over here somewhere, the ground does not look like this. It's not fucking on fire.
And that was the ground.
Unless it's on fire. Is the floor lava?
Like
What, you didn't realize that was the ground?
That looks like lava.
Yeah, because we're going to the Justice League Turtle Shell helicarrier, and we're over you're seeing like the outer. You might be seeing somewhere out here is Isom's ranch outside Florence Park.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe that's like a coded thing for the future of like, yeah, we've seen like the location of Isom. We kind of got a geographic location understanding.
We'll hit the ranch
series.
after we deal with Yaira.
The colors killed this book. It is so unpleasant to look at. This is fine. I like the little Superman thing here. I like this. That's nice. This is really good too. He comes down for a landing. I
just wish you would point out how uninspiring this fucking helicarrier is. It's literally just a turtle shell with ports on it.
Yeah,
like just so you have the tower.
Is that why their costumes are green? Because they're turtle people. Like
they're turtly enough for the Turtle Club. No, it's just Jesus Christ, so horrible, man. Like if you don't know, and we'll get to it. I don't know if you guys ever summarized this, but this whole book is like it's like a bad cut of the Avengers with Hawkeye downing the helicarrier, or attempting to. That's what this book becomes. And the way they go about it is not smart at all. It's like these heroes are the dumbest they're cops somehow, but they're like the dumbest fucking people. They all hate each other. Well, I guess Ingrid and Solari do. She's a total bitch all the time. And Braxwell has like 2 lines in the whole book, so you have no idea who the character is. We'll get to it.
Throughout this book, I don't want to criticize Chuck Dixon's writing too much. These people all hate each other. And I think, one of the reasons why that's going on is because, let me just let's take a break here and understand where Chuck Dixon's coming from. Chuck Dixon got this book here. It's called ALPHACORE. And he sees that first word there, ALPHACORE. Chuck Dixon hangs out with Vox Day a lot. And Vox Day has an entirely unique kind of religion built around what it means to be an alpha, which I'm quite sure that Chuck Dixon has picked up. And he's got a video here called the Socio-Sexual Hierarchy, what it means to be an alpha. Let's watch a little of this real quick here.
And today we're going to talk more about the socio-sexual hierarchy that I introduced in a previous Voxversity. The primary ranks from top to bottom are alpha, beta.
If you're looking for delta, a man with the bulge in his pants,
gamma, and omega. Now, it's important to keep in mind that these are just names. They're just
Eddie
signifiers.
Spaghetti.
They don't mean anything in and of themselves. The alpha is the highest sociosexual rank. And like every other rank, it is at its core a pattern of behavior. And these patterns of behavior are not only significant, they're extremely useful, because in addition to allowing us to identify ourselves and others and where we rank in comparison to them in terms of status and other things,
he shows this for a couple minutes
to better understand
before going away
their behavior.
What's that?
So he shows this for a couple minutes before going back to the ALPHACORE stuff.
Okay, I'm looking at the colorists. There's 2 colorists. It's Michael Bartolo and Tiago del Bio. It's 2 L's, so I'm assuming it's Bio because it's Brazil, so Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, which is Latin, so 2 L's should be if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is an interesting video though. Let me see. Get through.
I think the L key fast forwards 10 seconds, I think.
There you
go. The only characters in this that I like are actually the 2 criminals. The 2 criminals here who are seen having breakfast together that we just...
Wait, I gotta address this. This is really good commentary. Or inquiry, I guess. My sketcher says, how can they afford all this? Does Forspark have a shit ton of pay pigs? Why does it have cannons? Yeah, here's the pitch to the back of the book. All right, at the end, it says the duo became a trio with the addition of Ingrid Valdez. Together, they nullify except-related threats that, let me stress this, threats that occasionally plague this affluent city. All right, occasionally, once in a blue moon, we might have this problem.
And so we need this big turtle shell base.
Because think about how expensive it is to maintain this hovering helicarrier turtle shell over floor spark and pay the salaries of these super cops. On top of it, you'll see later the like police headquarters in floor spark is like it's the size of Lucas Oil Stadium of the Indianapolis Colts. It's literally proportionally that huge. I've been to that stadium. It is literally called, they call it the barn, and it's shaped just like Lucas Oil Stadium. And I looked up New York for example of probably the biggest police precincts. They have about 36,000 cops for all of New York that has up to like 8 million people. 36,000 cops. That's like fragmentary proportions. And then you got to assume there's X-ups all over the world, unless they're like crafted in the lab, which we don't know yet. If not Jesus, I'm assuming it's some sort of lab thing that ISOM is a I don't know. I think they hint that like Solari was just a soldier, then he did like a super soldier program, became Superman.
He trained his body to do many things except for one.
But yeah, that whole like, how are they funding this, especially with like Texas and this libertarian wet dream? But then like he's showcasing this mega police force in this like libertarian state of Texas that, you know, it's all confusing to say the least. And then you just think about the money. Where's it coming from? Like, I think Texas doesn't do income tax, so they have limited means to like fund state agencies compared to other states. So I don't know. Thank you for that. This is part of the world frustration I have, including, you know, it's supposed to be a giant city. How is this affecting Texas and its proportions?
And then we also see their giant freaking farm or their giant police barn or whatever.
Yeah.
Just looked at are the only ones who I could stand to be in the same room with for more than 10 minutes. You know, they're sitting there. Yeah, they're criminals. They stole some money. You know, they're doing some stuff. But in general, they just seem to be kind of laid back. These guys, the villains are assholes. And I mean, the heroes are assholes in this. Throughout, they're mean to each other. They're cruel to each other. Let me read some super chats here and get caught up a little bit here. Thank you. Like, you're some members. Oh, Dick's out for Dixon. Gab says James Gardner. Erica June is the biggest problem in the universe. I don't know what her name is. I guess it's Valdez. This book needed to tell us why a superhero being of incredible power would decide to become a cop and work for the government. It fails at this. Vito. Immediately, this character. All right. Let me get back to the review. Thank you for getting me right back there again, because you made me that made me angry. It's not good. Here we go. Switch around. All right. So anyway, oh my God, dude. See what I'm saying with the faces? This character here, I can't remember what her name is. I guess it's Valdez. She doesn't look attractive in this book even once. I don't know what is going on with the faces here. And everything else is so nicely drawn. Like, when you look at this and you go, oh man, he drew this chair. Some of this has to be 3D. I'm not sure. I think Joe pencils like by hand. I think he does. I'm not sure. He could just be this fucking great. So much beautiful stuff here. These great computers. She looks good here. And then you got this. and the thing about it is this is a focal point. Like, the face is a focal point here. Oh, I just want to I want to go in and like fix it. Let's fix her chin, you know. It's like, and you fuck that up, and it's like everything's fucked up. The book is filled with hideous people. I mean, I don't want to look at this guy for very long at all. Right. Just unlikable, just douchebags. Just douchebags. All right, so there's a fight scene, and this is a weird thing. Like, here comes this guy, Ricky Ritardo. He comes in and he kicks the electric guy in the face. And then this is really confusing here. I guess there's a pipe here. He sees a pipe, and he kicks the pipe, I guess.
Oh my god!
And then water squirts out of it. I don't believe it. I just don't believe
this
it.
is retarded because I was a short time as in, industrial plumbing as an apprentice for a while, and it makes no sense because this is like you see where he fights. This is an apartment complex, but he kicks this like pipe. Why would this be in a walk area? It makes no sense. It's not like a spigot. It's not a hydrant. It's just a random loop of pipe contrived in the plot. And it's like you just had to do like 5 seconds of thought. Like, all right, where could he find water? Like, apartment complexes will have some of them will have like spigots along the walkway every so many like units or something, because you might need water to like power wash if you hire a company like power wash the siding or something. It just takes a moment of thought, Eric. This is why this whole universe is so frustrating, because again, my pitch of what this book is what if you gave a 5-year-old $1 million to make a Justice League comic?
Well, there should just be a whole fucking fire hydrant there. Like, that would be way more believable. There should be a fire hydrant there, and he kicks that over or something. He's strong enough to kick that over, and that would shoot water out. A little pipe on the ground. I don't know. I don't buy it at all. More hideous colors, more terrible colors. Great artwork drowned out by some of the most horrific.
Look at that. That is the barn. That is the police headquarters. Look how huge that is. Again, think of proportions.
Insane.
New York City has 36,000 policemen, give or take, for upwards of 8 million people they're policing. Just think of that perspective and look at this giant. This is again from a anarcho-capitalist libertarian. Not to say that he can't have like law and order in his universe to make sense, but this is the like wires being crossed of like people backing this are expecting like his personality in these books to some extent, him being I'm non-woke, I'm not putting politics in my book. I really think you need politics in your books to make sense of when you have like state sanctioned super people policing a giant city. And this is an independent nation that you've hinted at a civil war to get Texas as a nation. You would think he would like spritz in some libertarian anarcho perspective into his book, making this kind of fiction. It's this just goes to show he's just ad-libbing as he goes. He has no idea. This whole I got a universal Bible. He probably has like 3 lines, and one of them is like no multiverse, no timelines, and that's it. His universe Bible is just that Rippaverse ethics crap, which he will he'll dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge around his own words when he gets stuck and be like, well, soft reboots are part of the game, and then all of his NPCs will parrot his, just like his 3D assets. He lied about it not even a week before making a video like, whatever, I got 3D assets in my book. I wish there wasn't as many, but whatever, it's an industry practice. When again he's fighting the industry, trying to subvert the standard practices of the industry and the status quo. It's what a charlatan.
Coloring ever. This is a strange thing here. I like Vito was just saying, I don't understand why Superman is snottily and sarcastically reporting to this general here. I see us as a force multiplier. That's where you're wrong, says this guy behind it. This is Superman. And he's a Superman. He's not even like our Superman, who's like a nice guy, like who's going to work for the government, who believes in America. Like, he's a fascist, like, asshole. That's where you're wrong. You aren't even first responders. To put it bluntly, your squad is a last resort. When law enforcement buys or runs into an except problem they can't handle, and that's where y'all come in. Yeah, freak calls. You're like a teenager. You're addressing him like you're a snotty teenager here. Look, the media's all over this Texas trust thing this morning.
It's funny in the chat y'all mentioned roads.
We don't need roads.
Well, I saw that. That was good. But
No
let me
Sereno.
address the road problem of the Rippaverse.
Damn level 1 rookie, childish kindergarten ass made argument that you throw out there is what about the roads? You must drive on the roads. You must hate the roads. You think we ain't feel all the things that could stump libertarians, which tend to be smarter people. They tend to get that by way of economic reasons. And you somehow think that the thing that's gonna stump us and be like, damn, fuck this libertarian shit is the motherfucking roads. Jesus Christ. Walter Block has a long form write-up of the privatization of roads and highways. This is level 1 shit. Just because maybe you can't figure it out, which is okay. This is why we're for free markets. It's because you can't figure out how minus taxation, people would say, damn, I need to get over there. What if we built a goddamn flat space? If you think people can't figure
What if we built it?
Or you can't figure out how people would do that, so you. That's okay. This is why we're free market. Let the smart.
So how do you get those
figure
people
that
to
shit
do
out
that?
and allocate those resources? But I promise you, homies, you not fooling now libertarian by bringing up them bitch ass roads. Fuck them hoe ass roads.
Fuck them hoe ass roads. Roads. We don't need them hoe ass roads.
Well, it's just funny because, like, well, this is how you end up getting toll roads that are marked up, and people can't afford to properly transit, and so then you have to worry about public transportation, and that'll be privatized, and it's just a whole problem there, Eric. You fucking idiot. This is why you have, regardless of the pork barrel spending and whatnot, you need a government that has standards and regulations so things are built right. Because you could make a road privately, like Lightning McQueen when he gets caught by the cops in cars and he just fucking rushes the job. He's like, well, I paved the road. It's shitty and worse off actually, but it's paved, and that's what you get potentially. So I love. I haven't seen that whole clip. That's hilarious to see the whole context of his fucking roads rant. So, to the chat's concern of Floor Sparks Road, fuck them hoe ass roads.
I just need y'all to cool it. Cool it how, Chief? Only fly when it's absolutely necessary. There's no need for y'all to be on patrol all the time. Until this media circus dies down, keep a low profile. So Braxwell and me flying overlook and stopping problems before they escalate is a bad thing? Are you a woman?
This right here.
I'm like when you're reading panels to me, I was like, oh my god, like just every set, like okay, what the last guy said was understandable enough, a little wordy but understandable enough, and then there's plans. So I'm gonna repeat what you said, interpreting it differently, and then say it this way, and then so that's our whole conversation for the next page or two.
You know what Eric's trying to do here? He's trying to do this like childish, juvenile interpretation of superheroism, where it's like, well, you must stack because you have the power. He's trying to, I think, subconsciously do this like objectivist viewpoint of like, well, you must stack. It's like Incredibles 2, the whole argument is like, oh, they stopped the robber. It's like, look at all the property damage you caused fighting this robber, when if we just let him rob the place, it would have been insured and way less damage. You've actually cost the city more. And the whole view of the Incredibles, like, no, we have to act. We have the ability. It's implicit. We must act, and they kind of are proven right in the end because the plot is written that way. But this is like a legitimate argument, and this is why superhero comics are a great avenue for like arguing philosophical approaches to like power and legislating, judiciating power and whatnot over populace, protecting them. How far do you go? How much do you have to intervene? Someone's going to die or get hurt regardless of how much work you do. This is kind of the long defeat of heroism that Tolkien and is implicit in Batman. You know, and this juvenile take of like, wait, so you're saying it's like, dude, do you not realize like there's way more than just, oh, you stop a guy? It's like, what about all the collateral damage building wise? Also, there's this argument of like, all right, you've intervened. Maybe that bomb would have went off and killed people, but like you have to let the average humans have some control. Otherwise, again, you lean into this like fascist you know, super person takeover, this tyranny that is an implicit argument of why people would be against them in the first place. It's that whole like greater power incites greater opposition. It's an escalation. It's a classic argument in superheroism.
Well, and I think part of it also definitely, I think just right alongside that is, you know, if ALPHACORE, Superman people always, they seem to, you know, come just in the nick of time quite often. Well, then that's the expectation people might have. And then, you know, when they don't come, then it's like, oh, well, I don't know, last time they showed up, like, why didn't they show up this time? And then it's like a weird,
you really got to hold your punches, because then you get something like Suicide Squad with Will Smith where it's like, wait, why the hell have like Superman, Wonder Woman not shown up? This is like a pretty big deal going on.
Yeah, and I feel like honestly, it probably worked better if the police force was not doing so good at first, right now, or however long, or after the Civil War thing, because like this would make more sense why ALPHACORE is necessary, and then they're trying to get the police force to the point where they're doing so good that the ALPHACORE is only needed a little bit, but we skip all the stuff that might have happened that was interesting about it, and it's like, no, they do pretty good, but then we also help sometimes too, and we don't need you to fly around all the time. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like we skipped the really good meaty parts that would be their discussions, you know.
Yeah, some good commentary here in the chat. Let me continue this.
You're like, you know, either you're a soldier working for this guy, or you're not. Like, make up your mind. Like, oh, so it's a bad thing that I know that the rules are that I'm only supposed to be helping, like, intervene when there are, like, you know, super villains out there, like people with powers. But like, I just stepped in and did this thing, and like, you know, even though it was outside of my jurisdiction, but I did stop it. So what are you saying? It's like a bad thing that I did that? Yes, it's a bad thing. That's what he's saying, asshole.
Well, it's retarded too, because like they're trying to use this to exposit to the audience the parameters that the ALPHACORE work under. But it's really retarded when it's an actual top leader member of the super police force contingent questioning, what do you mean? I'm only supposed to do this stuff? Oh.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, fucking idiot.
If you were a man and a soldier and an actual alpha, like, you would actually understand that. Oh, wait, he's being a beta here. This is beta core. I see. Reassuring to the populace that they had air cover. Damn it, Solari. You're not in the army now. This is about policing, not war. And he says sarcastically, yes, sir. Your squad is of value to the city, to the force. But sometimes being a cop takes diplomacy. This is all making sense. Yes, sir. This is sarcasm. God forbid the mayor calls for an oversight study, sarcastically saluting him like a fucking shithead. If that's all, Chief, do I have permission to fly, sir? Get out of here. Look at this. Hey, you sure showed him.
Oh, this pissed me off too. This salute. All right, I was telling Ricky about this. I was in the army. All right, so if I'm wearing a hat, here's how you salute. Tip of your finger on the brim of your hat. All right. You're not saluting indoors like this. This is retarded. This is like some Gomer Pyle shit. Or like an idiot that's never been in the military, seen military stuff. This is like, oh, yes, sir. Not militaristic, especially a guy from the military. And it's like, again, this is my irritation with comics like Planet Hulk, or not Planet, World War Hulk. and comes back to Earth. There's like already tanks mobilized in New York City to fight the Hulk. And it's like, yes, there's a base. There's like a AGR, Active Guard Reserve base in New York. But just think about all the traffic. Like, you're not just going to jump right away. This is my irritation with comics, where people don't do any research about the military to make it plausible, because they just ham-fisting plots with no plausibility. And that's what you're going to get in Meth Gator. Issue 2, the military is chief in the first half of the book as a QRF responding to Meth Gator. And I'm trying to figure out exactly where I want. It's probably going to be Special Forces, not Navy SEALs. They kind of have a lot of the same kind of units. So it's not crazy to have Special Forces have amphibious units. It's going to be a trifecta, air, land, and sea, responding to Meth Gator, trying to pincer move him on all three facets, land, air, and sea. And it's not a immediate thing. It works for the plot I'm writing from issue 1 and issue 2. He's got to go somewhere. It takes time. It takes time to have a QRF. There's a flight time as the crow flies with the chopper to infill your troops in their location, get ready, get set, because that's really an ambush that's taking place as well. Even though they're reacting, they have a pinpoint location to go to. It's just, I don't know. I really hate this kind of shit. And just like simple fucking look, Google how to salute. Google soldier saluting. You're going to get this, you know. You're not going to get it indoors. This is retarded. He should just be at attention like he is, and then, you know, about face and fucking dip out because you've been dismissed.
Yeah.
This is irritating so much. This is a Joe Bennett problem too, because like Chris were like, all right, he's, you know, blah blah and salutes, yes sir. Fucking Google shit, man. You don't even got to watch documentaries about the military and things. Just fucking Google search a salute and mimic that. Bring that to life in your page. Jesus Christ! You can look up cops saluting. There's, you know, there's movies with this. Fucking Departed has people in uniform at funerals and shit. Come on. Even the other guys, a comedy about cops, has more accurate representation of like military ceremony.
You acted like a 13-year-old girl. Awesome. My least favorite scene in the book. Who cares? All right. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The book is incredibly unpleasant, is what I'm trying to say. It's people acting like assholes all the time. All through the book, people are acting like shitheads. I would love to see.
Let me see here.
I would love to see a reason why we would like these guys.
Okay.
I mean, look at this bitch. I don't have a superhero name. I am not a comic book character, bucko. Look at this face on her. Look at this guy's face. Look at this sneer. Look at it. I mean, I just want to like these characters. I don't want to hate them and loathe them. I want to like them. But everybody's mean to each other. What they're doing doesn't make any sense. And they all hate each other. And why is it my job to like them? I don't like them. I don't like this guy's forehead. I don't like the way he's colored. I don't like this goofball right here. This guy's a criminal who has psychic powers. He's hypnotizing everybody so he can. I don't like that. We have some super villains here. Interesting.
Wilberforce. No, that is just a fire extinguisher. It's not an oxygen tank. But given it's an old woman stooped over, you would expect it to be an oxygen tank. So then it's kind of like, wait, what? So you have to do a second take. So good observation there.
Strange, very strange transition from this scene here, where you have an electric guy fighting Valdez. You turn the page and it's, who's this guy? Where'd he come from? Howdy, folks. Now what? He says at the vault. Call for an ambulance, police, and fire.
Because this is a big problem in the book, and you'll see this multiple times. They intercut different scenes happening. So they're going back and forth between Ingrid Valdez and Wilkins, this little dweeb from the police force that turns out to be an except. minor except. And then coming back to the bank with Solari. Also, he like most of the book, Braxwell's doing nothing. So that's irritating because it's like he is more pristine a figure in this trio than Ingrid. He can fly, and he's the second guy on the team. So, but he's essentially the same thing as Brian Solari thus far. He's like Superman Batman combo thus far. So it's just what a clouded mess. But a simple thing they could have done is have some sort of dialogue trail into like a square bar, where it's like the dialogue is falling from that scene into the next scene, where we know it's like, all right, we're changing scene. That's a great way to utilize the word text. And they never do it. And it's irritating.
I don't get it. I don't understand. It turns into flaming lava man. I mean, he looks cool and this looks cool. This is just a terrible transition. He doesn't look like he's even aware that this is happening over here. This guy's spitting hot lava. This wooden table was able to deflect it. Okay. I mean, come on. I feel like the wooden table would not withstand the hot lava. But okay, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Chuck manages to put together a pretty good plot here. I don't want to spoil it too much, but the guy tricks them into
tricks them into
these faces here.
LEVS.
Gary fucking Frank, look at this. Yeah.
Didn't realize how much panel work's gone into Giger. Damn.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, you know what? That makes sense because it's Jeff Johns, and Jeff Johns did the Doomsday Watchmen sequel. So I know people didn't like it, but
okay. Obviously, there's a flaw here that an editor would have caught. This balloon here. The problem is we don't know what this is. It's sure to be encrypted. There's a thumb drive here. Could be.
Hey, what's up, the Saint? Thanks for popping in. He says, "Can I see if he's carrying on with Trashcast?" I think he's over it, and he will realize he's wasting his time on this trash, and this stuff is not his level. And yeah, Chad, is that Ty or TL? You've had some good commentary in here as well. So thanks for joining.
Be the thumb drive. Not for nothing. On another subject here, there was an artist who worked for DC Comics by the name of, what was his name? Justiniano. And Justiniano, I think he just got out of prison for child pornography. But he used to draw the Creeper. He used to draw Teen Titans. He used to draw all these books that were, he had a very strange kind of cartoony style. And nobody knew this about him. He had a hair lip too. Nobody knew this about him, but like, I guess he was creating child pornography. And one of the, he was abusing his niece. His mom died. This is how they caught him. His mom.
You know what's funny about this is this came to mind reading ALPHACORE. Just to like get in the head of like how bad this is.
Damn.
Died. And he was planning her funeral. And the funeral parlor, the guy who was running the funeral, he said, "Well, you want to have some pictures of mom projected above her coffin?" And he said, "Yeah, I would." And so he brought in a thumb drive of pictures of, that were of his mom and him, supposedly, like that would be projected above the coffin. But Justiniano brought the wrong thumb drive, and he ended up bringing a thumb drive of pornography of his niece. And that was projected above the coffin of his mother. And that is how he got caught.
Dude, that's like a fact is stranger than fiction kind of story. Like I don't think
Yeah.
anyone could write that kind of like I couldn't imagine that in Shameless. And that's a pretty wacky show. And it's like, wow, what a plot.
Insane.
So whenever I see a thumb drive, yeah, whenever I see a thumb drive now, I'm reminded of that story. It's 100% true. You can look it up in the news. I mean, it's the worst thing I've ever heard. So I see a thumb drive, and I think about Justiniano, who can you imagine that right over your mom's coffin? It doesn't get worse than that. Anyway, back to the ALPHACORE. Anyway, there's this thumb drive here, and they're trying to figure out what's on the. His name's Justiniano. They're trying to figure out what's on this thumb drive. This balloon here. All I wanted to say. I mean, I told that elaborate child pornography story just because I wanted to say that balloon belongs here. That's all it is. Okay. Yeah, that belongs there. This forehead is enormous. You know.
Oh, that's what's funny too.
You got Ricky.
How drastically the shit changes, like when he's saying, yeah, right here. Let me see. My camera. Come on. There we go. Right here. It's like he drew Superman from was it All-Star Superman? Is that the one where he gets cancer and dies at the end? Grant Morrison. It looks like that.
No idea.
Well, I'm just asking for the chat. I think it's Grant Morrison. I think it's All-Star Superman. And then fast forward to afterward when he's in the helicarrier. And that, I think Frank Quietly Superman becomes this fucking elephant-nosed Superman. This alt-right buzzcut Superman. And his, let me see. His glasses. All right, if you notice the glasses, they're big, they're all over his face. And then there's those two shots where it doesn't quite add up. Especially the one where he's pulling it down his nose. I was explaining this to Rookie. I mean, again, me not being an artist, but me just trying to interpret what I think happened here. Where this is like a fuck up. So more or less, he's drawing glasses like this perspective. And then when he's got it going down the bridge of his nose, he's trying to draw this. But he's still drawing it like this with the frames up. So it's just very interesting observation of it's just crazy that Joe Bennett did this because some of these screw ups artistically, given his tenure, especially his premiere work on Immortal Hulk, very consistent, I would say. And it's like even this talent that he's got that's been canceled more or less from Marvel is seemingly phoning it in. This shows the lack of supervision, the lack of quality you're getting from the Rippaverse, which I'm here for. I'm loving it. I'm loving because the lack of Rippa's self-awareness, his lack of ability to accept criticism if it's not good faith, and his seemingly Ryan Johnson-ness of himself, his self-aggrandizing his products. Again, these aren't books, these aren't art, these are products he's trying to shuck out every quarter to make millions. There's no concern that he's monetizing his pay pigs. And any idiot that watches like Fox News, not saying if you watch Fox News you're an idiot, but any idiot's watching Fox News and be like, oh man, I'm going to buy Jeremy's chocolate because it's unwoke pronoun chocolate. Like this is who he's monetizing. And it's really sad. Just go look at the ISOM fan art, both pages. There's some good stuff. Again, these are like mostly cover work. So it's a different discipline, cover work versus, kinetic panel work, interiors. But you see the effort people put in. Maybe it's ulterior motive, like I said, to get noticed, through this big venture of ISOM getting showcased. But regardless, the effort and the expectation, the excitement people have interpreted from imagery before the books have come out, and then the lackluster delivery, the lack of any real cohesive story, it's really sad, honestly. This is why we got to like shine the spotlight each and every time about every fucking fuck up, because Eric has set himself and he's built this narrative of his books and his products, this like upending, going against the grain in a good way to make a parallel economy. You're making a parallel economy in the sense of you've cut yourself off from the average comic store purchaser who's excited, looks at new things like, oh, let me check that out. And you've cut it down 3/4 now. You went from, I think, 40,000 plus purchasers. Now he's down to, I think, 13,000 on ALPHACORE. And I think Yaira would be a big uptick for him. I expected to get 2 million plus just because it's a blonde booby lady. If they lean into that artistically, he can make a lot of money off like a Kickstarter kind of goon format. But it seems like he's afraid to accept that too. He wants safe for work, even fan art. So he's really cut his knees out from under him. There should be way more of like a Kickstarter or Lady Death kind of fervor going into the mammoth known as Yaira, and but he wants to like play safe for his like conservative Christian base or whatever. So it's just like, this is why you don't politicize art. You let art be art, let it have free expression, but also put care and concern in it. And yeah, he's sold you 300 pages of shit, but it's still shit.
Retardo here. Again, these are the only characters that I like. I like the villains who are enjoying themselves. They're the ones who planted the thumb drive. What's it going to do? They're stupid. The heroes are stupid. By the way, the tagline for ALPHACORE is "Failure is not what we do," which sounds like something Eric July would say, because it's not grammatically correct. It's stupid, and also it is precisely what happens here. This is actually really good. I like this here. It's a really nice drawing. I like his mouth. I like the lighting here.
Oh yeah. So let me address that. Wilberforce brings up a good point trying to explain this. So in ALPHACORE, there's this bank that, of course, you've seen the trailer. Solari fights the Magma Man. What is transpiring is there is this like fat Joker colored kind of character that is working on behalf of Michael Copper, the bad guy of the bad duo. And he plants a thumb drive in a safety deposit box with the contrived hopes that Solari will just break the law and not go through the proper chain of custody to apprehend this evidence, which he does. He just steals it from the bank. And which is confusing because I don't know why why Billy Bob Quinn is thus attacking. I think he's just an unrelated robber that ends up coming into the plot. It seems like he's just trying to steal money, but Solari's there conveniently for his investigation and thus illegal apprehension of evidence. And so this will lead directly into the main plot of what transpires the rest of the book with the turtle shell helicarrier. So this drive is important, but yeah, it's I'm not quite sure if Copper sent Magma Man as well, because you would think they want them to apprehend the thumb drive. So I'm a bit confused, actually. But thanks for pointing it out and trying to clarify that for John.
It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Helicarrier.
That's very nice. Nice eyes that are, really good, really expressive. This is good too. This must be a different inker. This is probably inker number 4.
Ingrid actually looks a little attractive there.
Failure is not what we do, but what we do is we upload strange thumb drives into the data processors of our massive floating space city that's hovering over. What is this here? What town is this? I don't know. Is that New York City? And then what happens is then, because we stupidly we said, and literally this is what happens in the book, by the way. It's like, they're like, we shouldn't put the thumb drive in the thumb. We shouldn't do that. What is it? Thumb drive into the driver? We shouldn't do that. They go,
thank you, Chad.
Why not try it out? What do we got to lose? What ends up happening is the whole fucking thing begins to crash into the city while these two are just enjoying themselves laughing. See, I like them.
Oh my God, that's worse. Thank you for clarifying. He says the man sent Billy Bob Quinn, and for some reason the woman didn't tell Michael to call off Billy Bob. Which I still don't understand why they would send Billy Bob because he's Magma Man, so he's just going to destroy shit. So yeah, I guess the problem is the two villains aren't communicating with each other, which is kind of the impetus where it's like Michael has kicked off this bank robbery thing with the bomb without Lillian Renashi, I think's her name, being aware. So again, the villains are idiotic, but not as idiotic as the heroes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What kind of game is this, Lil? No game. And if it were, I've already won. We already win. Oh yeah, I like you guys. You did win. You made these idiots. He tries to catch the city. They're thoroughly enjoying it. This is another inker here. You can tell a whole other way of inking. Oh boy. And then they get their asses kicked. We save some, but we got to save the black children. Oh my God.
I love this panel. I love this because he's saving them and he's like, he does this earlier when he first flies when they see the helicarrier falling. So he like repeats this ridiculous exaggeration. Like this kind of exaggeration should be. I know he's like, you know, rushing to save this family of a single mother and her black children, which is woke. But when he first takes off to intervene with the helicarrier, he has the same exaggeration, just taking off, no one explicitly in danger that he's aware of yet. I love it because it's like, why of all these scenes would this be like the super exaggeration? Like, he doesn't do this for Solari fighting the Magma Man.
No.
Oh, also with the Magma Man, there's an interesting detail that I saw someone comment on Twitter before about how like smart it is. This little detail, and I'm like, oh, but then I reread it through. I'm like, oh shit, that's why it didn't pick up. So Solari fights the Magma Man. The reason he's wearing the shades is because he singed his eyebrows. All right. But his hair wasn't singed on his head. And it like burnt like the front of his suit as well. But then later, different drawings, like he has eyebrows. So it's actually logical that I did not pick up on that as why he's wearing these shades in the helicarrier for no reason. That they even comment on. He does the fucking elephant trunk nose, glasses down pose. Jesus Christ.
Saving these black children. Where's their father? I don't know. There's just a mom and two kids. Where's the father?
These children.
Socioeconomic conditions.
Again, this is the BVS has pointed this out. Black Van Sciver. Caps Only Comics, Hold the Truth Hostage is his name. He's pointed out how Eric is ultimately a big gay up on his audience, and he's secretly woke and he's just monetizing his shit. As you see, he loves spouting this, you know, neurotic Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Miles Morales is Peter Darker. And yet, if you look on Google, Eric July, there's a picture of him like voting his death or some shit, some dumb libertarian mantra. What's he wearing? He's wearing a Miles Morales Spider-Man hat. Very interesting. It's kind of like everything he says is a fucking lie to pander to his audience. Thus, he invokes the ire of us detractors. I don't know. Maybe you know. You can add it up.
Sorry about that. All right. They crash. Failure is not what they do, except that they crash their hovering city right into the into the town below them. While these two laugh. Look at this. Everything's on fire. People are dying. Fortunately, the one cop that turned out he had slight XF powers. He had a slight he is able to stop it from doing more damage than it needed to do. And he loses his life in the process. Oh, God, look at that. And I don't know, man. Every time I read one of these, I'm like, I don't know if I like comics anymore. And then I have to go, have to do that.
Well, it's funny. So he kind of breezes over this. Ingrid Valdez is such a shit. Sorry. Do you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. It like went out in my ear for a second. Ingrid Valdez is a bitch each and every book. And she's always sarcastically calling Brian Slaughter, Brian. And she can't fly. And so after this initial investigation, because EVS skips over that Galvin, the Electro Man, who just goes by Galvin, whatever his name is, he's a plant because there's the bomber that was foiled by Slaughter at the beginning. He's in jail, and then they send in a paid lawyer who's that ugly, like, I don't know, leprechaun looking guy in to represent the bomber, but actually he's in there to also, I guess, represent Galvin or tip him off, be like, yeah, kill this dude. And so I think he kills a cop, but he definitely kills the bomber. So there's a loose thread taken out. And then later, the leprechaun lawyer gets taken out when the cops first try to like kind of corner him when he goes to the bathroom. So he's taken out. Wilkins, during this investigation starting up, Ingrid gets kind of left behind. And so he's like, looks like you need a ride. And then she has this fucking, let me find it. She has this hilarious dialogue that's interspliced with Brian Solari's bank investigation. It's like, Wilkins, I wanted to make detective. He's like, that's 4:18 to go. But is it always this boring? And he's like, it's procedure. Yeah, it's a drag. He says, and I'm a passenger again. And then, oh, you're gonna love this. I don't think you just showed this. Let me solo layout myself. Right there. Look at that fucking face. Look at these faces.
It's beautiful.
Look at Wilkins. He looks like a fucking retard. All right. He's like, the department should assign you a car, seeing as you don't know how to fly and all. A real bitchin' ride. You could call it the. And she's like,
I don't have a superhero name. I am not a comic book character, bucko.
And like, sorry.
I am not a freak. I'm a cop.
Treat me like one. He's like, sorry.
Jesus, bitch. All right.
So they reapprehend Galvin in a fight. It's kind of cool because you see a glimpse of what Galvin can do with his electromagnetic power. It's not just electricity. He has influence over metals. So when Wilkins shoots at him, he stops the bullets with his electromagnetic power. Also, in this whole sequence, when they first go into his room in an apartment based off of a lead of an associate from prison that he shared a bunk with, you learn that Wilkins is an except with minor powers. He talks about how it's just like a parlor trick that he can fucking, fuck with metal. He can flip coins and do bar tricks for money. And so they hint at there's like a power scaling. There's some sort of scale spectrum they're aware of except powers. And so then the twist with Wilkins is that he ends up like taking a stand, regardless of how powerful or not he is. He tries, and thus Luke Skywalker's himself using the Force, like Force Unleashed, to stop the helicarrier from crashing into the barn. And he dies, and then they just do a quick cut to the funeral, and then we cut to like the end scene, and it's just very abrupt, and it's like this is the only character that has any heart in the comic, which is irritating. And it's like, I give him props for that. Chuck Dixon or Rippa, whichever one like outlined this being a plot point. Give him props, but then you kill him, which would be fine. if we saw any depth of other characters, if we understood anything they're about besides, oh, well, they are cops. This means nothing. Watch Dragged Across Concrete, a great Mel Gibson film. He's a cop. He's not really advanced, and he's kind of stuck in his position, despite being a good cop. Because he's got, I guess, demerits in his career that keep him stuck under what used to be his former partner, Don Johnson, who's now the chief. So he's kind of coasting, and he's not making enough money. He's kind of bemoaning all the times he could have just pocketed evidentiary money to help his family. His daughter's got some sort of sickness, and she's getting picked on. They live in like the inner city. All these blacks keep harassing her on the street, messing up her clothes and shit. And she's of pubescent age, so he has to start worrying about her getting raped. And his wife has sicknesses. So there's a whole money problem. He's just got like a standard salary and he can't really advance. And so the whole plot becomes like, hey, we're suspended because we got canceled for stomping on a Mexican who was a criminal that we were apprehending in an investigation, but someone filmed that scene. And so we're the bad guys. That's the whole impetus of like, what? Actually, we're going to start investigating. I got a tip. We're going to like try to steal a score from some criminals. And you get a whole depth of like his rationale, how he's been a good sport this whole time, but rough around the edges, and that's kind of cost him his career advancement. And then you read ALPHACORE about super cops that have like an X-Men tinge to it. You're freaks. Stay in your lane, freak.
Yeah.
That's it. We have no understanding. And also, apparently, this was a transformation for Solari. We were assuming at some point he's just a normal guy that got turned into like the boys. It's a lot going. This is like the Black Adam of comics. It's got a lot of like ripping off better stuff you'd rather read or watch. People paid $28 in shipping. I myself did day one. And then he fucking a week later cuts a deal where you get more for the same price. So I got shafted out of extra shit being a day one backer. So there you go.
All right. So there we go. Failure's not what they do. Just happens to them somehow. It's not their fault. And meanwhile, they're like, okay, thank you. That was fun. We fucked up your whole lives. And now these are the two rich villains here. They're taking a vacation. They're going to go to Bora Bora, which is what I would do too, after I made these chumps look like fools. And this is what happens to them. They're like, we're going on vacation. And no, you're not. You're not going anywhere. We're going to whip the engine off your plane. So I guess you're, what did you do that for? This is how it ends. You whipped the engine off of our private plane. Now we can't go to we were going to go to the islands. Now we're going to get another plane. Fortunately, we're multi-billionaires from all of our crime, and getting another plane isn't going to be too tough. So good job, guys. Dun, 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 dun. And that ends the story.
Oh, this is interesting. All right, because he's at the end of the book. So they just breeze by. Look at the book to make sure I'm getting it all right. All right, so Galvin dies. And they're like, Wilkins dies. Like, Wilkins, I think he might be the reason we didn't strike the barn. And Ingrid's like, he was an except. He kept it hidden. He didn't think he was up to our level. And they show like the funeral with the Texas flag over his casket, and looks like troopers firing guns and saluting. Turns out he was the best of us. And then we cut to Michael Copper and Lillian boarding a plane. And then Ingrid interrupts them. It's like, board members of Bravo United, a subsidiary of Morneck Limited, a wholly owned division of Delstar Estates, which in turn is owned by Keystone Holdings, which belongs to Ron Kopp Incorporated, of which you two are the majority stockholders. And so this is the confrontation. We never get an investigation, any real police work to work up the ladder. Batman Begins did this pretty well with like a quick little like, oh yeah, bunch of shell corporations, it's very complicated. But the main thing is I'm in control of Wayne Enterprises again. You don't have to do a lot, but you can't just have her rattle off this litany of shit when they are the cops and we've not seen the work, and it's right after a quick cut of a funeral. And there's no awareness of like how the town, how Fluorspark or the nation of Texas or the US feels about the goings on, the ineptitude of the ALPHACORE and the police force in general. The fact that they could be so easily duped into a 9/11 size attack. You know, not that the building would maybe that much casualties, but you know, you got domestic terrorism undermining a government helicarrier and its police force, its super cops. This is a big deal. And then what do? They confront these people with no warrant, no arrest warrant, no investigation warrant, and confront them, tell them they're on to them. And then she whips the engine off the plane in spite, which would make sense if you like, so like that's for Wilkins, or like if they had somewhere Solari's like, whoa, you're gonna give us a lot of shit. We just got shit for intervening with a bomb attempt at a bank, and then you're damaging Mega Elite's private jets with no warrant to even confront them, to be here. This is just personal, but you don't even delineate this is the reason why. And then they just walk off like, whatever.
That was fun.
Yeah, this is the dialogue. You can't really see it on EVS's screen. Says, looks like your vacay has been delayed. Engine trouble, which is like, that's funny. And then the last panel is like, you know, you're going to have to explain this to Chief Holcomb, and those two will just whistle up another jet within the hour. She's like, I'll finesse something. Don't spoil the moment, Bri. Also, I don't know if you've seen that promo art. It was like Merry Christmas from Rippaverse, and it was Braxwell in his helmet wearing a Santa cap over his helmet. And I'm like, this is fucking retarded. Because in the book, they show him take his helmet off for a scene, and he just kind of smiles looking at Solari with his glasses. And it's like, there's only two black guys in this universe that are like heroic so far. Isom and Braxwell. And Isom has a mustache, so that's a clear way to differentiate them on top of the jacket. So unlike Batman, where it's like there's a bunch of characters that are male with black hair, you want to have Batman wear the hat over his ears or whatever, in between his ears, because you would know it's Batman. But it's just, the whole fucking company's retarded. Do you have anything to add, Ricky?
No, I actually got to be getting off soon. Gotta go to work in a little bit. Gotta take a shower. But he's just about to finish this up, so for the review part.
Huh. That's awesome right there. That is great. Here's an essay from Chuck Dixon.
All right. Just done with the review. So I'm going to address the chat more. And if you got any closing things for you, head out, Ricky. Proceed to do so.
Yeah, ALPHACORE better than the ISOM 1 and 2, that's for sure. They have backgrounds in this, so that's good. Still needs a lot of work, I'd say, for the stuff. I'm very curious how Yaira will be, honestly. But yeah, this is funny. I'd say ISOM 1 and 2 are funnier. There's a lot more lines that you and I took from that. There wasn't really anything from this that were like, haha, the ridiculous dialogue is memeably funny. And this one's just kind of like, yep, a lot of stuff there, huh?
Yeah. Really is a fucking drag. At least ISOM is literally a page turner, even though it's really dumb plot and horrible characters. It is a page turner. Just it's a weird, like, it's got a flow, it's got a pace, even though nothing really substantial happens.
Yeah,
it's just Dr. Disrespect. Leprechaun Lawyer. I love that movie. Let me see if I can find a picture of him for you real quick, so you know what I'm talking about. Leprechaun Lawyer here. Flip. And it's no. Where is he? I know I'm close. I didn't realize it was this far back. All right, so the lawyer pops up. Here we go. That is the leprechaun lore. Look at his stupid fucking. He just needs a beard. That's fucking
right.
retarded. Stupid bowl cut, bang cut. Jesus Christ. There's no imaginativity, these people. Bonded Echoes. EVS plays a bunch of clips after review of Eric. I think it's one he plays. Interesting. Let's see. Mel Gibson's character's wife had MS, multiple sclerosis, if I recall. I did it because Eric pays on time. Chuck. Yeah, I've read the Chuck Dixon essay, and it's just like him sucking him off because, like, well, I got money, and it's just like it's unintentionally. I think he just reads us like a greedy fuck. Like I don't, if you're really talking about how legendary Chuck Dixon is, and he wrote this, it's like he's writing within the framework of Eric,
right?
And so, of course, he's just going to say it's all great and gravy. Valdez holds people through whip. Does it have power switch on it so she doesn't kill them? Yeah, there's no idea. Again, Eric, I watched that Luke Stone stream that last video is based on, and he really thinks he's writing like a fucking One Piece that, like, oh, just wait, man, you're going to get everything. You just wait like 1,000 issues for everything to be explained. It's like, I don't know, man. You're writing comics. You're in a different medium. Even if you're trying to pull from manga and anime, you got to give people something to understand the power scaling. So we have no idea what, like, you show Solari getting shot and he survives a magma man. We have no idea what he's vulnerable to. We have no idea what he's doing this for. This is another problem. Like, The Boys does this great, where it's like the dichotomy of the superheroes is like their personhood is in public awareness, but we, the audience, are seeing out them behind the scenes, away from the camera, seeing their real selves. So this is the dichotomy. Just like classically, you have Clark Kent versus Superman, and Clark has to like play up being a doofus, being inept, being a beta, and then he's his true self wearing the super suit. Same with Batman. Batman uses Bruce Wayne as a cover to work his way into stuff, to have money, to have exploits, prototypes militarily, to utilize fighting crime, his intel. Plus, he's got the Bat family, depending on what iteration you're talking about. With this, it's like, all right, excluding Braxwell, that's confusing. All these characters, including the bad guys, all just have their name is their person, and we have no insight as to like what's the private life. What's the it's like they are the same in and out of the costume. There's no kind of classic dichotomy to get more insight in these characters. And I think you got to do that at least with like one or two of these characters, especially since you got normal humans they're working with. That's where you get the human element of every day. There is no, like, generally speaking, unless they're a villain, there's no like duality to those people. They're through lines. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's a convenience whip. So what if the jet was a rental? That's even more problematic. So now you got property damage with the third party, not including the people you've assailed. And they could, if Solari intervening a bank robbery hostage bomb situation, what is the comeuppance for the ALPHACORE damaging private property of people that they have no hard criminal evidence to indict on or whatever? Because apparently their cop work has delineated all this knowledge of the shell corporations, that they're all behind these crimes and felonies and murders, and yet they have nothing to go on to start prosecuting, start investigating. Like, this would be a great cliffhanger through line into the next book of like doing more detective work, get more into, especially with Ingrid, because they make a whole point of she can't fly, so she's like a third wheel hindrance to full-fledged crime fighting. She's relying on someone flying her, or she needs a jet, or she needs a car, whatever the case. She should be like the Black Widow of the team, which, again, she data collects. That's all we really know.
Data collects hard.
Isom is heroic? Well, yeah, given book 2, it's very clear he is a hero. That is the through line of Isom thus far. Is that everything you're watching is through the vein of him being a hero, which is totally undercuts his kind of villainous, and it makes sense if he was like a young guy from the streets, got his checkered past, and now he's got powers, and so he's kind of like finding his way, and kind of cutting corners and rushing into things, being not being level-headed, but he's already been a superhero and hung up his suit. He doesn't have a cape. Hung up his suit because a random stranger got killed in front of him. And so he stops trying to prevent more of that. What a hero.
My hero.
Ricky,
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. You guys
right.
have fun. This was a fun little video again. I feel like the other ones had a lot more hilarious commentary.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
of course, just more straight
I
fucking
feel like he's
goal.
burnt out at this point. He's like, I don't know anymore.
Well, he's supposed to be doing Shad's book today or tomorrow.
Yeah, Shadow the Conqueror. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, but all right, I'm heading out.
Yep.
And I will see y'all later.
Let me see. Engage the chat more. We will finish this stream too. So if you want to hang around and see, because I know I've seen some clips on Mostly Peaceful, so I know he talks some I guess Rippa videos and stuff. We'll analyze that. Yeah, you can't wait to get away from whatever page you're on. KS says Dixon's letter at the end was good, especially when he essentially says he worked with Eric because he asked and he paid on time. Rippaverse video was right. Rippaverse. I want him to write and publish Larry Shunghai. Dude, Larry Shunghai is my favorite part of ISOM too. Whoa, what the fuck? Jesus Christ, thank you so much. We got a $50 super chat. Let me get you a little cut here.
But wow, how the turntables.
The turntables indeed. Let me see. Wait, is there another money cut I got from Rookie? I don't have these organized. We'll find something. But let me address that. Super chat. Thank you so much. Low watermark says this was a real good reaction to an EVS stream, plus great added commentary of your own. This is how reaction videos should be done. Thank you so much. Low watermark. Let's celebrate. Let's get some
chickens in the chat. Chickens in the chat. All the time. All the time. Chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. Chickens all the time. Chickens all the time. Chickens in the chat.
That's right. Chickens in the chat, people. Let's see them fly. Unlike ISOM. Let me see if I got another cut for you.
Okay, money! Children, it's time for the grand unveiling of money!
I love Mr. Krabs. Oh man, thank you so much, the watermark. Let me see some more chats here. Let's see. Yeah, no, Larry Shungite was so hilarious to me. Oh my god, it's Larry Shungite. I don't know if any of y'all are Bo Burnham fans, but I want to do my own take on his Jeffrey Bezos, because I used to sing this at work. This is like a dumb thing that would get me through work because of thanks to Eric. I'd be like, Larry Shungite, Larry Shungite. Oh man, yeah, Larry Shungite, the hunt for more data. That would be hilarious if there's more data with fucking Larry Shungite story. Here's the thing too. I'm assuming he introduced Larry Shungite not just to show there's a wrestling federation in Texas, but to show. Well, that's another interesting thing. Does the leagues, he's got to make his own fake Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans, but does like the fake NFL of Rippaverse, does it include? Is there now like international play of this national league, kind of like Toronto, or like if we play an NFL game in Mexico City or in Europe, is there some sort of like international league now with sports? Because the was it XFL or whatever, the USFL, they brought back those two leagues. That's the thing that I'm a sports guy, so I'm interested in that. There's so many factors I don't think Eric's actually thought out at all. Besides his wet dream, like, yeah, my ideal world, Texas is its own nation. Tuned turntables in a microphone. I have a different cut of that, or I have to snag it from Twitter, where Eric is says that how the turntables. I juxtapose it with Michael Scott saying how the turntables, and he just looks stuck but confident. More chickens in the chat. Hail, House of R and Rabbit D Megan. It doesn't matter how much data you collected. Good stream. Thank you, Mags. We're going to continue. We're going to look at more of this. We're going to finish this out until hopefully Katie pops in, or we have a stream with her. Katie, my mod, first member, she's been doing good. Let me put her channel in the chat if you haven't subscribed. She's been doing her own streams covering this stuff. She's been doing pretty good stuff too. Let me find her channel for you to go support my mod, Katie Did's channel. Where is it? And I got actually something very interesting. Someone earlier, sorry I didn't save that chat to highlight it, but someone pointed out how, what was it? Something about Eric. Him being like a snob, him, pretending he's an expert. And thanks to Clippaverse, there's a great piece I want to show you. Let me stop this and show this clip. Wait, I gotta go back real quick. This one. This is great. This is very insightful. If you haven't watched, for canon's sake, this is great. This is episode 1. And it's hilarious. This little tag, he's got his intro and his dialogue. Because I've seen other videos. I've been a sub to Comics Explained for a long time, and I feel I've seen videos where he's like tried to throw jabs at someone like Comics Explained for being an expert or whatever, shilling for Marvel. And I do think Comics Explained definitely plays softball sometimes for Marvel, and in retrospect will kind of diss on stories that are widespread commentary. People hate that story, or it's crap, or that character duration was dumb power move or something. That's to be expected though, because you want access. That's all right. It's all right to be aware of, like, I gotta play nice sometimes if I want like a bigger payout in the end. I don't think that influences his overall commentary though, but listen to this opening of Eric.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the best show of the best shows, where we talk about everything from comic books to even social commentary. This is episode number 1 of For Canon's Sake. So whether you're a normie, a wannabe expert, or a tryhard, get in.
1. That's so gay. Let me go back a little bit.
Of For Canon's Sake. So whether you're a normie,
wannabe expert,
or a tryhard, get in there.
Tryhard. So these are all negatives. You're all beneath Eric and his comic knowledge. This is the same stream he's talking about Endgame that I clipped on Twitter long ago, where he does not understand how Captain America is old at the end of Endgame. He was like, people will try to explain it, but that just doesn't jive with me. This is why Eric doesn't want multiverses. This is why he doesn't want timelines, because he's too fucking dumb. It's not because he's trying to maintain a solid, like Star Wars, complete straight timeline, a through line of story with maybe tangential related stories. He can't comprehend it. This is the guy that's saving comics. I wanted to put that out there for you. I think maybe he says something as well.
And now for your host, Mr. Eric July.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally done it. I have been talking about doing this for I don't know how many years.
So thank you, Riley and Mint Salad, for bringing that to light. I love that. I love the insight of his freaking opening. You wanted to write, like, Shanghai. Chuck Dixon letter at the end was good, especially when he essentially says he worked with Eric. Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at in the chat. Chickens in the chat from Low Watermark again. Oh, that was Eric. That's his first For Canon's Sake. That was pre-recorded. I think he has like canned audience applause too, and then he's like, thank you, like he's on a live stream or in front of an audience. It's all pre-recorded and edited, so that is interesting as hell. Maybe if they explained as 2002 weeks ago, Eric would have gotten it. Exactly. But again, I want you to like really internalize that and add this to your awareness of Eric and his commentary, that he thinks all of you, no matter what knowledge you got, you're all beneath them. You're all normies or wannabe experts. I can't remember the third thing, but you're all beneath them. Comics Explained does not know enough for this guy. And that's what's funny is like, for the longest time when I was watching your boy Zach, it's like I was also watching Comics Explained, say for X-Men, the House of Powers of 10, and the preceding stories. Don't know how it proceeds afterward, but him just bemoaning the X-Men books with his supposed knowledge of X-Men. And then you watch Comics Explained, where it's like, oh my God, this is so brilliant. Look at how Hickman has retooled a very throwaway character to be very pertinent to the plot. And you just see the dichotomy of like, you start adding up where it's like, all right, this is where I get, I guess, my nuance as a comic skater, is where I'm not someone that's ever, no matter what success I can get with Meth Gator when I'm able to make it, and, you know, help showcase other people's stuff. I'm never going to sell you, don't buy mainstream, don't enjoy mainstream. There's nothing good there. I'm reading the Titans from DC. Again, I'm not a DC guy, but good art, definitely. DC, I think, has better interior and cover art than Marvel as far as just like art straight. But it feels kind of run of the mill. It feels like a run of the mill superheroes doing superhero stuff. There's nothing really substantial character wise thus far. But it's like, this is the same guy who did gay Superman. It's a bisexual Superman with his boyfriend, his twink boyfriend. So they will only highlight the bad shit to suit their market interest of trying to win you over to quit paying Marvel and DC and the mainstream and give them money. And I think it's very disingenuous. That's why I appreciate EVS, where he's not focused on the mainstream. He's doing his own stuff and helping our sphere, but he does not lie about the mainstream just sucks. There's nothing good going on. It's all garbage now. He concedes. It's good stuff. If Eric really cared about art and comics and good writing, he would be chasing Donny Cates. Because I've read a little bit of Donny Cates' Venom. I've watched videos deep diving about Donny Cates' work. What he's done with Silver Surfer, Thor, Venom. I haven't watched anything about his Hulk thus far, but this guy knows his stuff. He knows his stuff, and he's reincorporating the history of these characters into new stories, developing them in different ways, not doing the status quo. Regardless of how woke that guy is, the guy tells some cool, interesting, historically aware stories. And I think he's kind of like, in my limited awareness of mainstream, he's kind of like forefront writer Eric should be chased if he really cared about the art. Again, he hired the Soska sisters. He's put himself in a bind, making all these proclamations of don't hire woke people, gatekeep them, don't let them in your company. They'll only destroy with their activistic mindset. And then he hires these transing kids advocates. And I know there's a clip in here I saw on Twitter of EVS talking about this. We'll get to it. Let me just chat a little more and we'll get more into this. More into the stream. Let me check really quick though. Where did it go? I'll have to find it later. Oh, my stream. Tim, do you want the link? Actually, we're at this juncture. We've done the main reaction to the comics. So if anyone wants to add commentary and be on the panel, here is the link in the chat. Low watermark. I'm trying to check if you have a channel to plug or a Twitter. If you don't have a channel, you got Twitter, let me plug that, put it in the chat. Go to my channel to see if I can click on you. Really quick. It is a hassle trying to go to channel. All right, Low Watermark does not have content. It's just a follower thus far, it seems. But again, thank you for that hefty $50 super chat. That's going to go straight to my Meth Gator coffer. And And if you don't, I didn't put it in this description yet, but I'm gonna show you all my campaign. You can go support me. This is, I would say, the best way to support me because you get something back. Here you go. And yeah, I saw your comment low on it. Let me plug this real quick. So this is my campaign. I got to showcase it. All right, so this is my campaign on Fund My Comic. These are posters. They're 15 a piece. It might seem a bit pricey because they're, I think, 11 by 17s. I went with that size instead of the giant, 24-36 poster because I'm someone that likes to collect art or prints and hang them up and swap them out. And so, I figured this is sizable enough where it's like a substantial, piece to actually enjoy the art, but not so big that you're taking up too much space. And so you're like, do I want to devote this space? So I figured that 11 by 17 is like a good standard size. This is my favorite one, of course, not just because it's like so detailed, but I think it really captures what I want in Meth Gator. Again, this is promo art that I've had commissioned because I'm still saving up to make the comic. But if you get these, again, they're $15 because I don't want to shaft the initial backers from the Indiegogo campaign. So I'm keeping the price the same. But yeah, this is Isn't It piece that was colored by Oliver Aker from the Cryptidnals 656 Comics. I love what he did. He took some of the references I gave, like Swamp Thing, and really incorporating the coloring. And it's very unique because this is just a pencil with colors. There's no inking, but it was so detailed by Izaneto Souza that, God, he did so wonderful. And this is a physical piece too. I have it. I have the original hung up in my living room. Then we got the original poster I had done by Vic King. He really helped me conceptualize Meth Gator's dimensions. I didn't think about a tail at the time, so the tail's not present. So again, there's been an evolution, but Vic King really helped me figure out the dimensions of Meth Gator, his face especially, make it kind of blocky, kind of Godzilla, kind of doggish. So it's plausible. You can blend in the rest of society to some extent. And here's Shelby the Hooker, his first, you could say, love interest in the comic series. And again, the idea is that how does this freak humanoid alligator, how does he have any babes on his arms? And so I'm like, well, let's go with like the hooker route. So it's transactional. It doesn't matter if he's a freak. This is my line of thinking. Through the course of the story, he will, have more intensive relations with women. Not necessarily that's going to be explicit in the book's sexual like display, but he'll have more grounded, in-depth relationships with women. And then we got these two pieces by Ari. Unfortunately, for some reason, wouldn't let me upload the fourth one, which is this Shelby pinup. But this piece here, I really love what Ari did. This is another good kind of reference for people, even though it's way more alligator head proportions. I just love just the metal of what he brought to life with Meth Gator. And I like to have kind of a range of display with promo art of Meth Gator and Shelby. Shelby's actually mixed, so she's supposed to have like a fro. Some of the references I use, like Christina Ricci from Black Snake Moan, were, I guess, really focused on by the artist when I was just kind of trying to go for like, a Southern white trash, trailer trash cutie. But again, I'd say this is the best way to support me, to get the most bang for your buck going to me to support me, as well as getting something back in return. And this logo here was done by a chatter here earlier, Ryan Magus. He again did such great work when I told him I like Ghost Rider logo, make it Gatory, and he did phenomenally. So that's something. Again, this is all going to help me make a comic. So hopefully it'll be a fun storyline I can continue after issue 1 is made and build a fandom from it. Again, this is why I really appreciate the failings of the Rippaverse, is because it's added dimensions and depths of storytelling and character development that I didn't think about. So there really is an artistic value to the Rippaverse for its intensive failings. Let me get back to the chat here before we continue the EVS stream. There's streamer. Well, he is a narcissist. House and Power started so good, alas. Yeah, I haven't continued. I will power through. There's some interesting things going on in House of Powers of 10, Wilberforce, like the whole plant thing being a very pertinent aspect of their diplomacy and plotting with the what is it, the High Table or whatever, the like council of the X-Men form with the villains as well. There's a lot of interesting threads going on. He's aiming for a Netflix deal and he needs to hurry because his comics suck. Oh yeah, I agree. Do you think the Saskas will deliver woke content in Yaira? No, I don't have a channel. I just super chat people. Again, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just got my monetization recently doing these reactions, so really appreciate it. I hope you stay around. Definitely not someone that's gonna like just pander to my audience. I really hate that shit. I'm from Fandom Menace. That's my origin. So I've seen what Friday Night Tights has become. The punches they hold, like for example, Rippa, you're not going to get that from me. But given I wouldn't be so intensive covering your Rippaverse so much if it wasn't for the person Eric is and his weird little like yes men he's built around himself. And this is kind of the premier thing in the indie sphere as far as size. So there's just a lot of factors of like complete interest. This is definitely not a grift. There is clearly more sight to be on my channel covering it, but I legitimately was interested in this before I really got an interest falling from people for this. And you know, there's little things I give like credit to Rippa, but there's so little to give credit to. Cass says, Eric said to gatekeep the SJWs, but then hires the Saska sisters. I'm starting to think he may also care about them Ho-ass roads too. Uh-oh. But yeah, going back to the Yaira thing, I don't think it'll be explicitly woke. And if it is, it'll be coded shit that Eric's too dumb to piece out and his editors will be too dumb to piece out. You know, it'll be like coded wokeness. And I'm not necessarily against them including woke factors, you know, like the Catwoman example. She has white privilege. Everyone got triggered by that, but it's not crazy that a mixed woman from more or less the inner city ghetto who's had her mother murdered by what becomes, in her knowledge, her father, who used her and threw her away, wouldn't be crazy for her to have this perception in the world. You've seen, there's that famous clip of a woman hits a guy's car and then she gets out and then blames him for it and says he has white privilege. Like this really happens. People have really been indoctrinated with these mantras and these phrases to interpret the world. They really believe this stuff. So it's not crazy to write a character that might think that, and especially when it has layering to make sense of kind of like hating anyone that's rich and white, thinking that they don't care. Yeah, 11 by 17 is a common size. Thank you. Yeah, Ryan Magus. That's the guy there. Let me find your Twitter really quick. Plug you. I don't know how much logo work you want to do for people, but let's get some eyes on you, buddy. Let's get some eyes on you. Let me find you in that chat so I can plug you, my friend. What's going on with my messages? Son of a bitch. Let me try to reload this. Here we go. Where's your name? There we go. All right, got your link. People go follow Ryan Magus on Twitter. Again, he is the logo designer of Meth Gator. Let's give him some love. EVS reviews, even though funny and entertaining, do have value for artists and writers. I really enjoy them outside of shining a light on EJ's behavior. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like very insightful. There's little things from EVS artistically that now is in my mind, or him highlighting is like giving me verbiage to be able to delineate myself in the future. Like the whole transition thing. I was talking to Rookie about that, where it's like there's scenes that are intersplicing. Like for instance, let me show you. With this thumb drive sequence. It's very confusing because, okay, perfect. All right, so we're on the helicarrier. This is the elephant trunk nose scene. So this scene right here, you flip the page and we're with the cops that were trying to pin the, turn my camera down for you. We're following these cops. I guess they're back at the barn, investigating camera footage at a place, and they're realizing that this purple and green fat man was at multiple locations that are related to these proceedings. And then we cut. So this is the scene right here. So this is the cops doing their part of the investigating. All right. And then we cut over back on the helicarrier with the thumb drive, with the pedophile thumb drive that ALPHACORE is apprehended. And then we cut back to the cops. And there's no like trailing dialogue from the last scene. So it's confusing visually. You're thinking, wait, this guy's at a computer. And then we cut to the girl on the helicarrier's a computer. It's all relying on you already transitioning scenes in your head. It's just, these are little things I didn't think about because I don't know. I guess make it clear to begin with. But there's a whole thing of back and forth, the cops, helicarrier, cops, and it could be easily mistaken and you have to double take like, wait, what? Oh, okay, we're at a different location. So this is again some of the value of the ALPHACORE and whatnot. Used to love FNT. Yeah, fuck them. What are editors? Caffeinated Wolf, that douchebag. He is apparently an editor on ALPHACORE. That'd be funny. Full book and EJ not understanding that it is. Yeah, this dude's too retarded. It's all these people can like jump at wokeness, like Barbie, for instance. Yes, it has that woman feminist monologue by America Ferrera, or whatever her name is. I love it because it's like the conclusion they don't state is like, yeah, women do this to each other. Men don't really care. We have such a low threshold of acceptance, like a low bar of what we accept, generally speaking, with women, all the red flags and whatnot. As long as you're kind of hot or, serviceable or you put out, we accept a fuck ton. We don't have a litany of expectations at the get-go. Yeah, man. I love trying to promote people for their work. And yeah, you need more eyes on it. You need to do more logo work, man. I appreciate that. I don't know what system you use or how often you do it, but man, you could make a killing doing some logo work for CG. Used to watch Friday Night Tights back when it was Gary's friend and a woman named Susan, and he actually read the chat. He ditched them fast, and you never see or hear about them. I sense a pattern. God, foe, universe. What is up? Let me share your campaign. He's got, I think, 4 days left. He might be over on Katie's channel soon. We'll see. I've told her and him to like link up because she's got an anime channel too. So it's like right in vain for her to promote him. No, it's Apollyon. That's what I got to look up. Apollyon. There we go. So I might play it later, but this is Godfoe Universe's campaign. Looks really cool. It's a 175-page manga. It's got a whole universe timeline planned out, tangential stories, different flavors that he plans to make. So go check it out. Go check out our interview with him, All American Beef, a couple weeks ago. The thumbnail will be a like minotaur on stage, like for like comedy. We had such an in-depth discussion. That's why for simplicity, like I'm an atheist, but religion is very interesting to me. And there's a lot of reasons why I'm not Christian anymore, not Catholic anymore. But we had such a good interaction. And I think we have a lot of respect for each other, despite clear disagreements conceptually about interpreting and whatnot. It's like, I think we can appreciate each other's interpretations and find more insight. Some of it might be to undermine each other's plot holes, if you will, but it's good stuff. Really like Godfoe. Yeah, man, not a problem. The links in the chat, if you scroll up, there's the I don't know how to highlight a comment so you can jump in, but if you want, let me see. Let me go to my channel really quick to see. Come on. Gonna find myself really quick. Highlight this possibly. Pin message. There we go. So the message is pinned in the chat. If you want to hop in, Godfo. Just gonna react to the rest of this commentary, VVS, because I know he's talking about Rippaverse and General and the Saskas. Just chat a little bit more. I think Angus is what it is. Would be easy to follow that. For example, colors would be different between the two locations, but all looks the same. Yeah, it's confusing. All right, let's get back to. I gotta remove myself in the solo. That's the thing. Here we go.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, they like honestly, they hold on a second. Let me just check. Am I correct in assuming that they crashed that these people crashed their helicarrier into the city below, costing probably hundreds and hundreds of lives, including the life of their friend? Look, they get out like through an escape hatch. Like, thanks a lot for. By the way, guys, I'm glad you have one of those little bouncy slide escape hatches, like they do in for airplane emergencies. For your helicarrier, which is now sitting on top of the homes, the row homes of apparently hundreds and hundreds of black children. Black families hardest hit. Black families are hardest hit.
You see, Rippa's secretly woke. I think Rippa's secretly racist. You watch him on. I've seen clips of him on FNT or the Geeks and Gamers, 199 or whatever. They're fucking gaming streams. The main event. That's what it's called. He just looks so uninterested unless they call on him. He just seems so uninvolved. Don't want to be there. It's a fucking bump on the log. Looks miserable. I think he fucking hates white people. I really do. I think this is like a subconsciously coded thing here. Maybe this was just, hey, have them save people, and then Bennett made them black. But it's like, that feels kind of woke, given the surface level wokeness that they will complain about. Like, of course they had to save black people because they're the most important, you know? Like, it seems like that would be commentary from that group. I think this is coding. Given the history of Rippa, that he likes to hide, that he was an Obama supporter, a Hillary supporter. He likes Miles Morales. He's woke. This is all a game.
So, thank you. And I think and by the way, you were burying people. He was a hero. Like, he was a real hero. Like, he stopped the helicarrier from moving another few feet. This would have knocked down the Javits Center, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure like why he's a hero, but he's a hero. And these are not heroes, really, as far as I can see. They're just kind of shitheads. He might be the reason we didn't strike the barn. The barn, I guess, is here. The police station? Is that what it is? He was an accept. He kept it hidden. He didn't think. So you guys are getting. He didn't think he was up to our level. Turns out he was the best of us. I don't disagree. And he sucked. All right. So anyway, yeah. Just to repeat, like then the criminals who caused all this, they want to go. They're on vacation. They got a nice airplane here. They're ready to go. But no, ALPHACORE shows up and says, fuck yo plane. And then that's what they get. Anyway, let me read this essay from Chuck Dixon here. Before I knew anything about Eric July, I knew one thing. I liked Eric July. Why? Well, all the right people hated him. I agree. You know those people.
That's
the
hilarious.
ones who always
Let me
have
fast forward through that
hash,
because
also imbued with Eric's own infectious optimism.
Fast forward to that because I think some of y'all have already read that or seen that.
Oh. And so people like, sent me some stuff about the Saska sisters. And like I said at the beginning of this, I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm really, you want some Rippa merchandise? Not pictured here, the ISOM hat, ISOM baseball cap, no longer on the ISOM baseball cap is no longer available on their store. I don't know why that is. You can get a Rippaverse baseball cap, but you can't get ALPHACORE will return. All right, so, a lot of people said to me, Ethan, one thing that you're going to notice is that ALPHACORE is better than ISOM number 1 and 2. To which I say, yeah. I mean, I really would, and I mean this earnestly here. I'm not trying to be mean, but I really want to read a comic book that makes me feel good. I really want to read a comic book that doesn't make me feel like, kind of hanging out with the dregs of humanity. I don't know, man. To me, I read this comic book and I hated all the characters. First of all, ALPHACORE is obviously Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. But their costumes look like shit. These are the most unimaginative designs. There's nothing distinctive about them at all. See, the thing about Wonder Woman, you notice that she even has they're not even, like, Eric isn't even trying to hide that these are ripoffs, bland Kroger brand. Like, this is like Dollar General versions of the Justice League. Like, if you saw these action figures, they would cost $1.
Oh my God.
And they would be they would be.
That's hilarious because this is a great neg, given that he's made these great action figures for his unique robotic frog, Cyber Frog, and the Vespas, Salamandroid, Heather Swain. He's got a bombshell lady and Heather Swain to sell for the Lady Death factor of comics, the pinup. Let's see, more chickens in the chat. This letter is cringe. No more ISOM after issue 3. Also a mystery. I think we will get more ISOM Ink Cowboy. But you might have to kind of, maybe the deal on top of no ISOM labeled merch is he's got to rebrand. Hey, it's that crazy guy ISOM is like the title, or whatever. The amazing ISOM, the amazing Avery Silman. And that's not gonna work well. She'll be like, wait, is this Jewish? Silman? That's a weird name.
At the dollar store, they definitely would. You'd be like, here you go, kids. Eric's not hiding that that's who these are. That's clearly Superman. That's meant to be kind of Batman, except black and stupid. And then this is Wonder Woman because there's a lasso kind of thing here. But see, the thing about Superman is that, like, there's something about Superman. There are a million different things about Superman that can be trademarked, that are unique, that are interesting, that people can identify him right away. Like, these costumes, this is a guy in a jacket.
Whoa.
I mean, that's all he is.
Wait, shit, hold on.
These are people. They're all.
I was trying to pause the StreamYard window. Oh my God. Low watermark in here. He gifted people 50 memberships, the dollar tier. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the support, Low Watermark. Oh man. I appreciate that so much. Wow. Oh wow, I'm shocked, man. Thank you for supporting the channels like that, and everyone start commenting in the chat to get your membership. Oh wow. Again, the dollar tier, Thank you so much, Lower. Dollar tier is just kind of a support tier. And you have your name highlighted in the chat for future. But I guess I'll hawk it now. 1 second. Let me grab a couple things. Wait right there. All right, here we go. So let me solo layout. Yeah, wow, says Ryan Blue Thunder. So the $10 tier I added, I'll figure out the actual $10 Teespring store thing. Me and Rookie been lax with our weight loss competition. I beat him last year for a couple months or whatever, won $100 off of them. But I got some merch I need to throw up on the merch store for the Duel of the Fats. Let me see if I got the banner or the brand here for y'all to see. This right here, Duel of the Fats. I am Darth Angus Maul, and then Rookie is Obi-Wan. It's Fat Padawan Obi-Wan. It's our Duel of the Fats. We're gonna do a promo shirt for that, and our, I guess, maybe merch. And I'll have to dig and find where that art is. But I have Team Angus versus Team Rookie, where I got like a cool kind of pinup style Minotaur Maul, and then he's got his not fat version, just normal version Rookie Obi-Wan Padawan. But the $10 tier, what I want to do, and I guess I'll throw in the merch code 10% off too for the store. But $10 tier is like an entryway for a raffle. So I'll figure out a randomizer or some shit at the end of next month. So it's right at the end of January for giveaways. So you join the $10 tier, and pretty much everything I'm going to essentially raffle off is like $40 or more. And I might start buying like Lady Death exclusives or something like that, Cyber Frog, whatever. Y'all let me know what y'all are interested in as potential raffle merch once a month. Depending on how much we get, I can do more and not just have one person. But here's a couple things I got. Again, this is like $40+ stuff that your $10 membership will be an entry to possibly win. I got the Batmobile Lego set. This is like a $45 set. It's got the Joker. This is the 89 Batmobile Lego set. 450 pieces. This is a pretty rare find. I've had her before. I love Star Wars. If you don't know, I'm a Star Wars channel. That's how I started. Phantom Menace. Shock T 12-inch figure. Goes about $60-$70. Still sealed. Got a Marvel Legends Dark Phoenix, or actually it's just Phoenix. It's 12-inch figure. It's got great art from like the 2000s on the side. It's from around the House of M period, I think. And then I also got this. It's not pristine box. This is just from Walmart, but the Batman. Robert Pattinson's the Batman. This is the big figure, sizable. Some things. I got a few statues as well. I got like a Kotobukiya Spider-Gwen. Even if you don't like Spider-Gwen, it's a hot piece to have. Those are kind of things. I got a Plo Koon bust as well. Where it's like, I like Plo Koon, but I don't like the way he looks with the statue. So it's like, someone might appreciate it. I also got Bleez, I think's the character's name, from Justice League. Or from DC, the Green Lantern, like Red Lantern era. I'll show a picture later. It's broken. It's got like her like wing piece is broken off, but you can glue it back. I haven't fixed it because it's like I'll let whoever buys it or wins it fix it. But those are some things you could win becoming a $10 member. It's a new tier I added, but the dollar tier is just kind of a support and get your stuff highlighted more in the chat. Need your input, what you want for future tiers or whatever. And of course, there's the on my comic to get posters. Let me remove myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Low Watermark. Again, everyone start commenting and get a membership. Let me address the chat some more. And again, thank you so much, Low Watermark. I appreciate that. Let's see. We're just in a saving face period. Woo, thanks. Low Watermark, thank you kindly. 50. I know, it's crazy. Godfo Universe. Keely Chow and Karen are celebrating. Longtime followers of the channel, appreciate it. Raffle, Cyberfrogs. I do have a oh, that's another thing. I guess got to pull up my Twitter. Profile, media. I know this isn't great airtime talk when we're trying to watch the stream, but did it not post? Oh man, it must have been a screw up by me. I have a big FYE. It's like a 4 or 5 foot tall Black Panther poster. It's from FYE. I won it in a raffle, and I've had it posted in my house for a long time. But it's just like, I love that poster of Black Panther. I love that look of him in Civil War. Before they changed to a stupid suit, but I just need to move on. And I'm trying to find my comics, so if I can like sell it to someone, I'll get a picture for y'all later. Let me see if I can post it right now, and y'all can look at it. 1 second. Photo. All right, let me share this. Send now. Oh, it's funny too, because I got interrupted this morning by Jehovah's Witnesses came to my door. I haven't had that in a long time. They fucking woke me up. All right. Let me stop sharing this. Present. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. It's a really big poster. It's like 4 or 5 foot tall. I think it's really cool, but I'm just ready to move on and, you know, part with some stuff if it can help me make my comics. So if any of y'all are interested, DM me, or that might become a raffle item as well, because I've not been able to find it anywhere on the internet. And I was stupid too, because like when I won, they're like, do you want, when I put my name in, they're like, do you want your name on all of them, or just like, I'm like, I just want Black Panther. I don't want Captain America or whatever. What an idiot in hindsight. I could have just held on to those and sold them. But yeah, there's that. And then I got the Cyberfrog toy. I don't think it's worth, you know, like the $40, $50 tier, but I think it goes for like probably $25 on the internet. So that could be something if y'all want to hit me up if you're interested. I'll pay the shipping. But yeah, those are some things. I guess let me show the media really quick, because I do have a joke. Yeah, here it is. Eric keeps saying the mammoth, that is Yaira, coming this February. So I've been making some trans mammoth Yaira. Again, we need to troll the Rippaverse and make people conflate Yaira with trans and wake people up to, hey, you're being duped. You're paying for wokeness. Do not fall for this Eric July. You can, as long as you leave your politics at the door, you can work here at the Rippaverse. I don't care. It's not what you've sold the people. You're backpedaling, and it's got to be called out. So this is why I make this kind of art and Yaira lore. Just a chat once more, and then we will continue. Sorry about that. Exit solo out. Oh yeah, thank you. Nice statues. Yeah, I love beautiful women, especially like strange. You know, the most normal one is X23. But yeah, I got, someone was talking earlier. Let me see if you can see it. Yeah, I got this. It's a very rare piece to find. This is Jim Lee's version of Starfire. I got it for a great deal too, and I actually got a discount on the back end because the base has a crack. So I'm like, hey, you didn't indicate this, so I got $20 back. So she's got a nice ass too. What's sad is this era. Again, I'm a novice of comics, but I started reading the Red Hood and the Outlaws, and she's the story as far as like, just because it's not woke doesn't mean it's good. So that's an aspect I think about a lot. yeah, let's continue with this stream coverage. Let me see. Wow, he did 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, Low Watermark. How about now? First saw Ethan in an article in the 90s. My first response to my brother, whom showed me the article, was, "He looks gay." Never thought I'd have opportunity 230 years later to call him fat and gay. Post. Wait, so I'm confused. Are you trying to snag the Black Panther poster, Low Watermark? Again, follow me on Twitter at Angus Reviews. Hit me up if you're interested in that. Jesus Christ, man, thank you so much. I don't have great clips for money right now, but let's celebrate. I know we got Karen in the chat, so
Shut up, silly woman.
And here's a good
What do
one.
you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby.
And since you're all here, you are clearly all detractors.
I'm not a detractor. I'm not a detractor.
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric!
And yeah, thank you so much, Low Watermark, for your
I'll
support.
take a pound of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
Oh man, you're still not green. What the hell? Making everyone green. We're feeling froggy in the chat. He's fat and we like it. Low Watermark. I'd give up if I was you. Yeah, man. You need people commenting in the chat to get a membership. I got House of R thanking House Low Watermark. So you're getting some love here, Low Watermark. Thank you so much. Again, I don't expect anything. I really appreciate it. This is like new territory for me, man. I appreciate it. Also, great news. I don't know how much we'll have him, but the rookie critic, I've never met him in person, unfortunately. Just have not had the finances either way, me or him, to make that venture out to Washington or him to Ohio. But he's coming to Ohio. Coming to Ohio this year in May, right around my birthday, which is great. So we're finally going to meet. He's going to be here at Angus headquarters to become, well, not become anything, but hang out and be here live with me for a stream and hang out, watch a movie or something. So that's going to be great. I can't wait. You Like Green the Hulk was my first Marvel comic when I was 5. I don't know what my first comic was. I just always say it's Spawn, I think 240 or 241. And that's where I learned as an adult, like, oh, there's 240 previous issues I got to read. Crap. And start realizing the headache of comics, especially when you try to read stories and there's all intertwined different storylines that don't line up exactly number-wise or anything. Yeah, let's start playing more of this stream.
All wearing the same color. They're all wearing green, this kind of boring green color. There's nothing unique about them in any way. Why would I buy this comic? Considering the multitude of other better comics that are out there. I mean, even a bad DC comic features characters, at least, that are better than this. And I mean, I've said this before, like, Eric July has spent a lot of time running down comics. But I mean, Tom Taylor's gay Superman comic is better than this. It just is. And, one of the reasons why Tom Taylor's gay Superman comic might be better than this is because there are moments in one of those books where people are trying to be human. They're expressing human emotions. There is actual optimism in it. Like gay Superman loves Lois Lane, loves his mom, and treats her that way with love. And so that automatically makes it a better reading experience than this. It's okay that like this guy's an asshole to like his boss and everything, but who is he nice to? Who are any of these characters? Who do they like? I mean, they like that one guy. She was picking on that one doofus who it turns out like saved the city, I guess. And then at the end, it's like, oh yeah, maybe he was the best of us. Well, you treated him like a shithead when he was alive. You were really mean to him. So I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't think you're an alpha at all. I think you're really whiny. I don't like the way that you talk to the general. I think you could have showed some sophistication and class. I think you could have been a good soldier, and you were instead an asshole to him when he was telling you that what you did was wrong. And by the way, you seem to have agreed to the terms here, that where you're only supposed to be involved in fights with superpowered people, and you got involved in something you weren't supposed to be, and you had your ears slapped.
Really quick, again, thank you so much for support, Low Watermark, and having fun with the chat. Everyone chat, grab the memberships. That has been on behalf of Low Watermark again with another 5 memberships. Oh my God, thank you. Hit me up on Twitter. We'll make a members chat, so I get your feedback of like where to steer this channel, more silly stuff in the clips for super chats and whatnot, little gags, whatever you want. Ideas for raffles if you're interested in the $10 tier. Let's make this a a real thing. This is fun. I want your feedback to give you what you want on this channel. So again, thank you so much. Can't argue with Ethan. He knows his shit. Exactly. Again, comment, Rabbit. Grab the membership. Oh my God. More memberships from Low Watermark. Thank you so much. Let's see if I got another stinger.
Donate to the children's fund. Why? What have children ever done for me?
Someone needs to meme that with Eric's face over it, given his charity fiasco. What the hell? What's going on with Rabbit D. Megan? She can't grab his membership. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't have any influence keeping you from. I don't know what's going on for you, Rabbit D. Megan. Unfortunately, sorry about that. Again, this whole membership thing's new to me, so sorry about that. Let's continue.
Back, and you acted like a 13-year-old girl over it. I don't like you. And you, I don't know anything about you except that you saved a single mother, a single black mother. Good for you, dude. Captain Save a Ho. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't want to read another one. And I mean, there's a lot of just high aspirations here, but I want you to understand that, even the people who you denigrate, who work at Marvel and DC, who make SJW comic books, they're better than you. They know how to tell stories, and they're creating character. Listen, they're writing stories that are still more fun to read and hang together better than these ones do. And Chuck at least wrote a good plot for this. He did a good job writing the plot. It was a surprise, the ending and all this stuff. But the bad thing about it is that the whole thing about ALPHACORE is that the tagline is failure is not what we do, which is stupid. Failure isn't something that you do. Fail is something that you do. Fail is not what we do.
Idiot.
Tagline. Failure is not what we do is stupid.
God.
But anyway, they're not supposed to fail, and they failed at the end of this. Utterly. Catastrophically, they failed. They failed in such a way that you could just say, fuck you guys, never come back to this city again. So that's not good. I mean, it was an interesting story, but again, they failed. So what? I want to read something with some humanity to it, I guess is what I'm saying. Isam's an asshole. These characters are all assholes. All of them are assholes, and there's no reason for that. I know it's hard. This is what I was telling my wife. I was saying to her, it's very important that people write some kindness into these superhero books. And actually, what am I doing here? Hold on a second. I'm going to remove this. Okay, there we go. Actually write some characters that have love in their hearts. Because like I said, just writing this evil, hate, evil, snarkiness over and over again is, over time, what do we have to believe in? These are supposed to be superheroes. And Superman to me is like an avatar for what do we say? We say he's hope, right? Superman, a cross between Elvis Presley and Jesus Christ. Like he's divine. He's somebody who we want to aspire to be. I don't want to be like that guy. And he's the main hero of this book. He's clearly a stand-in for Superman, and he's an obnoxious piece of shit. And he failed.
Hey, crap. Type in the chat now. I am screwing around with the stream on the YouTube side. I allowed GIFs. I don't know if that's the difference. Maybe that'll work for you now. Shit, what's your name? Rabbit, Rabbit D Megan. Try now. Comment something now, Rabbit, and see if you get it. Because I clicked the on the fan funding. I clicked shit. There was some button to like allow memberships, but everyone else is getting it. So I don't know why that would influence you not getting these low watermark gifts. Thank you so much. For avatars and whatnot, I'm thinking of like Cow from Cow and Chickens. That's just funny. I need to mess with the picture. And then I'm hoping to get a commission from Abomination AJ. He's got some good, funny, furry adjacent work. So I'm wanting to get like a Black Angus Young style avatar to make an image for members, for icons. I was thinking of doing Cow, Minotaur, Taurus, and then Apis. Apis is a Egyptian bull god, so that's like the line of thought there. But I'll figure out tooling in the I also want to use the Angus Devil, or maybe get my own version of like Black Angus Young Devil art. Let me show that to y'all what that looks like. Angus Young Devil. All right, let me share this really quick. YouTube unsubscribing. I got a membership. I resubbed. Well, thank you, dim-witted chicken. Chicken's in the chat, my friend. Is it because you're a girl? No, I do not have any gender-based. All genders, the whole YouTube appropriate spectrum of gender is allowed on my channel. There is no gender-based bias in this chat. Back to work, my dude. Catch up later. Great stream. Yeah, thank you, Godfo. Let me share this to show what I mean. So again, Black Angus, because I'm a big AC/DC fan. That's where the name came from, because I used to want to be playing guitar in my bedroom, wanted to be a Black Angus Young. And then the cow stuff kind of came from thought. So this is a patch, but this is the devil drawing of Angus Young based on, I guess, this original drawing. Don't know the exact lore, but of course, Angus, is like the devilish, spirit of rock and roll. He's got, High to Hell, Hell's Bells and whatnot, devil horn guitar with the SG. So that is what I just wanted, like an Angus-based drawing like this. I'll have to show. I used to do some doodles when I was in the army. I have like this, because I used to be Catholic, so I had like this devil character, and one of them, he was in an acolyte suit, like I used to do, because I was an acolyte in church. But yeah, that's like a funny little thing I want to do. Have a Black Angus devil drawing, because I love the devilish spirit of Angus and AC/DC. All right, back to the stream. No women here. I will look into this, Rabbit D Megan, why you cannot be a member. I don't know. Maybe you have a restriction on your side. I have no idea. Maybe it's like you don't have super chat ability enabled as a viewer. I have no idea. I will look into that. The Saint says, I seen AC/DC at Wembley. Yeah, you're a UK person, right? Seen them at Wembley. They were awesome. I saw them with, what's his name? Guns N' Roses. Axl Rose. I saw him with Axl Rose fronting in replace of Brian. Say what you want about Guns N' Roses. Not a fan besides Appetite. Axl Rose is kind of the perfect front man for AC/DC, given his vocal range. He can do the Bon Scott and he can do Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson's why I became an AC/DC fan. I love just a shrill screamer like that. You know, like Slipknot, stuff like that's cool. High on Fire. Mastodon's my favorite modern band, but there's something about a like Lemmy or Nazareth or AC/DC kind of screamer. It's so unique to find. It's just like it's pure physical talent to have that kind of voice. You can't fake it. Cinderella tried. It's okay. Again, comment now. Rabbit D Megan and people in chat. We got more membership gifts from Low Watermark. What a swell guy. Let me know what your Twitter is so we can comment with each other. Low Watermark if you're on Twitter. Yeah, Brian Johnson's the best. The thing about AC/DC with Brian Johnson is like you see a complete tonal shift, not only because Bond died, so like Angus just seems a bit more reserved in his antics on stage. He seems a little bit more mature, I guess. But it's like they like completely shifted in tone with Back in Black, and then they just kind of stalled. Now I love all the Brian stuff up until probably, I guess, Black Ice is pretty good, but they never really progressed. There felt like a real range with Bon Scott, despite maybe limited vocal range compared to like the heights you can do with Brian, and that made it like hellish, especially like Hell's Bells. But I would love to be in a alternate universe to see what AC/DC would become with Bon Scott not dying in 1980. I would love to see, because like I'm pretty sure You Shook Me All Night Long definitely is probably written by Bon. Unknowingly, I fell into this like wormhole that there is this like author, a AC/DC author who is investigating the backstory of Bon Scott, that he was way more substantial with Back in Black as a lyricist, and that like AC/DC as a business has kind of just commodified the sex, drugs, and rock and roll imagery of Bon Scott, that they are kind of shrewd, cruel businessmen with their imagery in regards to Bon. I don't know. It's a very interesting wormhole. I just never expected there to be like some sort of like dark misgiving in AC/DC's lore, because they're pretty straightforward, blue collar kind of band. You remember traveling to Stonehenge on a bus, listening to Stiff Upper Lip. It's pretty fun. It feels like Kid Angus and Malcolm, what you'd expect them like picking on a guitar when they're kids, listening to like, I don't know, John Lee Hooker or something, trying to make their own little niche in music before they like figured out their fucking Thunder from Down Under. Yes, and Rip Malcolm, it's so sad. I think he was alive at that point still. I'm not sure. It might have been his cousin filling in. I can't remember the cousin's name. But they're such a, AC/DC is that weird band that as long as Angus is there, they can keep rocking. They're kind of like the Temptations. You can pull anyone in and out but Angus. Once Angus is gone, that's AC/DC's gone. They should be going on a tour soon with Brian. You have to go now. Glad to make the chat green as I could for a man doing EBS reactions. Sorry, Rabbit. You didn't make it, unfortunately, for Miss Rabbit Megan. We'll try to rectify that. I don't know how to gift them myself. I've seen Tony, I think, directly gift memberships. I think you as the host can do that. I don't know how to do that yet, so I'll look into that, and I'll look into rectifying that for you, Rabbit. Or maybe figure out PayPal and I'll slip you $1 to slip back to me. I don't know. It'll be a net loss for me, like 30 cents at least. But yeah, here we go.
When I'm writing Cyberfrog, and Cyberfrog is like more human than these characters are. Cyberfrog reflects on his failure, and he's looking around at the people that he's supposed to protect and care for, and he's like, how do I make things better for them? Like, I want to know how I make things better for the people of this community. I have failed. The world is a mess because I was not doing what I should do. What? So now what do I do? And he chooses.
Not realize you gotta wait 20 issues, and monetize all your pay pigs for every ounce you can before you actually give them anything to keep them hanging around. You're an idiot, EVS. Why would you build a fleshed out world at the start? You fucking retard. You're not doing it the Ripple way.
and to spend his time initially while he's regrouping, trying to make Lily, who is Dower, this little girl, this 10-year-old girl, trying to make her happy. It's like, let me just start here. If I can change the life, if I can make the life of one child better, that's the start towards fixing the entire world. And that's the underpinning of Wreck Planet. How do we begin to fix what's broken? And it's like, well, we start with the kids. We start by making better stuff with kids in mind. That's what it is. That's how we, if comics are broken, if our storytelling is broken, then we need to start making things that telling stories that will make children grow up better. Okay. I had Superman. I love Superman. I love the Super Friends. I love Spider-Man. I loved all these characters. If we're here to replace them because they've been hijacked by perverts, and they have, okay, it is true, but even still, the perverts are making better stuff than this. Then we need to keep those things in mind. That's how I feel about it. I don't want to go on about it. I just, you feel good reading that? You feel good having written that, made that? You feel good? I mean, made a lot of money.
That's what I love about Evius, because he's a great radio guy. He's got great humor, but he also has he's got all this knowledge artistically and crafting story. Even if you argue about his Sciver Frog, again, I don't like Sciver Frog too, but he's worked with great writers, picked their brain, worked with Grant Morrison, Jeff Johns. He knows what he's talking about conceptually, for sure. And there's also this wrinkle in the entirety of EVS's commentary and insight of being a father, being more wizened, on top of all of his dealings with DC getting canceled and all that. I always hear this vein of fatherly corrective wisdom behind whatever disses he's doing. So it's a very nuanced packaging of DVS in his commentary. So I don't know if you've ever pieced that out, you in the audience, but it's great stuff. Woohoo! Sold a statue on eBay. More Meth Gator money.
It made less money than the prior book and the book before that. But you hear what I'm saying? I'm saying start telling stories that are going to mean something to somebody one day. Thank you. Anyway, here we go. Blast Radius says, seems like Dixon has been watching too much of The Boys and Watchmen. ALPHACORE reminds me of that. More superhero deconstruction nonsense. Jorby
I gotta
says,
disagree with that. I don't think there's any deconstruction. I think that's the problem, is there's no deconstruction to peel the layers back from the archetypes that he's going for. I think invoking The Boys is a real insult to Garth Ennis in his work, and what Amazon has done adapting those stories. Whatever misgivings you might have The Boys, if you're just not interested, I think you can't deny how culturally impactful they are coming out at the right moment. It's really weird reading The Boys. Again, I'm not deep lore knowledge. I've read about 15, 20 issues. I like it. The Boys, I think the show harnesses everything great about the comics and kind of cuts the fat out some, because there's some kind of meanderings, definitely, that I've noticed. But The Boys is, as a comic before the MCU, you got to think this stuff started with DC for 6 issues before Iron Man came out. I want to say maybe X3 was the biggest comic movie in the consciousness at that moment in time. Iron Man was still being crafted at Paramount, and it's so crazy to see the misgivings that Ennis perceives with superheroes, when besides a couple summer blockbusters for the last few years, Spider-Man and X-Men, Blade, I guess Batman Begins came out. It was successful, but it didn't make the giant splash like Dark Knight yet. Batman Begins is more impactful with the retrospective having the trilogy intact. But And I think because it's so deconstructed and plausible kind of reality they're working with, it didn't make the headwaves like Batman 89 or even the Batman Forever, which I really like that movie. It's very interesting reading The Boys, seeing like the disdain Ennis has for superheroes, controlling the comic medium in general. And the way he wrote like corporations, there's this kind of mockery of corporations with these superhero properties through the characters of The Boys in their world and in the comic industry in the world of The Boys as like sort of like lying propaganda. Think of, if you haven't read it, think of like Logan when they show like X-Men comics in the world where it's like fucking maybe 10% of this is true, you know? It's just, I don't know, it's very interesting that Garth Ennis could write this, and it like there's really no exaggeration from his story to the adaptation of the show about his perspective of superheroes and the mass media aspect of them, especially with the MCU. It's only like more accentuated his kind of bemoaning superheroes in comics. But people like to say he hates superheroes. It's like, no, his satirism, if that's a word, his satire of these comics shows, I think, implicitly his fandom of good superhero storytelling and clear adoration for certain characters and archetypes. So I don't know. It's just very interesting. I really hate people throw around deconstruction as a negative. It's like, I don't think you write good characters if you're not deconstructing them and getting to the core of what drives them. People really conflate deconstruction with like more diverse audience diatribes by woke Hollywood creators now. So I really got to hit back at that. This is why I like to engage the super chat segments of EVS, because there's a lot of good commentary through the chats or through EVS's commentary.
Your notes on the artwork in these comics is fascinating. I'm learning a lot. Have you considered teaming up with other inkers and colorists to make a series of tutorial videos on good comic book art? I haven't thought about it. I mean, I'm here to serve you guys, whatever you want me to do with this channel. If I hear enough of it, enough people want me to do it, I'm going to do it. So Chris Mills says, review Raging Golden Eagles Blade Devil. So, tomorrow we'll do another super chat goal for the next series of reviews. Jenko Morningstar says, I hated Joe Bennett's Immortal Hulk. They made Joe Fixit, the gangster version of the Hulk, advocate for trans rights. Rad says, let's fix the glare for tomorrow's review. Thank you. I don't know what to do about that except for to turn the light out, and maybe we could do that. Spider Eternal says, they all sound like Eric in business mode. Boring. Logical Mail says, Ethan, are they making ALPHACORE a graphic novel like Watchmen? It seems like this book is for adults. Yeah, it is for adults. It's not for kids, but it should be. And also, it's not. I don't even think it's good for adults. I mean, I read it and I didn't feel good about it. You know what I mean? You come away from a book feeling a certain way. Like I read Jeff Johns' his Ghost Machine comic. I got 2 copies of it. That's why I threw one across the room and marked it up. I got 2 copies, but I read it and I felt good. I read you read it.
Got Robco guy. What's up, buddy? He says low watermark. It stepped away and didn't even realize. Thanks for the membership. Again, much praise to Low Watermark supporting the channel. Don't know how often he's been in here. I think the EVS reaction is what brought him here, and he's already got the vote of confidence for me and what I'm doing on this channel. So I appreciate it so much. Again, all that money's going to the Meth Gator coffer. Once it populates in my bank account, I'll withdraw it. If you don't know my Meth Gator coffer, I won't delineate how much I got thus far. It's a sizable amount, but I still need a lot more, I think, to make a comic worth your time artistically. Again, I'm a novice making comics, novice reading this stuff. I'm a story guy, so I think I got a good solid story to start, but I'm going to be reliant so much on the artist to convey the story. Might have to bring someone in to help me script it properly, panel wise and all that, because I got a few images in mind of like I definitely want like this kind of image, but plotting wise, that, you know, I'm aware of my shortcomings creatively. I'm trying to write a comic that I'm not going to like hide behind. Well, it's my first time. There is definitely first time problems, like I said, with the art delineation from the story that it's really out of my hand. Besides, I like your art. I want you to convey my story. Paneling it, I have no idea. I'm totally lost, but there's something here. Something here he said made me think about it. Watchmen. I don't know about that. Watchmen's another one I think people really misinterpret. Rorschach is not a hero. No one's a hero in that. It's a deconstruction of the superhero in the real world, that none of these are heroes. Vigilantism robs the democratic process. No matter what good individual feats they do, they're all taking power from the people's choice. So if you're a Rorschach is crazy, man. You know, he's so blindsided by hard white and black truth that he can't see any nuance. He would never be someone that could pull a Pearl Harbor. My view is Pearl Harbor was rigged in the sense that the U.S. allowed it to happen. FDR really wanted to be in the war. I think FDR allowed all those sailors to die at Pearl Harbor for the perceived greater good. I think any American, especially with like the Holocaust invoked, would say, well, it was good we got in the war because we beat the Third Reich. And they don't really add in the fact that, like, it's really good to forcibly conscript young men out of high school to go die on a beach in Normandy for someone else's failings of a government. Yes, there are allies, but then you get like, well, where's our responsibility for their problems? You know, Rorschach could never have those kind of thoughts. He would just throw himself and everyone else into the machine gun fire on the beach without thought of like, is this a net positive? He doesn't have the ability to net positive. And then Ozymandias is maybe too detached, arguably, in his calculation as a leader to manipulate the dealings for his goal of greater good. Greater good comes with like people falling off on the sides, you know. Greater good is, you know, killing all those people in New York for a net positive. That's how, you know, military and political leaders have to deal. They have to think, what's like the least body count solution I can manage? That's at least a good politician or military leader. They know, it's like, I'm sending a bunch of boys to their death, but hopefully it's the least amount that I have to coordinate, you know. Rorschach can't think that. And then Ozymandias can never conceive of like black and white morality. So they're both flawed. Neither one's right. There's got to be kind of a new in between Sparta and Athens. That's, you know, how you get like republicanism. I don't know. It's just interesting to me. And that's kind of how I perceive things. I guess you'd call me an optimistic nihilist. I don't believe in a grand ending payout of morality. No Country for Old Men's a great example of that, where it's like the wife gets killed as collateral for Llewellyn's dealings, interfering with Chigurh. Normally in storytelling in the West, we reward the pure of heart with they're absolved from any like misdealings on theirs, or they are the impetus. They are like the shot across the ballots, like unpermitted. You can't, there's no justification that this person's taken off the board. They were pure of heart. And this is the rally cry to get the troops in action, so to speak. And No Country for Old Men subverts that kind of Western storytelling logic. And it's like, no, there's all sorts of good, innocent people are, you know, pawns on the board for whatever reason. And I think that lends to more nuanced storytelling versus if I read Titans, even the new shit, it's like, well, whatever damage happens, if there's a collateral, you know, hero gets killed in the story, the good guys will win in the end. You know, it's like, it's boring. We've seen that for 80 years in storytelling. Like, I don't know.
it and you feel good about it. You like what you read, and that's important. We got a lot of videos to look at, by the way. I know this was just a review, but we got to watch a lot of stuff here. Eric has lots of commentary about a lot of different things. Odinson 99M says, comparing Bennett to Gary, the Calls HD says it's a shit's or bought I would ever we see. And Patrick T says ALPHACORE sounds like Team America minus the lulls. Jorby Jimson says, do you think Chuck's script would be better if he had better characters to work with? It's weird that he wrote the whole cast as unrelatable assholes. I think Chuck, my opinion is Chuck doesn't give a shit. Like he's got a good thing going here. You know what I mean? He's working with Eric July. His note there that Eric July pays right away, that says it all, dude. That should have been the entire thing should have been, I like Eric July. He pays right away. Wet Bandit said, I mean, I would never write something like that in working with John Malin is a pleasure, blah, blah, blah. By the way, he pays me right away. I'd never write something like that about someone I respected, ever. Wet Bandit says, the loud... Well, Salvador was drawing Uncanny X-Men while I was drawing New X-Men. And I thought it was okay. His stuff is a little bit repetitive. Like it's sold out of warts and all. It's very short, but it looks like a pit bull in jeans and a tank top. Suge Knight is literally just a guy.
In the chat, let me know if you've read ISOM and or ALPHACORE. What's your favorite part? To let you know my favorite parts. ISOM 1, favorite part is him fighting Santuan, and they for no reason have this exposition about Exceps. And then ISOM's like, yeah, it's just a name, it's generalized, and it's stuck. Why are we even talking about this? Let's fight. And then he's like, I came to your hand with respect and was met with disrespect, and that cannot be tolerated. It just says that summarizes the whole character of ISOM. It's perfect. It summarizes Eric July's mindset. And then Larry Shungheit's introduction in ISOM 2 is just so stupid, because it's totally fine if you have like a cutaway that leads into another character where it's like, oh, by the way, this is going on the news, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh, that's on the radio in the world, so it gives you like information about the bigger world. That's fine. You do it with the TV or the internet, on the phone, whatever, social media, cutaway, or like a look at the phone or something. The fact he spent like 6 pages of Larry Shungheit, it amounts to nothing. It's just like an Easter egg. It's a big dump. Maybe it's a filler. You could argue the amount of time they devoted to him bitching about, I deserve this and I never got my pay up and stuff, but now I'm the champ. And, it's like, why would you waste this much time of like wrestler dialogue, and it has no impact on the story so far? It's just it's a great insight into the mind of Eric. And ALPHACORE, that one's harder to figure out what my favorite part of ALPHACORE is. I'll have to think about that for a minute, but let me know in the chat. Let's continue.
Shungite, it's not Suge Knight. All the costumes are boring. It's true. Sagittarius A Astra says, name says Rippa. Yeah, he rips off stuff. He even hires stinkers. I feel bad for Joe and Chuck. The colors, man. ALPHACORE failed because they didn't collect data. Well, they did collect data, but it was in the form of a thumb drive that had a virus that knocked down their whole ship. So that'll teach them to be too eager for data. You want to, when it comes to data collection, you want some data collection, but maybe their eagerness to get.
I would say, if I'm thinking about ALPHACORE, here we go. They don't have all the buttons in the same spot, so it's like hard figuring out where. Shit, wrong one. Here we go. If you ever fuck with StreamYard, like the problem of like forgetting where the buttons are. So ALPHACORE doesn't have a like any character moment or really Eric insight necessarily of like, haha, that is hilarious for like a meta reason of Eric wisdom, if you will. So my favorite part is right here, this elephant nose glasses scene. There's nothing substantial character wise, nothing substantial plot wise. It's just that's great. That's my favorite part of ALPHACORE. It's just that dumb glasses image. No other reason besides it sucks. Even the great Joe Bennett cannot sustain quality for Rippaverse.
Data caused their whole ship to crash, which I think is the moral, JJ, of the whole story. Not Superman EVS. It's Zod, Ursa, and Nan, says Nevermorn. Well, one of them is clearly Wonder Woman, right? I mean, I hear you. They do look like the three Kryptonians, but you know, I don't even think that was in their minds when they created that. Storm D says characters look like the ones in Truth, Justice, American Way, but worse. Yeah, Truth, Justice, American Way, the exact same thing. And the Batman character has the same kind of visor, right? I mean, I don't think they ripped each other off, but it's just come up with something, like try to come up with something new. Darren Wagner says, I normally don't like animal heroes like Turtles and Captain Carrot, but I do like Cyberfrog for some reason. I do find myself wishing you also did a human superhero character of your own, like GL again. Well, it's Rainbow the Brute. It's not really. Thank you.
Some good stuff here. Richard Dupe's commenting on my, I guess, morality Watchmen commentary. My great uncle escaped from Japanese POW camp in Southeast Asia, lived in jungles for 18 months. 3 escaped, only 2 survived. 1 guy fell and broke his leg. They had to leave him behind. Yeah, that's the kind of nuance I like in stories like The Gray. I don't know if y'all are fans of Liam Neeson's The Gray, but you know, this is the kind of thought pattern I have because I used to be Christian, and so I still think about things. This is like the interest I have, I guess, religiously, is like being away from it, but thinking in those lines. In all right, so suicide. I know it's like a naughty word here, but the concept of suicide and hell and self-murder in Christian terms, there's a lot of commentary, a lot of indecision, I guess, or interpretation of like, is it a sin, or are you of compromised state when you do it, and thus you're not hellbound? These are things I can think about when I watch stories. Like in The Gray, it's in my understanding of Christian, perspective. It's a great question because we all revere, especially in the West, the kind of messianic sacrifice of soldiers. The one guy, like Act of Valor, the one guy jumps on the grenade to save 5 people, and so he's going to heaven scot-free, no problem. But then counter it with like my perspective, the Jesus story. It's all like him as God has rigged this whole system, and so it's like a suicide by Jesus, him taking on the cross. Aside from like the spiritual storytelling, aspect of like, wow, what a great God, he did all this for us. He became man and died for us. Like there's that aspect. I totally see the merit, the messianic trope, if you will, that we are accustomed to with superheroes. Totally get that aspect. Within the bigger scheme, it's like, well, this is Minecrafting yourself, arguably. But in The Gray, there's this like Minecraft versus valor element that I like to question. There's no answer. I don't have an answer, but this is like my line of thought with pairing it with Christianity. It's like there's that guy, I think he's Crossbones in Captain America Civil War. They're all trying to run from the wolves, of course. That's the whole plot. And at one point he's got a bum leg and he just kind of gives up. He's like, I'm out of this, man. I'll stall him for you, though. I'll have this one great act to end my life of being a shitbag, and I'll stall them by sacrificing myself. Maybe putting up a fight, hurting some of them, maybe killing some of them. This will give you a little bit more space and time to get away from these wolves. Stall them, and it's like he willingly accepts this, and on part of it, it just is a total character redemption arc for him. It's like, well, he's a good guy. In the end, he's redeemed, and if you're thinking of the afterlife, this should be a ticket to heaven. But then on the same instance, it's like he's accepting the death. He's willingly taking on his death. And so it's like, is that Minecrafting yourself? Is that a hellbound act? I don't know. It might, some people religious might think like, well, obviously it's heroic and good and in God's, vision of merit to heaven. But I think pragmatically, like, this is still Minecrafting. So that's kind of my line of thought of like, just I don't have an answer, but I like to ponder the unanswerable in that respect. So that's like pairing with my whole like kind of, I like nuance. And I don't think most people will even interpret or analyze that sequence that way, but this is kind of my mind watching films, watching stories unfold. You don't think ALPHACORE is deconstruction. There's nothing deconstructed. Chuck got stuck with one-dimensional characters, and Eric isn't going to let him add any depth to them. I agree. He said the truck. A couple of y'all, Richie Dupe and KS says, the truck is your favorite part of ISAW. Larry Shungai, I know. New Trashcast in an hour and a half. All three are not very good, says the Saint. You guys probably thinks Joe Bennett is Richard Bennett, who did Brass. No, I think he's aware it's Joe Bennett, especially people saying Immortal Hulk. Friday Night Tights are on Disney payroll. Yeah, I can totally see this being a coordinated opposition, coordinated chaos. Alpha scam. Yeah, thank you, the Saint. That's deep. Yeah, this is kind of, this is before I ever thought of being like a comic. This has always been a interpretation or question with films like that, with the gray. That's why I like it. There's some people who just analyze it just like straight plot or plot holes or irredeemable characters, whatever. I know that's like a controversial film. Let me look at the Rotten Tomatoes really quick. The Gray. What is the score on Rotten Tomatoes? Wow, it's got an 80%. I assumed it would be way lower. I figured it'd be a film people like bemoaned, because I've seen like some people crap on it. I don't have any examples, but yeah, that's just like the kind of insight you get here at old Black Angus Reviews. So thank you for appreciating that. And again, I don't want people to just ham-fist agree with me on everything or me pander insights. I'm going to say things that you disagree with, but as you see with like Godfoe, I try to have like conversations and through discourse, not conflict, but discourse, see people's insight and be like, all right, like Eric July, if people would just be truthful and be like, I don't care how shit it is, I'm supporting Eric, whether it's because I like his channel and thus this is YouTube merch, or if it's I support Rippaverse because even if it sucks to start, it's going to improve over time. I want to help facilitate a counter to the mainstream. I would totally be fine with that. And this is, again, there's a whole cult fandom behind Eric that also makes it so interesting to dissect. And as Ripper would say, discard.
Macaron says ALPHACORE didn't just fail, but by the end of the comic, two of them are legit criminals. For being cops, they have no hesitation in breaking the law. Man, I would really like to see them just abide by the law, too. That would be great. Jim Satala says, the coloring in ALPHACORE reminds me of how that 80s pizza roaster. Dumb username says, what size lead do you draw with? It's not size lead, it's... Oh, yeah. Jeremiah M says, mediocrity shouldn't...
All right, here we go. Here's some...
Let me see.
Eric July commentary.
Maybe I am jealous of him. Let me see.
Exactly.
So with the 11 months. Appreciate that. We got Mike S. Hangout with a 10 says, good afternoon, Rip. I had a question. Could you clarify something? I don't know why Guy is mad at you. Thank you.
Oh, he said Guy because the guy sent him a super chat that was that had my name in it. Like it, it had my name. So, you could just Eric, just say my name. You don't have to say Guy.
Oh, yeah, KS, really quick. You honestly hope that neither Larry Shungai nor Norfolka ever appear again, just to make them an even bigger what the fuck moment than they are. That'd be hilarious if they just totally drop it. It'd be like some Game of Thrones shit when Bran has like that I don't know what you call it, like time loop presence as the three-eyed raven with like he retroactively there's some sort of weird time continuum thing with Bran's power that he can influence time forward and at least backwards from the present. He is the reason Hodor is Hodor. Can't remember what his real name was, but he became Hodor because hold the door. And so this is some sort of like mental gaffe in his speech, at least. He became Groot. That would be funny as fuck. They just drop it, never explain it, never touch it again. That'd be hilarious. Because I think I think ISOM 1 or ISOM 2 fan art winner was a Norfolka piece. That'd be hilarious. Again, people get excited for shit and then it like means nothing, or it's nothing what you expected, given what's been pitched. But no, the thing with Larry Shungite that's interesting is if this is an except that you're hinting at with Larry Shungite and his 6-page devotion in the story, that's really weird. Because if the Wrestling League is not except open and aware, but then people are sneaking in as excepts, which is also a question because they've already hinted in ISOM that there's a blood test to figure out if you're a except. And then if I'm not mistaken, it appears Solari became an except during the Great War of Separation in Texas. So it's not like everyone's just born with this. It seems like he's going for some sort of boys. At least he's doing an X-Men thing of like a pubescent undertaking of power, if not the boys where it's an injection. Maybe they've crafted to the point where they can do it to adults, not just children. You're getting to like Incredibles. Again, Incredibles is a kids movie based off of like the template of the Fantastic Four. And it's one of the best superhero movies, and it's not even a true superhero team when they made it. It's clearly just ripping off of Fantastic Four. But Dash, he's a kid, he wants to compete, and his parents like, you can't because it's cheating, because you're the Flash. Ultimately, it's not fair if you're playing sports. It's honestly not fair if you even accept second, if he accepts any placement, because there's no one that can compete with them, at least that we know of in this world. And if you got Larry Shungite and he's an except competing and it's not an except based league, this is morally, like ethically problematic. This is the same as, trans UFC fighters, especially the Fallon chick that like didn't tell people she was a guy before transitioning, and under the excuse of, I don't have to tell you my medical history, and, cracking women's skulls with them not knowing until they get the shit kicked out of them. This is the kind of problems that Eric has not thought of that would be like instant thoughts for me of like, wait, I can't have, this is what they did in Spider-Man. It's like Spider-Man's not fair when he's fighting in the ring to make money. And he kind of gets a spiritual comeuppance by getting shafted in money because he did so well. There's not just the like skeevy host that cuts him short on his check. It's also morally a comeuppance for Spider-Man because he's cheating by wrestling. No one can match his ability, even if he's not fully aware of his ability. It's like he has an undue advantage. It's like worse than steroid use. So again, this Larry Shungite thing is like a real can of worms creatively.
Say Ethan Van Sciver. Do you think I'm getting something out of this?
I am saying your name, Rabbit D, Megan.
Do you think this kind of promotion is something that's helpful to me? Say my name, dude. The hell? All right, here we go. Here's Eric's theory about why I'm mad at him.
Why? Look, man, I'm not a therapist. I can only guess. And what I think happened is, and the reason I learned a lot after the weird shit happened, let's say that, about this person. And there's a pattern here, right? And the pattern is it happened kind of with
say a name,
another creator as well.
No name.
And the pattern is when someone starts to see a little bit of success that is in the realm of this person, they feel some kind of way. More specifically, if they feel like they can't take credit for it, or if they're not the sun that everybody's revolving around.
That's
right.
True. Yeah.
So that's my guess, is that they felt some kind of way, and there was an opportunity, considering recent events, as other people, external folk, started to ramp up their hatred of me. They figured that there was a opportunity to take myself down a peg.
Eric, why are you such a victim? Why must you be a victim?
Well, he's an SJW.
Why is it important to you to present yourself as somebody who's being victimized? Our entire problem, you and me, comes down to this. It comes down to the fact that when I told you that you should listen to criticism, okay, you reacted extremely poorly. Somebody criticized you in a way, it was somebody you didn't like, Dick Masterson. Dick Masterson basically grabbed you by the scruff of your neck and he criticized your book. And I think he embarrassed you. He made you angry, whatever it is. You reacted to it in a crazy way. You decided that you were going to try to debunk the criticism, which to me is the worst thing that you can do. And it's a very amateur thing to do, to sit there and say, this criticism that somebody's making of my book, I'm going to go through it and tell you why this critic is wrong. The critic isn't wrong. Really, you might disagree. You know what I mean? But in this case, he was right. And your reaction to it was so weird and off-putting. And I tried to explain that to you, and you weren't having it. I said, this is good criticism. You said, it's not good criticism. He's a retard. And I said, that's not going to work on me because I'm fairly smart. So I know that he might be goofy, but he's not retarded. This is pretty good criticism. I honestly, I feel like he's smarter than you. So this is pretty good criticism and you should take it. And you completely and totally overreacted and spiraled out ever since. And then you texted me that you felt that my not standing by you was sending the wrong signal to people, and that you would reciprocate. Like it bothered you so much that you said you would reciprocate. You had people that you were holding back that wanted to go at me, but you were holding them back, and you would reciprocate unless I got in line. And that's our entire problem. Is I don't like to be told what to do. I don't like to be told who I can hang out with, who I can agree with, and also I don't like to just sit there and go, like I wouldn't want to protect you from criticism that I thought was good. And your whole existence right now is about how you cannot take criticism. And then you cannot take the criticism that you cannot take criticism. It's really weird. If it wasn't for any of that, we'd be friends. I mean, I expect people to do better than me. Doug TeNapel, who I think is the creator that you're referencing there, outsold Cyberfrog 1 and it was just fine. It was no problem. Doug might have filled your ear.
Wait, do you mean Monkey Jeebus EVS or Eric? I think Eric wears a lot of blue too, but he's a Cowboy fan, a Mavericks fan. So that could be influencing the color pattern of Eric. Maybe he's missing a tablecloth. EVS made a shirt out of it. He is 3XL.
With some nonsense, with some hot air, but that wasn't the problem Doug and I had. Doug is his own animal. I want you to do well. I promoted you. I knew you were going to do better than me by virtue of the fact that you have 500,000 followers. I knew
Holy
that was
shit.
going to happen. I understood that. What I didn't
just gotta say, wow, we got 1,550 subscribers on this channel now. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence subscribing to this channel. I very much appreciate it. I just wanted to give a shout out to all y'all in the chat hanging out with me, going over this EVS review and commentary now on Eric. I'm waiting because I've seen the clip. I'm waiting for him to get into the Saska thing, but I don't know where to fast forward. So if you want to influence me in the chat, let me know. Maybe how far to go forward. Appreciate it.
The only thing I didn't like was I didn't like your behavior. I didn't like that you were denigrating creators. You said creative is easy, business is the hard part. What the fuck are you talking about? And then also you sent me that night letter. I didn't. Those are our problems. And from there, it's just kind of spiraled out from there. All this other stuff is in your imagination. Although I want to hear more of it. So let's go.
And maybe reclaim a throne that they felt that they rightfully have. One that I'm not even trying to sit in because I don't give a shit. I'm not egotistical like that. I'm not that much. I'm not a narcissist like that. I'm not a guy that feels like if he's not at the top and everybody looks to for guidance and admiration and validation, if I'm not that guy, I don't care. If there's someone else that's more successful than I am, I don't give a shit. I will show them nothing but love, and I won't feel some kind of way. So
some kind of way.
Yeah, that I think that's my best guess. Okay. I can't say exactly. Again, I'm not the person's therapist, but I get it as people that look at it externally. They say, well, this shit happened out of nowhere. What the fuck? I don't have an answer.
But you know that it didn't happen out
I
of
can
nowhere.
only guess. I'm not saying that my guess is right. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you guess exactly what I told you it was? Why wouldn't that enter into your guess at all? Why wouldn't you factor in, well, Ethan's a big balloon-headed egotist, but also I did threaten him. I did tell him that if he didn't stop making Vito and Dick, validating their arguments against my work, that I would cause him trouble, financial trouble, by turning YouTube influencers against him. Why wouldn't that be like in your? That doesn't factor.
That's actually really insightful, Chaos. It would probably help if everyone knew the whole Doug Tenable history of CG and how he essentially used this to get the okay to do Earthworm Jim comics. Yeah, he totally used CG. He was totally willing to play ball to get funding, and then once he secured his base off of the overlap with EVS and Comicsgate in general, he took tail and ran. Once called by SJWs because like there's a whole Mike Miller thing where it's like, hey, don't be saying pride is a sin during gay month because we're trying to intermingle with that backdoor they have through EVS with Dynamite, even though there's some misgivings like that stupid Anna cover and Cecil's crap. That could have been very advantageous to pierce into the mainstream. That whole BLM support package they were doing at Dynamite really hurt and kind of forced EVS to end company and the canceling of Cecil's project. Like it or not, that was a bad deal for us, but it made sense to play ball and be like, hey, it's not like be outright homophobic right wing. I'm not saying right wing is homophobic, but there's that contingent of like, hard right Christianity influencing the politics with the alphabet people. It's like, yeah, it makes sense to like, hold your punches, to say the least. And you're still worried about getting canceled, this affecting Indiegogo campaigns possibly. I mean, we see it. People are getting shadow banned where it's like they have, I think Jack Murphy's his name, the War Party. He's got a pretty cool comic. He's made almost 100K, if not more, off of it. But it's shadow banned. You can't directly search it. You have to like find the links through him to see his project because he's, for whatever reason, shadow banned. I think because he had like some gore unapproved on his page and he edited it, but they still shadow ban him. So something minor like that, when you're like publicly being homophobic, I'm saying homophobic in a general sense, as in negative about the community to the public, and it's tied to your brand and your crowdfunding sites and whatnot. It's just it's way easier to get canceled, especially we've seen some misgivings from Indiegogo. There's a need for something like Fund My Comic to counter even Indiegogo as a site to maintain some freedom, keep them honest, I guess, as a competitor. So yeah, the whole Doug Tenable thing. If you go through my channel, I have a review of Bigfoot Bill. I did buy it. It was amazing. It's immaculate. This is what I think Comicsgate has to do, much like EVS. And he's got like his volumes, whatever. You need to get away from floppies if you can afford it. Again, this is if you can afford it. It's great if you're indie like me. I don't know what the range will be from SK, but more or less floppy or trade paperback format. It's my expectation to create in the foreseeable future. Likewise for everybody else. I think if you can afford it, you should be trying to do Bigfoot Bill. This is what you can't be trying to do floppies to compete with the mainstream. We've gone 80 years with floppies, with dime store purchase, whatever you want to call it. This is a simple chapter hit every week or every month, whatever title you're reading or whatever company you're supporting. The quality is not the main factor with this format of mainstream comics week to week. It is get your hit, collect your number week to week. quality's not at the forefront. We need to be doing Bigfoot Bill type projects as far as presentation, where it's like you're not getting shit every month. It best will probably be quarterly. And so what the difference of Comicsgate is way more oversight and in-depth creativity writing. So you have a way more substantial story that leaves a way bigger impact. And then the presentation that you get a real collector's item. Not only is it more exclusive because it's not through the mainstream avenues of Diamond and Marvel, DC, Barnes and Nobles, etc. Could elevate to that point eventually, but we have to be focusing on the best quality presentation for more exclusive items that have more substantial stories. This is so Bigfoot Bill. I really love that book. That should be something we should be aiming for, is that kind of format. That's what I hope to achieve someday, is very much mimicking what Doug Snable did. Sage one about him as a skeevy person or something. He makes great products. He has fun stories. I grew up with Earthworm Jim, have not gone back to analyze it as an adult, but it's unfortunate he didn't just stick around CG and influence a higher standard of product. Because man, just think how crazy it'd be if EVS had a Cyberfrog packaged like Bigfoot Bill in that kind of yearbook format, where it's like, yeah, you're not just slipping a floppy in with your trades, you're slipping in a hardbound, gold trimmed Cyberfrog edition. Oh my God. Suck it, Marvel and DC. Like, that's what, to me, CG should be trying to do. And then again, this is more of like the top guys. I don't expect this from little guys. If they can pull it off, they can find good deals. It's affordable. They get the funding. Great. That's what we should be pushing. Not just, hey, I want a comic. I like your thing, your idea, the art. It should be prestige format, as available as it can be within your funding.
Factor into why I might be upset with you a little bit, maybe possibly, or is it just my throne? He's fucking unbelievable, Eric. Great work, pal. All right, let me see here. Back to normal. So that's the first Eric July video. Let me see. I got a ton of other stuff here that's absolutely insane. All right, this is the other one. This is Eric. Now, the great thing about Eric July is that he kind of does.
Yeah, Cecil does, as far as I know, at least for Face YouTube. He gets along with EVS. He's part of the Jack Show, if I'm not mistaken. I don't watch the Jack Show. Never really watched it. I say at least I'm not a fan of Anna, but I could get one over, I guess, by way of the other members. It's just her presence just has already kind of like cut me off from watching it. But if I see clips and it's like, okay, I'll check that segment out, I guess. But it's like, Anna.
That's what I say, what I tell him to do. And I've talked to you about this before. I told him that he was miserable. On this video, I didn't tell him. I said, Eric's miserable and he's having no fun. And he really needs to start having fun again, because he's a drag. And it's a pain in the ass to watch him. And I think his fans are responding like, the thing about it is that when you have kids, as a parent, you need to be steady, because the kids will respond to how they're seeing you behave. So if you're acting like nutty and mentally ill, then your kids are going to do the same thing. Your kids are going to be they're going to start acting out because they're scared. Mommy and daddy, there's something wrong with mommy and daddy. Well, Eric July has been acting like a nut for a little while. And I did say, like, boy, he really needs to kind of just smile, have fun. I mean, his behavior over the Alex Stein thing was very peculiar. And he immediately comes out with this. It's like amazing. I got to think of something to tell him to do with this Trashcast tonight so that he will obey this as well. Because he puts out a video called Making Comics Fun Again. And I have not watched this yet.
And rekindle with comics, with the Rippaverse. Okay. It's fun. And that can be lost when you have all of these different battles and fights that
he fucking watched my video. He's responding to it. Oh my God, dude. Holy shit. Eric, people used to go to you because you would do videos where you're arguing with people and they laughed. They thought it was funny. I like that I said that and he listened. They always listen. I'm gonna do my. By the way, when you have to try to make things fun, like it's not gonna be fun. Like if you're like, you know what, we're gonna try to bring back fun again, you're gonna lose. You're gonna fail because it shouldn't be something you have to try to do. Either it's fun or it's not, man. Let me hear this.
Some of those, they're going to be forced upon you, and I'm not telling you to ignore those types of elements. Like we talk about culture, right? And those are very much a thing, and people are utilizing it, especially in entertainment, to do some weird stuff. However, my goal with the Rippaverse is I want people to have fun. And I think that's the best way to stomp this.
I want people to have
goofy
fun.
Stuff out.
Stomp this goofy
that we've
stuff
seen
out
over the last.
What are you talking about, dude? We need to stomp this goofy stuff out, and that's going to be the best way to. Oh my god, dude!
Oh my god, you like Nina over?
I have
think
a
I'd have to take
condominium in your skull.
I think I'd have to take Anna. Over Nina.
I'm living there rent free, grandfathered in. My feet are up on the couch, and I'm watching. What do they play in your skull? I'm watching reruns of Good Times, and just enjoying myself. We got to stop this goofy ass shit. We got to do it by having fun. We got to have some fun. You're gonna be kidding me, dude.
Years is to provide people with a sandbox in which
What's
they can
happening?
have fun. And fun doesn't necessarily mean that everybody within the fandoms agreeing with each other on every single topic. No. In fact, the passionate discussions, the disagreements are very much a part of having fun.
Oh,
you've heard me talk about it. Back in the Gap, we used to argue. It's funny, people look at it now, it's all toxic, right? A term they use when they see people voicing their opinions about properties they like. This is what it used to be about. And it was always like this. People arguing about dumb stuff, in retrospect, what you call it, was what this nerd.
I want you to be less specific.
Hey, y'all mentioned Nina Infinity. If anyone has the link to that clip on Twitter of her saying, like, I know you guys are going to think I'm gay. I want that for a cut.
Eric, because, people arguing about dumb stuff, that's way too specific. I want you to generalize a little bit more so that I can imagine myself that I might fit into what you're talking about. Would you please? Is it possible that you could just generalize a little bit? People arguing about dumb stuff. Okay.
Fandoms, that's what they were about. Who's more powerful than who's stronger than you, why this person wouldn't do that, why they would do this. That was what it was about. That was part of the fun. And my goal with the Rippaverse is to provide that sandbox and do everything we can as the drivers of the content to ensure an environment where.
Well, I want you to, right now you're providing a sandbox for cats. Just FYI, these first 3 books, Eric. 3 books, man. $7 million. And you're providing a sandbox for Mersha's cats to play in. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. What is this dude talking about?
Where you do have an absolute blast. And this is why, our number one rule here with the creatives at the, we don't get into any of the other weird stuff, right? I don't care about the political motivations and a lot of that stuff. I don't care. I have one requirement.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You don't care. That's been your whole channel for at least the last couple years, talking about Hollywood and why you should back the Rippaverse is because of all the political whatever. And then you're trying to downplay. Again, I don't know if you've seen that political video he put out, Politics in the Rippaverse, where he's pretty much trying to he's gotten wind now of, people like me trolling Yaira's release with trans Yaira, making up fake trans Yaira lore about Floor Spark and stuff. Because I'm trolling given how two-faced he is. His audience deserves to know who the Saska sisters are. But excluding the Black Widow story, which I have not read, I know it's 5 issues, but excluding that story where they're hunting pedophiles, I guess, or something, the whole body of work has been SJW, Two-Face, utilizing pornography and gore and horror tropes, what they consider masculine controlled elements of horror, especially kind of carnal desire, nature stuff, subverting it for their feminist and sometimes, I guess, trans allegory and dysmorphia allegory stuff they do with their books. They got comics about nuns cutting cops' dicks off and shit. The audience deserves to know their body of work and who they really are, their repeated activistic postings. They deserve to know this. It's my opinion. I assume y'all will agree.
One requirement, in addition to having the talent, obviously, to fill whatever position it is you're filling, my only requirement is that you don't be a hack. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you are on. Don't be a hack. And sure, maybe more or less of those types tend to be hacks, depending on where they fall on the political spectrum. But that's my requirement. Don't be a hack.
You hang out with Friday Night Tights guys.
You leave that stuff at the door.
You gotta
all
be
the
kidding
political
me.
stuff, all the that needs to never get in the way of business. And so as long as that's the case, you're good with me.
Eric, you hired a bunch of Eric. Somebody sent me this. Oh, this is a whole all these tweets by the Saska sisters. Oh my God, let me see some of these here. Yes, all women, because not all men is the excuse we keep hearing for gender-specific hate crimes. You hired these people, Eric. Hold on a second. Let me see what else is here. Transgender is a gender. Oh my God, no. I hear the official Deadpool movie 2 trailer is going to drop on Valentine's Day. Nice. Here's hoping the LGBTQ, hell, even the straights love it, gets the cable pull we're all waiting for. So here's Deadpool fucking cable. That's good, man. Beautiful. Let me see. Oh, this is good right here. The only cool thing about Trump's wall is when everyone tears it down. So the Saska sisters. That's cool. What else? See. More than 50% of hate crimes against Muslims in America go unreported. Hate crimes against Muslims.
Yes, that's exactly what the Rippa fandom is concerned about. Hate crimes against Muslims. And the advocacy for which.
What is this here? Ugh, my pansexuality just took a hard gay turn. She's perf. I still have her Catwoman poster on my wall. All right, Eric. We gotta gatekeep the hell out of. Leave that political shit at the door. Leave that at the door.
What's up, Renown Zero?
You hired Eric. You realized that your big book. You called this the Mammoth. You called Yaira your Mammoth project. You hired the same people who put Marvel and DC where you. No, I'm sure the Saska sisters are lovely people. I don't know. I don't deal with them. But their politics are radical, hard identity, like far left wing. Trans kids are kids too. Shit. You know, it seems like you, Like I honestly I couldn't have predicted that. I would never have predicted that you would. I would never have predicted that you would hire women, first of all, to write your comics, considering, but then like transgender activists who worry about Muslim hate crimes and who want to tear down Trump's wall. That's brilliant, dude. That is awesome. You said Yaira's your mammoth book. Mammoths went extinct, pal. That's what they're known for. Jesus Christ. I'll only read some of these super chats.
Wait, really quick. All right. No one chat for a second. Rabbit Megan, if you're still in here, I'm about to gift super memberships. I think. Let me see. All right. Wait, what are the terms? It doesn't look like it affects me. All right. 3, 2, 1, gifting now. Everyone give a second so Rabbit can get membership. Oh, man. What the hell's happening? Damn it. Hey, you're back. Hey, if you want to hop in the stream, let me know. The link should be pinned in the chat on YouTube. Yeah, it's pinned. And you have the link anyway in the Katie chat. Again, that's my amazing mod doing amazing stuff on her channel or streams. Katie Did's channel. Hop on in. We're talking about the Saskas right now, Katie. So get on in here. I'm pretty sure you're the one who captured this. So yeah. Sorry, Miss Rabbit. I subbed you. Hopefully you find me on Twitter. Rabbit Megan, if you're not in here. Maybe you listen to replay. I don't know why you were not getting a membership. I have no idea, KS. Trying to help this lady.
Thank you for getting warts and all. I like that. Loved your work on New Sex Men, says Mr. Bravado. Thank you. I love hiding messages in that book. That was great. Do you find EJ's hairy shoulders attractive? Says Lord Tapman to do that. That is probably true. That's a great observation. Wow. Nolan Lockhart gifted 10. 10.
One. Wait, I thought I heard Candy Pop in here. Shit. Well, Low Watermark is back, gifting more memberships. Wow. I don't know if I was even in here. Hey, she's here. Oh, you became her. I hope it wasn't not from the gifts from me and Low Watermark. I figured out how to do it. Low Watermark. I can do 10 a month, so I put out 5. You did it yourself. Oh man, I feel bad about that, especially as Low Watermark gifting out so many. There she is. Katie's here to react to her clip.
Hey. Hey. So what do we got here?
Oh, we're reacting to the whole Saska bit. I've seen clips, so I knew I would run on past the review. Are you streaming later?
No, I really hadn't planned a stream tonight.
That's
I plan to do some watching or hanging out. Are you going to be streaming for a good while tonight?
Probably. Well, I mean, for this, sure, I might be looking at Twitter stuff too. And wow, man, praise to Low Watermark. He's really been helping the channel today with gifting. God, I think he's gifted like 60 or 70 freaking memberships. I mean, it's at the 99-cent tier, but wow, you know, he's dropping money. He dropped a $50 super chat in here.
Wow, nice.
Let me play him. I need the pronoun clip from Az. I haven't been able to find it on YouTube like proper. I don't want to go through his fucking stream to find it either. So I don't want to do the homework. You know what I mean?
Does Clipsama have it?
Maybe I'll hit them up. Maybe. But here is Celebrate. Rabbit finally got a member. She was trying. I don't know if you saw, but she kept trying to get membership from the gifts of Low Watermark and couldn't. I don't know why. Everyone was getting but her.
Oh,
Poor lady. She had to do it herself. I feel bad about that. But here is a little celebratory clip.
I love that you used the clip of "Don't shoot, Eric."
Yeah, I know I made it. It's like, oh, this is great, because we're all detractors over here.
Oh gosh, it's so funny. I geek out every time you play it.
Yeah. At 8, Ethan's got another trash cast. If I leave, it's no offense. Oh, dude, I totally understand. Apparently, he's going to be reacting to Shad's book, so that's going to be hilarious because it's Mike Miller, which they hate each other. So,
Yeah,
hell
that's gonna
yeah,
be
he
good.
said to Katie.
Thank you, thank you.
Sausage
Yeah,
is pansexual.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of comments on a lot of my videos of the Rippatards. It's funny because it's like they think they're gonna do damage by talking shit, and it's like, well, actually, you gave me the view, and then you interacted in the comments section. So actually, thank you, because you're boosting my numbers. So much appreciated.
Oh yeah, they're too dumb. It's great. Unfortunately, I haven't got too much Rippatard interaction. I don't know why, but.
Oh my god, they're all over my Twitter. They're all over. Like, go on my YouTube and look through the comments. It's ridiculous how many people have come after me this week.
I'm actually gonna
Especially since I put that first clip out. I think, what was it, Monday, when I put that first.
Yeah, you're at 307 subs. How? What were you at like a week or two ago?
Like, let's see. When I started it, it was like, oh god, like 20 subs, and then once I got the content moving, it's been skyrocketing. I'm like, I don't know how. I'm not that like I don't know what the word is, impressive or something, but I'm glad that people are enjoying it, and I've had good turnouts on my last stream, so it's been pretty good. It's been surprisingly good. So
you know what it is. What it is. People are tired of these phonies. Friday Night Tights is leaving a vacuum of people that want genuine commentary and content, even if it's like slanted with like genuine commentary. It's all right. Like, that's why Fox was great for a long time, because it's like it had a slant. It's clearly right wing, but Bill O'Reilly, however much they're like, shaving off ends of clips or whatever, like there's a real homework done to delineate their opinion on the matter of things before we got into this polarization. People are tired of the polarization, even though we're all so polar now, left or right. No matter how centrist you are, we kind of pull straight one way on a topic. We've been mind hacked, and the algorithm works this way. The interaction algorithms on Twitter, etc. Anywhere you're at, it's catering off of your actions. But
yeah, you know what's weird too? Here's my thing about it. So when Trump was in office, I was into it because that's when things started getting crazy. And it's like, here's my thing. It's like, I appreciate that they make things, bring awareness to some things, but I don't need like 10 videos about it. That's the part that really got me, is like, guys, you got to stop pumping out this same crap all the time. It's just, it's almost depressing, because all you hear is negativity, and it's like, it brings you down after a while. Like, you never.
These people are reliant. They don't actually. It's funny because, like, I'm a fan of Menace, and I don't know if you ever, Ricky used to have the Phantom Collective, which was a think tank, if you will, of us young YouTubers at the time, trying to make like a second wave, like high council kind of thing, going off of their template. So it's 5 of us: me, Rookie, Flipped Out, douchebag named Sith Kryptonian, who's a total F slur, and Jeff the Iron Wolf, who's still a great guy. Just lost kind of touch with them, but gone our separate ways, I guess, just creatively and whatnot, different factors. But we had this idea of trying to like mimic the High Council template with EVS World Class and Geeks and Gamers, but then build off of it and be very focused on our peers, and through the flavors that we all were collectively, use our growing template to promote other creators. And it was like no punches held, I guess, kind of, especially someone like me in the mix versus like Ricky's personable and trying to be friends with everybody, not in a disingenuous way, but he's just more of like happy-go-lucky. I'm more Squidward, he's more SpongeBob.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are just like they're tired. I think and these. The reason I was talking about the collective. So it's like we were networking pretty well. We stream with World Class, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, etc. And I got on a stream. So Kryptonian hosted with Jeremy as a guest, and it's a big deal. And I remember asking him, like, if you could trade your success, thanks to like Last Jedi and Solo and shit, to have Star Wars be good, would you do it? You know, is Star Wars that important to you? And he's like, oh no. And it's like Mahler, I think, has said the same thing. Someone asked him that kind of question, but you see a very difference in content. Mahler is so introspective and analytical, and he has like real value. You can totally disagree with every take he has, but he has real value in trying to analyze the art of film and storytelling. It's really great commentary. It's in depth. Versus Jeremy is just trying to like. Once quartering got involved in this mix, I saw the change because the quartering is like I was watching him a lot, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I can get like 3 or 4 notifications a day to my subs, so let me pump out 3 or 4 videos a day." And that's when Geeks and Gamers started fucking pumping out. Because for a while, if you weren't in tune with all the small channels like myself at the time, I'm still a small channel, but at that era, if you weren't like really networking, trying to find other people, there was always like a vacuum of like, oh, man. I've watched all the videos. I've watched all the streams. I'm missing. I need more stuff in between Jeremy bullshitters and EVS content. And these people, it's very clear they're so reliant. Like when they released some Marvel thing about like some woke shit they were doing, that they weren't like changing courses, only to get more woke. EVS included, and your boys access like, yippee, you got at least 3 more years of, you know, you can make shit to rip on these people, you know. I see the money advantageousness, so like, that's fine, but like these people, especially like franchises, they have nothing else to offer. But then Eric July kind of is like enlightening them, like, oh, I can ham fist a product that's meaningless off of my audience. I can game like 10% of my audience in the outside sphere to market crap with no effort. That's a real problem. And hopefully this whole fiasco of Eric July really highlights the YouTube merch aspect of grifters.
Right. Well, 2 things. One, I've seen Moeller several times on the Stitch and Adam show. And they even asked him, like, you know, are you making, what do they call it? Doomsday or something kind of content. And he actually is like, well, we're actually trying not to make negative content. Like we stay kind of clear that we just talk about the movies and stuff like that. We don't go anywhere near it. And I thought that was quite interesting. Second, I think Eric July is sort of the way he's doing things right now. It is exposing what's going on in that kind of atmosphere, in that community with Friday Night Tights and all. I think people are just not only getting so tired of it, but the way Eric's acting and seeing the grift behind it, and then knowing that, you know, even Ass and people haven't even read his book, and I think it's exposing a lot of people to just the fakeness of it. I mean, I get it. If there's something out there and it's getting great, you know, views and it's being put in algorithm, that's I could, okay, that's fine. But you know, man, after a while, you can't do that. After so many years, it starts to get tiring. It gets depressing. It's just, I don't know, just makes you feel like everything is shit, you know.
Well, you don't get views when you say, wow, I like this thing because it's really good. You don't get views because say, unless you're already like an established, just straight critical movie channel like Red Letter Media, that, you know, when it's a big popular thing that's got divisive politics attached to it, like Captain Marvel or Prey, they will lean into it. Or like when it's big pop stuff like Star Wars, I'm already like lowering my expectations of their criticism because they're not really Star Wars fans. They're original trilogy fans. And they just kind of accept any smidgen of good in the shit Disney puts out, generally speaking. But then there's a comedy to that. I think like they're kind of purposely withholding the in-depth commentary to kind of generate more clicks to like troll the audience, because like, wow, they're so insightful to tearing apart the prequels, and then they're like, wow, Obi-Wan, this is all great. I think they're gaming their fans. They're pretty smart. But I want to show this. So I don't know how deep this goes. I just saw this because you're talking about grifters and stuff. So this is Hell of the Lore. He's a shill for Rippa. He's always white knighting for Rippa. I think he's a mod on Yellow Flash, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him as a mod in the chat. So he, and I'll show that tweet soon. He, being the shill, this running defense all the time for Eric on Twitter, white knighting, he's just now got ALPHACORE. He's not gotten any Rippaverse shit till now.
Oh, I think I've seen this.
Yeah, so he's got a post. We're gonna dissect and then discard this, as Eric would say. Says, thoughts on ALPHACORE. The story itself is calculated exquisitely. You get time with each ALPHACORE member and their goals and struggles. Braxwell remains the more mysterious member and operates different than his teammates. That's because he does like nothing, but he swoops in and says nothing. And Jesus Christ, each villain in this book are well written. The best villain I've seen in a while is Galvin. I thought he was just a one-off, but he turned out to be a lot more in his book. A twist I never saw coming. The world of Excepts are further explored and explain what part they play in society, and I can't wait to learn more. Dixonverse. Writing skills is excellent. I give him praise for how he executed each aspect in this story. Brian is my favorite out of the heroes, and his struggle I can very much relate to. What struggle? The struggle of
reading it.
The struggle of, oh man, I've agreed to the rules of being a super cop, but then you're telling me to not do, or you're telling me to do those things. Yeah, the colors. Well, it's a mixed bag of the colors. I think like the opening shot is amazing looking artistically, and then it just progressively just gets worse and worse. Again, I can't even say what my favorite part is of like story. It's just the elephant trunk nose of Brian Solari. That's my favorite part. Valdez is the big little sister. Her anger comes from a place of protection. Where did you get any of this? Braxwell, he just does the job and can't care less for the extra BS. That's what I get from him. And the exit that saved the day, I was shocked he was the real hero of the book. Joe Bennett's art is absolutely amazing, and each panel and page is fantastic. ALPHACORE is an incredible book all around. I highly enjoyed it and would encourage you to get it for yourself. Someone,
but the campaign's closed, dumbass.
Well, you can still buy it, but it's just not counted for their funding campaign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I forgot he's not doing it that way.
It's moving differently.
Oh, God.
So let me go back and find
move
this.
And grab the gun and put it to my. That's
Damn,
what I'm about to move.
Let me see. Where's this interaction I had with them? It was last night or this morning. Let me find it. Just bear with me.
You're good. While you're looking at that, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens at MegaCon.
Oh yeah, that's next week.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's footage that we can either react to live or post. I hope someone goes there to troll them in the audience or something for like Q&A or something.
Oh God, that would be so good. Oh, too bad I don't live in Florida, because I would totally do it. I would totally do it.
Oh wow, let me see. Look at this shit. It's like, yo, Myth Gary wasn't playing around. Tagging Nerdrotics, saying that this is Meth Nerdrotic, which is like, I've seen, I shared something a while ago about this screenshot from like, I think Sheepsidian, the like warehouse manager or whatever, where he was like making some joke about Nerdrotic going to jail or something for drugs, or made some joke come out crackheads or something, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this dude went to prison. Like, it's kind of like, it seems really mean, not like a ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You did meth and went to jail. Ha ha ha. Seems.
I mean,
really
we
mean.
don't really care for him, but at the same time, that's something you kind of don't.
it seems like a low blow, but they're
It
playing
is, 'cause
for
it's like he
"Haha,
served his
we're all in on the
time."
joke." And it's like, why would you joke about like I'm not trying to police humor or comedy. It just seems like an actual personal
Bad
attack.
taste.
Yeah. All right, this might be it. Okay, so yeah, I was like, wait, you've been sucking Eric off and you ain't read shit?
Oh yeah, I think that's where I first saw. Yeah.
And he's like, have I ever made a statement saying I read a Rippaverse comic? No, so you assume. Don't get upset because you yourself didn't pay attention. And I'm like, your conduct online would indicate you read it, but you eat crayons on a consistent basis. So I understand complex reasoning. It's beyond your comprehension. Again, that's me trying to like talk like Eric a little bit. And you're like, you're the ass in assume, haha. And I said, Rippaverse puts the ass in 3D assets. Just the fact that these people think they're winning, like they're so blind. This weirdo fucking cult. But yeah, I saw y'all talking about Shad and AI. I'm not against AI art. I'm not against if it's like clearly defined to the audience. I have no problem selling AI art projects, especially if it's like, all right, we made AI, but then we tweaked it with actual artists with skill, either digitally or like paper, or, printing it, or whatever the case, manipulation of an AI template. I'm totally fine with that. Is it ethical? Like, that's all like customer decision if it's ethical as a consumption, whatever. I hate talking about buying art and talking about consumption, but
Right.
yeah, I'm not against AI. It's people are afraid AI is going to take over certain, I don't know, programming jobs, maybe stuff like that, desk jobs. But artistically, AI is not taking over. AI is going to be a tool for more people to get into art.
Right. But I agree, but part of me is a little nervous about AI just because, like, for instance, my 4-year-old was watching this like little cartoon series, and it was like Labrador police or Labrador chief Labrador or something, and it's kind of like they give scenarios like of what kids shouldn't do, like when you don't play in the parking lot, you don't you stay where you're at, safety stuff. Well, there was one episode where this kid thought a friend was, phoning them on the tablet, say, "Hey, come out and play." So the kid goes out and play and realize it's some guy or girl that's gonna kidnap the kid. And what it is like apparently Chief Labrador says, kids, predators can, I don't know, they didn't say the word predators, but they said people can use AI voice and facial recognition to fool you, thinking that it's actually somebody like your mom or dad or a friend. Use a safe word to know if they're real or not. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to worry about that shit now? Like, I know it's stupid, but it's one of those things where I'm like, oh my God, that's not good. Did that make any sense?
Yeah, what was the show you're talking about?
Oh, it's some kids show on YouTube. It's like Chief Labrador and something. They're like little dog cartoons, and they're like cops, and they just teach safety for kids and stuff like that, like what to do and what not to do in an emergency, or those kind of things. And that was one of them. I'm like, they got that, people are doing that now. I'm like, oh my God. So that's when it's only concerning to me when it comes to involving children in manipulation, and that's the only thing that kind of concerns me. But everything else I give two shits less about. It's just that in general.
Going back to the Shad thing, though, I was just thinking to address the chat more commentary. Totally fine with AI and its potential artistically, but I really think Shad is just went so hard in because he's trying to find a new grift to like corner. And so if he's trying to corner the like AI is great, look, I'm a real AI artist. It's like, well, no, you're a programmer at best.
There was a big debate. I think it was about 2-3 months ago. He actually got on the Stitch and Adam show, and it was him and one other guy. Because at the time, this is when he was coming out saying, like, my art is better, and like he's trying to make the argument that AI is the way to go, and apparently caused a big brouhaha on Twitter. So they brought him on there for debate, and it was just it was interesting. But I don't really care for the guy. And you know what's weird too is that Friday Night Tights has him on there, and I'm like, but he's known to be a not scammer, fraud. I'm trying to think of the word. He's being fake. He's not really making a good argument for his I don't know. I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to find the words here, and it's going over my blonde head. But it just didn't look good. And then they have him on there, and I'm like, but you guys shouldn't. I don't know. He's an odd dude. He's just an odd dude on around. I don't get good vibes from him. Yeah, it's more like grifting, and like I think even Dick and Vito talked about it on the Biggest Problem episode. I think they even talked about his stuff, and he's a weird dude. He's a very odd man.
Well, yeah, he's clearly a grifter because you see like his thumbnails, the way he's selling his videos about like Avatar. His video is like animals cannot consent, and it's like, wait, what? Which is funny because I don't know if you've seen Avatar 2. I'm a big Avatar fan. I want to dig more. Apparently, there's like graphic novels, like tangential stories related to the main story, and books or adaptations and stuff. I saw someone. I think there's like a manga of Avatar in like at least like Vietnam or something. It looks cool. I haven't seen the art, but it's like just the idea. I'm like, ooh, a manga Avatar. I love the Na'vi. There's so much to play with that world. But if you haven't seen Avatar 2 or Avatar, part of the tree of life, if you will, evolution of the animals and the sentient like Na'vi is they have a hair braid that is like connective. They have a biological basis for their religion. Their religion is like they can like upload memories into like these like living tree things through their connector. It's really cool. Yeah, you should watch Avatar 1 and 2. They're amazing. They are long films, but like especially Avatar 2, the CGI is so good. I saw it 3 times because I just wanted to cry watching it. Not because there's like any like I mean, there's good character work for like a simple story, the family dynamic stuff of Jake Sully, but just the like in the same way like Avengers Infinity War and Endgame were like fucking monumental experiences to be in the theater for, especially the deaths in Infinity War. And everyone's just like gasping, and you go watch it again and see people see it for the first time. You're like, oh, no way. And then like you get the black people, you know, it's the Black Panther fades. Like, no, like, yeah, that's the one reason you're here, and he's gone. It was so interesting. It was like this was a Luke, I am your father kind of moment that I got to experience live, you know. And in Avatar 2, they do shots that are just close-ups of the face, and what these are to me, my guess is these are just show-off moments of like, look how the CGI looks great, but like, you know, if you get up close, maybe not. No, these look like, I know these are fake creations in a warehouse with styrofoam for props. They CGI everything around besides like the water that they're filming in. And it looks like real people. Like these are real entities in the world. It's so good. They're showing off multiple times long form. It's not just like a quick cut. It's like long form shots on the faces, close up, like some M. Night Shyamalan stuff. It's amazing. That's why I said I wanted to like cry. So I'm just like, I don't know how to encapsulate. Like, what am I witnessing? This is a true feat of the art of film and fooling the eye beyond my knowledge base. Like, he's really passing the like shit test of like, that's fake, you know. Because like Thanos looks great, but you know, over time you kind of see like there's definitely moments where like, that clearly looks like a CGI character. But it's like such a besides the opening shot when the animals are fleeing, it very much looks like a video game. That whole movie is just so beautiful. It was a true work of art. And I can't wait to see the story like kind of catch up artistically with the complexity like the artwork of it has. We just chat more, then we'll get more into the stream. Yeah, Hater got a good comment. Avatar sucks. Screw you, buddy. Slick Wiggler. Color palette is dog shit. Oh my god. Avatar 2 especially is so dynamic with its color palette. Kitty Chow saying, hey to Katie.
Hey.
If you want to see how creative shit is, go to his live stream on Second Channel Night's Watch and watch the live stream where he creates his Star Wars alternative. See, this is the thing. When you're like so entrenched in right-wing commentary, I do not expect good art because you've let politics on top of just like the person you are, where it's like you're more right-wing, so you're probably more realistic minded. You don't have imagination. When you let politics cloud it as well, that does not speak for good art, which is why we get the Rippaverse. This is all just libertarian. Let me monetize a product.
Right, because there are conservatives out there that are creative, that can use their imagination without the politics playing into it, and it's just sad that they're not seen as much. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I agree. It's hard being a conservative because it's just like I can come up with better ideas with the content or what you can do than they can. It's like y'all gotta. I think what's happened is some conservatives have gotten so sucked into what's going on that it takes everything away from them. All they see is one thing, and it's like you gotta chill out, man. You gotta breathe and just laugh at it and move on. You can't get upset about it. It's only you can control your world and what you can do and your family can do.
Yeah, it's I really like. I'm so glad that like EVS tweeted a while ago. Someone's like, the right can't art and the left can't meme, and it's like that really is the summary of both sides. The art leftists have like big transhumanist aspirations, like talking about implicit left-right brain, and with that comes like imagination, and imagination is kind of I'm guessing at least is in the same vein mentally as lying. You have to be able to like lie to make expansive art because you're making shit up. It's ultimately a big lie. It's the same template, you know. And the right, especially if you're talking about religious right, they're so hard pressed about like dogma and whatnot, and so they can't ever finagle around, you know, lying, you know. So it's like both sides have strong suits, so we don't need a control of either side. We need center. We, you know, the whole Constitution, everything American is built on compromise within a republic. So
you need a balance is
yeah,
what you need.
South Park did a great episode about like having your cake and eating it too, which is what America is. Yeah, Chris has a great comment. Says it was nice the son becomes like the father story plot line of Avatar 2. There's a lot there, and there's a lot to explore. We haven't even really touched on the expanse of the world. Like we just now have gotten into like elements outside of the forest Navi, where it's like, oh, there's the water people, and we're going to be getting into like the kind of like archetypical elemental based tribes of the Navi and how each has like specialties physically that have permeated their biology. It's so interesting because like the Navi you meet in Avatar 1 are tree people. They're like tree cat humanoids. And so they got a tail, they got like the connector to tie in with Awa, which is the goddess of their planet that's they interact with. They can essentially have like a biological computer in the trees that they can upload memories. So you can like partake in past memories of all the kin of history if they've uploaded essentially. And so and then there's this whole like metaphysical aspect where it's like it's kind of a Deus Ex Machina event, the first one, but like they all kind of like, you know, commune with the god in their time of need, being about to be attacked by the colonizers of Earth, and Awa, I guess, influences all the animals to kind of harmonize in unity against the invaders attacking the home tree or whatever. Or well, not the home tree, but like their religious tree. They got like these. They have like a giant home tree they live in, but then they have like the religious trees in the forest, like the giant one. It's awesome, and so it's kind of Deus Ex Machina. It's simple, but it's just like the imaginativity of this world and the way that all the biology is intertwined has to come to like a root origin. It's just very interesting. I'm waiting to see how it expands because like we go from tree people and then they have to go hide out with the water people, and the water Navi kind of like races, where you got like yellow, brown, black, etc., white. They all have their strong suits and weak suits. The water Navi have like differently developed arms and tails. So like their arms are kind of paddle shaped on like the forearm, and then they have like more webbing in their fingers, and then their tails are paddles, like kind of like an eel versus the cattail of the Navi. And then you have the extra part of like if you're an avatar body or born from an avatar body, you have human elements. So you have 5 fingers instead of 4. So this is like demonic to some of the people. This is a abomination because these are like half breeds. So it's got a lot of factors going on, and we just barely scratched the surface. And apparently Cameron, with like, you know, he's made the 2 billion for Avatar 2, and then he gave him the script for 3, and they're like, we have no notes, just make it. And this again, I don't know why these people in Finite Tyson want to crap on Avatar before it came out, because James Cameron has like full reign over Avatar. There's like no corporate interference. The story you're getting, however woke or not woke it will become, is all just creator based. It's not corporate mandates. So any wokeness is just genuine Cameron, you know. So we should appreciate that because it's not corporate, you know. But even if that, they won't accept it. You know, it's like, you're not really for art then. You want just propaganda for your side. And I hate that.
Right. Well, that's something that I'll have to get me and my husband to watch.
Yeah, it's a generic cash grab. It's insulting if you pay for it because they hired professionals who phoned it in, and Eric just said it's good enough. It is what it is. Took me a second watch to see the 5 fingers and eyebrows. Yeah, some nice little details in the different tribes of the Navi. I'm really interested to see what they do with the fire people. Let's watch a little bit more of this before y'all head over to EVS.
And memberships out to you guys. Thank you, Nolan Lockhart. Amazing. I'm so glad I got those gifted memberships going. Dr. William Weir. The Shapiro rap is good. You'll like the message, eh? Really? $10.
Wait, did you see this? Did you see the Shapiro rap?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I do like Tom McDonald because it's not. He doesn't just do political rap. He actually talks about sobriety, drug addiction, all that. I've been following Tom McDonald for about 4 years. So
I'm really just opposed to him. Maybe it's my political blinding, being very irritated with like the grifter sphere that wants to like. It's just like Gina Carano's popularity. There's so many people that just want to cling to any star, any victim.
Right.
And
well, he
I think
has
Tom
a
McDonald's
very
in that.
well, I can respect that opinion. I say he's been in the game for a long time, and I think a lot of his music is very telling because if you listen to it carefully, he doesn't pick a side. He tries to explain people this is what the system is doing. They want to pin us against each other, and I like that messaging. It's not right, it's not left, it's middle. But I can see your point in that. But he's also written some really good songs. Like I think what I like about him is he does his own stuff. His girlfriend does the video. They don't get any help. It's mainly his family that come together, and he's just got a really good backstory. So, but I can see where you feel that way. But I will say, since you were mentioning Saska sisters, because I'll have to get off here in a minute to put my 4-year-old to bed. But here's my thing: like, I want to read and review Yaira, but I really don't want to give them bitches my money because I'm so against these people who want to take very young children and make them trans. I am so against it. It's one thing if adults want to do it, that's fine. You know, it's whatever. But when it involves children, that's when it really bothers me because they don't really understand. They're not fully developed at that time to make those decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that's what really bothers me about them is that they're for that with kids. And I'm so against it.
It's that clip of someone's like, "Oh, can a kid consent to getting a tattoo?" And they're like, "No, of course not." It's like,
no.
Can a kid consent to being trans? Surgery, whatever. Like, you see them stop for a second, say no, they're caught, but like they know they have to say yes to be in the good graces of prescribed narratives, you know.
Yeah, and that's why I want to read it and review it to give, because as a woman reading a comic that involves a woman character, I think it's very important for me to look into and share my thoughts on. I'm struggling and I'm debating how I want to do it because I really just don't want to give them my money. I really don't want to do it, but I can't. I feel like I can't get the credit of reviewing it if I haven't paid for it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just so back and forth with it because it's like I don't care for them girls. I don't. I
Yeah,
really,
they're gonna
really
get my
don't.
money. They're getting
Are
my
you gonna
day
do
one
it?
money. Yeah, Eric has entertained and or informed me of bad art. I'm loving it. I legitimately love it. It's only going to be bad for me if it like actually improves and becomes just like standard good storytelling. It's gonna be the worst thing for me because it's like now I've lost all the fun of this universe because it was shitty.
So do you think like I should just kind of like bite the bullet on this one and just do it?
I'm sure someone will pirate it for everyone. So I don't know, maybe wait a couple weeks after fulfillment because they're going to fulfill right after they get like the first week backing to like try to keep the hype train going. Only ISOM 1 fulfilled after the campaign. ISOM 2 and ALPHACORE fulfilled during campaign if you're early backer. So
I hear you. I might just bite the bullet and do it. I really don't care for those women. I really, really don't care for them. I just. But I'll bite the bullet and do it. And then if I hate it so much, I'll just record me burning it in my burning barrel out in the back. Like I'll just throw it in the trash and be like, "Oh, I need kindling. Oh, here you go." I'll just get this Sciver book that's got a horrible story and horrible art. I can use it for kindling to start my fire pit out in the back. So.
Yeah. And before you go, because I don't know how long you're going to say, but I just want to say thank you for your mod work. I appreciate it. I've never really had a consistent mod, so it's great to see you hopping in the chat for me. I appreciate
I'm
it.
I'm happy to do it because then I feel like I'm helping out. You know, we're all a team. We're all in this together, and
we will win.
We will win, and so I appreciate it because I want to be able to. I want to be able to help you guys out as much as I can. Just, I mean, y'all allowed me to come on y'all streams and talk to y'all, and I don't know. It's been a pleasant 2024, and I'm really grateful for it. And I'm happy to do it, man. Whenever I'm in the chat, I'll put up the links and all that stuff, and encourage people to hit the like button and all that. So I don't mind. I'm happy to do it. Y'all blessed me, and I blessed you. That's how it works. But yeah, let me go ahead and hop off up here. Go ahead. I know you were about to say, so I didn't mean to cut you off.
Listen.
So I'm gonna hop off here, get my little one into bed. Sorry I couldn't hang out for too long. But I will say, I listened to your stream yesterday. It was really good. Because I know I had to get off, but then I listened as I was doing things, and you're very entertaining, and you make very good points and conversations, and yeah, so I think you got a good thing going on here, Black Angus, and I look forward to more of your content.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a wild ride on the YouTube because I kind of flew high with my bro, especially Rookie, maintained that with him, and then kind of been slogging through for the last couple of years, off and on, being inconsistent didn't help as well, but just life stuff got in the way, and kind of getting blacklisted in my sphere, and then having this upswing is just so nice. I'm trying to just like really devote myself, especially for Meth Gator and stuff, like really trying to. I plan to do more comic reviews. I got a Justice League Godzilla Kong video that I just need to edit the like footage for to correspond with like the rest, because essentially here's the pitch, people, and this is more of like a Comics Explain kind of video. I'm not going in depth in the comic, although I kind of summarize everything of the first 3 books of awesome series. I wrote it off, thought it sounds stupid, but they've made it a really good plot so far. issue 4 so far is kind of a lull in the story, but we're at the midpoint, so it's okay. But reading this, my whole pitch is like, not only is this a cool, fun comic, getting back to just like, it's a great entry point for established characters to kind of just like get accustomed to and then start deep diving individually, if you wish. But I really think this is an experiment. I've said this for years. Comics now the focus is not maintaining the industry sales. This is IP harvesting. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, at least partially. And that's because I think this is trying to gauge interest in a franchise crossover. I think this could be a film crossover, and this could save the DCU. It could be like a kind of one-off. You could do a trilogy, whatever you want, make it a factor in the multiverse of DC, since you've got Legendary Comics now. But I really think they shit the bed by not pulling the trigger on the Justice League 08 with George Miller. That was just going to drop you in the established DC universe with the Justice League. And so I think this is probably the next best thing. You already got a franchise rolling fairly well with Godzilla. It's got good reports, fun. It's becoming just Transformers, monsters punching each other. And then you throw in the superheroes, Batman, Superman, they're established, Supergirl, Shazam, etc., The Flash. Yeah. They got a great template here to win everyone over with just kind of dumb, fun Saturday morning kid fun.
Good deal. All right, well, I'm gonna hop off here. I do want to mention Monkey G-Bus in the chat. Stream it if you destroy it. If that tends to happen, I will stream it. I'll probably just do a video of me doing it, and I'll just take one page at a time, and I'll just say what I need to say as I rip the page and put it in the fire. And then all the repertoires can say I've lost my mind and I'm crazy and I need to go see a therapist. So it'll be great. So don't worry, I'll do it.
I would say you could like burn a certain flag along with it, but that might be like a hate speech thing on YouTube. So
oh God, no. Oh my God. You talk about I'm already getting attacked now. Like, it's real bad. I mean, I'm not worried about it. It is what it is. But yeah, man, like, you should see the comments on my channel. It is mind blowing.
I saw someone say bad faith. I've already been looking at it.
Oh God, it's really, really interesting to read. I had someone say, "Won't you go out and touch grass?" I'm like, I do. I'm out in the country in the fucking mountains. Like, of course I touch grass. I do more things outside than you motherfuckers do. But anyway, that's another rant for another day. But all right, Black Angus, I'm gonna hop off here. I guess I will see you in the chat over there with EVS and whatnot. And then I'm sure James will probably be doing a stream tomorrow or something. And but other than that,
Jessica,
yeah, I call him James. It's just easier for me. But yeah, so I'll catch you on the down low, man. And I'm also real quick before I get off here. So I'm sure you saw in the private chat or the private group chat we have, Doc Solo wants to come on my stream and have a discussion with all of us.
When is that?
Doc Solo.
No, when?
I have not set up the date yet. I told him that I will get with everyone and we'll pick a day and time. Most likely it'll be on the weekend, but I'd like to get you guys on there, especially Richard, with his comic and stuff, because I think he sounded very pleasant, and I think it'll be a really great discussion for all of us to have with him. Because I think he's coming in as a very like a gentleman. You know, he's not going to come in and be an ass. Like, I think he's really got a lot of things and knowledge to share. And I think it'd be great for all of us. And, you know, if there's anything on the stream that someone liked that he talked about, anybody's welcome to clip it and put it on their channels if they want to. Because I think this guy's got a lot of interesting things to say and talk to us about. And I think he's very open to hearing how we feel about it. And so, you know, just keep your eyes peeled in the group chat. I'm going to try to figure out a day and time that will work best for everybody. So just keep an eye out for that. So
yeah, not a problem. Well, thank you, Katie.
You're welcome, honey. You have a great night, chat. It's good seeing you guys, and peace and chicken grease.
All right. There's something I was going to mention. Oh yeah. Okay. I got to show you all this really quick. I can't believe I didn't think to show this earlier. I haven't confirmed, but I've talked with this guy. It's very interesting. Let me find this chat or this channel really quick, and I'll show you. Gotta find him though. Where is he? No, not Thunderduck. Aha, okay. Here we go. So let me present this to y'all. Let me get through this ad really quick. Then properly showcase you this guy. Watched about half this video. Me and Rookie were watching it behind the scenes one day last week. This is Lobster Magnet's review of the channel. Wait, I didn't subscribe? My bad. I was doing some Rippaverse deep diving on YouTube, and I found this guy's video. It's called Will the Rippaverse Change the Face of Comics? This came out a year ago, August 13th. This is around, I think, the release of ISOM, maybe ISOM 2. And he has a really well-researched video. Here's the breakdown. Intro: diversity pushing comics, diversity pushback in comics, get woke, go broke, rise of Comicsgate, what Comicsgate does well, how leftist media drives people to the right, leftist politics is the only thing killing comics, beginning of a cultural clash. He even dresses for 4 minutes, Black Sands Entertainment dissing Eric July. This is a black-owned, this is their pitch. They're a black-owned comic thing. They're worth about $10 million now. They were funded by Shark Tank, Mark Cuban and Kevin Hart. So they've been after Rippa. Going to have this guy on the channel. We might beforehand do a reaction to this video with y'all, because very interesting. But what I've seen, I have not watched the whole thing. This is about where I'm at, the halfway mark. I watched enough of it, got a well-rounded take of this guy. Very interested to watch more of his stuff, but we should have him on for All American Beef this Thursday night. It might start a little earlier, at like 8, if so. I haven't confirmed, but waiting on a reply back. We have engaged. He seems like a good faith channel, so look forward to that. Let's watch a little bit more. Let's see if we get any more substance in the EVS video before I continue.
Ready to answer that call. And they haven't seen Star Wars, but they kind of get it. Nice. Look at his face here. He's like, why would they think that I'm anti-woke? I don't know. Are you right? Now I know that you're not.
Or tried to do things that were more aligned with my political philosophy, right? Or lean towards my political philosophy and beat you over the head. Look, everybody has a guidance set of principles, and that's maybe made up of what religion you belong to. Sometimes it is on the political stuff or whatever. I understand that. I empathize with that. I get it. However, there's a way to abide by those principles without being a hack.
Without being a hack? Without being a hack, you mean somebody who just works for money? Somebody who just kind of will abandon their principles?
This piece of shit.
And just work for a paycheck? You mean like that? About being a hack? You're calling people hacks now, Eric? Eric, you're hiring trans rights activists, intersectional feminists who want to work for Kathleen Kennedy, and you're congratulating yourself for not being a hack? All right, dude. This happens to everybody, I'm telling you. It just happens to these guys. The minute they get close, the minute they feel like they get close, the progressives, gotcha, snatched you. And they immediately like, oh, I'm not. And then they start denigrating and insulting the fans. Listen, the fans, I'm telling you, Eric, I will tell you this for a fact, and you know this to be true. Don't try to reprogram your fans. Your fans think that you're anti-woke. That's what they think. When they're buying your shitty comics, they think that it's because you're anti-woke and pushing back against the woke establishment. They do think that. You saying I'm not going to be a hack and don't think that my comics are anti-woke, you gave them that idea. And, you know, it's clear because you say things like, listen, I saw an opportunity and blah, blah, blah. Did you see an opportunity? You saw an opportunity to trick people into thinking that you were anti-woke? Because that's basically what happened here. That's pretty stunning. All right.
A to live and then do your thing with another, let's say our company, right? You're collaborating, right, on a project, and it can be largely absent of that stuff. There are universal truths that I think people loved in the comics and that have been present in comics, and that's what it is that we're trying to do. I can't sit up here and say that there'll be zero influence from where it is that I'm at, but I'm not going to beat you over the head with it, and I go out of my way to ensure that that's not what it is that we're trying to build here, because I want you to have fun. This is why I'm not the fan. I'm not a fan of the external bull crap that a lot of people try to drag me in, because I'm not interested in that. Like that defeats the purpose of what it is that I'm trying to do. I want the current, previous, older generations to be able to get lost into this world known as the Rippaverse and build friendships through its fandom.
Eric, your comics are terrible and nobody's going to get lost in them because you're not telling stories. You don't care about the stories. You care about your business. You care about your shipping warehouse. You took all of the money that you got and you used it to build a super fast shipping empire. Your comics are the last thing on your mind. I don't, what, you know, you've surrounded yourself with people who are going to do work for you for paychecks. The idea that anybody is going to lose themselves in a world that you've created is pure hubris. You haven't created a world. You've offered us this information that Texas seceded from the United States.
This idiot. Oh my God. Where'd it go? Yeah, just read the IR online. That was your advice too, Katie. Ads during a live stream. YouTube is going to make you some dollars, Angus. Well, I don't think so. That'll go to AC/DC or their copyright holders for their Hell's Bells that I played at the beginning. It's one of the few songs available that's not blocked. That's why I played it. It's just like, I didn't have time to make a opening stinger, so there you go. He wants us to get lost in his stupid ass world. Please, God, no. And since Karen's popping back up in my chat, I got a little something for you. Little something. Little something.
They better get their hands off my butt.
That is right. I feel like I had another cut for you. I must have deleted it, the M&M's one. Sorry, your name is Karen.
You're right. We're sorry. This is serious.
Yeah. Let me see. Stuck in a world of 3D assets. Oh, what the? That's horrible.
You didn't even see that. Your characters are all hateful. They're largely failures. I mean, ISOM's a failure. The ALPHACORE are failures. Your entire business is about shipping product. For you to say, after saying to me and others that the creative is the easy part, it's the bidness that's the hard part, and you're going to teach people the bidness. For you to say I want people to have fun and get lost in my world is fucking crazy. You're not building any world here. None of it feels real. It feels, what does it feel like? It feels kind of ropey, fabricated. It feels like it is artificial. based on other things. The Shungite verse. Well, maybe we can do the Shungite verse.
Just the disappointment in his voice. I love it. It's like, God, I helped promote this retard. If I would have known what he'd do, that would never have happened. This is a woke gay op. Oh, man. Poor EVS. All the women get effed up lines on their faces and everything is orange. Exactly. Well, we've gone on quite long enough. Gave you the tidbit of future stream guest. I'm excited for, hopefully it'll be this week, Mr. Lobster Magnet. I think it's Lobster something. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I've been here the entire time listening while doing dreaded weekend chores. Yeah, I got to get on that myself. Karen, don't remind me. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Preston Sparks for his super chat, $5. Very much thank you. Katie, who popped in, the mod member, this channel, all the new members, thanks to Low Watermark, this hefty $50 super chat, my biggest thus far in my life. So I was monetized before for a little bit. Thank you so much, Mr. Low Watermark, for all of your support, gifting memberships to people, probably some ripitards as well, but they are welcome. Don't worry, we won't, perhaps label you as where to go. Oh, come on.
I'm not a detractor.
Don't shoot, Eric!
Oh, man. And before we go, I want to upload this clip for y'all. Nice little send out. I'll have more in the future. Here we go. Where are you? Bear with me. It's loading. It takes a moment. You never know how long he's going to go. It had such good organic commentary, both off of the review and having Katie on, Rookie, looking back through the book, making points EVS didn't. I feel very proud of myself being able to do that, to add more context for y'all if you're unaware. Come on, you're almost there. Almost there. While we're waiting.
Chickens in the chat. Chickens in the chat. All the time. All the time. Chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. More chickens in the chat. Chickens all the time. Chickens all the time. Chickens in the chat.
That's right. I want some chickens to chat when we're going out of here. And here's a nice little send.
Going back and forth with you niggas. I'm living my best life. Ain't going back and forth with you niggas. I'm living my best life. Ain't going back and forth with you niggas. I'm living my best life. Ain't going back and forth with you niggas.
Oh, man. Thank you, Rippa Goalpost, for that clip. I don't know why. This is why I think Ripper Goalpost is a gay op. He's playing both sides. He is an agent of chaos because he's the one that clips that and put it out like that. That's where I got it. Thank you so much, Goalpost. And saying goodbye to this chat. Let's scroll down. Got Papa Cotton saying thank you, Bangus. Yeah, EVS is streaming. I'm gonna go listen to that while I start cleaning up the house some. Eric ain't gonna shoot. Alec Baldwin might. Oh, who would win in a duel between Eric and Alec Baldwin? That could be a meme. That's an idea for you, Monkey Jeebus. Make it happen. Make it so. You really don't like her. Wait, you don't like who? Talking about Katie or? Oh, Mint Salad. Mint Salad's hilarious. She's such a fun time. She's such a sweet girl. It's funny. I don't know if you noticed, but she had that viral clip of her Star Wars rant with her tits shaking. It was all to make fun of people like Az, but Az retweeted it. That's what's funny, and that they got so much traction, it helped pay for their Prius, thanks to their detractors. And it's funny is I actually hit her up to have her as a guest before that ever blew up. So I'm like, oh, thank God. I clearly have good merit where it's not just advantageous. She has to like wonder if I'm trying to like grift off of her because I asked her way before that that clip went viral. And we actually had that stream. She's supposed to be on, but she got sidetracked and I think slept the day away. But yeah, I will get that pronoun clip soon as a stinger. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for support. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you at least Thursday.